Yo. I'm streaming. Guys, welcome to the stream. Okay, I don't know how to say this, but I have not had AC in my room for weeks, like multiple weeks. And today, it feels cold in my room, and I'm like, oh my god, is it the AC? But I don't know because I had a popsicle, so it's either the popsicle or my AC is back. And I'll figure it out in like an hour or like 30 minutes. Anyways, welcome to the stream. Today I'm gonna play some TFT, and I don't know what else. Maybe I might play some Eternal Return. Some some ERBS. You know how it is. It's ghost activity, dude. I'm not. You can't tell the AC is bad, dude. I don't know, cause like my hands are cold and my cheeks are cold, but it could just be I had like 2 popsicles. So like I don't wanna, you know. Was he more Martina? Yeah, dude. I played last night. I literally died instantly 4 times, and then my team wiped, and I'm like, huh. Don't know about this one. Oh my god, it's a hearth home. And see a streamer came yesterday. I was so saying, yo, oh, I was at so I didn't stream yesterday because I had a place I was trying to vlog. I found a Hainan chicken rice place. I went to vlog. I went there. I vlogged a little bit. And I was like, I'm not really feeling it. So I decided not to do anything with the footage. But the place was bomb. And then I ended up going to streamer camp stuff late at night. Toast needs you? What does he need me for, man? I was playing League? What? My game has been TFT the whole time. I mean, this is pretty much League with a couple steps. DSG is 0-2 in the BO5? Wait. Uh-oh. I saw some, they lose their first game when I woke up this morning.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
How did you do a streamer thing? Oh, I didn't. I was just there to watch. And it's nice to see, how do I say this? It's nice to see new blood. And so like I was just there watching and having a good time with some friends. Oh yeah, I'm a Master Yi extraordinaire, as they would say. Oh, I have so many pairs. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's start the show.
Probably this first, unless I want to play Noxus, which I kind of don't. Kind of down to sell all of this. Play with Noxus, that feels kind of weird. I don't know if I like that. It's probably okay. I think attack speeds are generically very good.
Now that is what I want to see. I will show you the path.
Alex Ruiz, what about for 95 months? Thanks for subbing. Oh, what do I do, man? I made 10 with 1 Renekton. That's cute. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I kind of just want to fully fucking sell this, man.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Yo, what's up, Eggs? Good morning. Laxius VP 156 months. Are we going back to Garen reroll? Okay, do you really think I would be degenerate enough to play Garen reroll a second day in a row? So anyways, yeah, I'm playing Garen reroll today. Oh, wait, 1 shot. 2 shot. Like my items are just so not a big fan. The Garen is actually the most fun character ever. If you look at my law chest, I like top 2 with Garen nonstop, and then when I try to not play Garen, I just lose. Like, I'm not even kidding here. Let me open this up for you, okay? And it's actually fucking crazy when you look at my stats for this stupid unit, man. Okay. First of all, I've averaged 3.8, which is pretty good. And like a lot of 1s and 2s. The 1, Garen. 8, Sorceress. This is a fluke game. 7th, Garen. 2nd, Garen. I tried not Garen. 6th. Oh, Garen first. Garen first. Tried Zeri 8th. Oh, I guess that's a Zeri. That's a first. Or that's a third. There's a 6th with Garen. That's probably a fluke. That's definitely a fluke. First with Garen. First with Zeri. 4th with Garen. No idea what the fuck this is. Ari. 3rd with Ari. Shadow Isles. That's a weird one. First with Garen. Tried Swordsmith 5th. The Zeri. I think that's the last time I think that was it. And then, oh my god, it's a Garen. We won. Can we guys an Emily refugee? Got a permanent ban? Ah, I see. It's great because with Jins have like the highest chance of killing one unit pretty much, alongside Cassiopeia, I think. Oh my god, this is a full BT. And that's a full Rage Blade? Alright, the only thing you need to know about playing Garen is that BF swords are more valuable than anything else. Because you can build both Zeeks as well as alternatives. Zeeks and BT. So if you ever have to make the choice between building Rage Blade or Zeeks, it's almost always take the BF over everything else. Wait, TF? Nope, TF is shit. Put it this way. So if you're playing TF with this comp, you're spending 1 augment to get guaranteed Zeeks, right? Right? But I'm spending 1 augment to give me minimum 2 Zeeks worth. So I can't guarantee perfect items, but I can pretty much guarantee I'll have the Zeke's value regardless. And not just for my Garen, but for my whole team. And then if you do get more stuff than that, it's just extra on top. Like, TF is such a shit character because gold augment TF is really bad. The exception is the gold augment can give you spats as the extra item, but that's like a really rare, freakishly rare situation.
Let's start the show.
Orange Pumpkin, welcome back for 29 months. You're playing TFT and Path of Exile? Oh, I'm practicing for PoE next league right now, dude. Hope I don't hit first player place. Oh, he has Yasuo. He's only level 520 with escort quest? That feels really weird. What? Did he fuck up somewhere? Like, what happened? Do you keep one slot open? Yes, unless you just can't. Then no. Does that make sense? I'm gonna roll once just because I want frontline here. That I don't fucking die. Random shit too. Yeah, I'll probably just take a 1 gold loss here just to make sure. You really want Juggernaut before this next stage anyway, so it's really good. Maybe I'll hold on to this.
Now that is what I want to see.
Bad.
Let's start the show.
Dawn is the future.
I don't want anything in but Juggernaut here, I think. Yeah, if I get Idealism, it's okay to slam. I guess it's okay to slam Hodge. You have a vertical jug. I mean, that's the only way you play Garen. Play Garen. What's the end board? It's always 6 jug, 3 Demacia. You can not play Demacia in a weird position where you have full Garen items. That is okay. Redemption. I got 3 Eden loss. It's so good I played this guy before he rolled down. Oh. I almost feel like the prismatic one is okay, if that makes sense. Generally thinking, I think the other 2 are awful, but the prismatic one, like, I can't really reroll this, right? It's not great, but it could be worse. I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is, you know?
What I have done cannot be undone.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
Garen still do Rage Blade? Yeah, I mean, the Rage Blade is his best item, like straight up. I guess you could run no Rage Blade if you have like Prismatic pumping up maybe. Even then I would highly not recommend it. Okay, I mean, how's the comp look so far? Kind of bad, but could be worse. Not really. I don't think it could be much worse. It looks pretty horrendous so far. I don't really know what to do about this. I guess this is always this. And then Zeke's, and then this item is probably TG. You TG Nasus, and then you Zeke's the Darius this game, I guess. Has 2 challenger spats. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. You have pace for streaming cup snapshots? Oh yeah, sure. When I rolled out 3-2 like when you played Noxus? Well, because Noxus has the requirement of having to win rounds. And my requirement is that I need board space. Hold on. Oh, do I want the Garen here? Fuck, it sucks because, like, I guess QSS is fine. Garen's nutty. Is it? I already made BT, so the cloak is kind of dead. I would say it is okay. Just because it's a Garen, it's probably worth taking. I probably need a level here just to find Garen 2/1. Okay.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
This. I don't super like having to roll here, but it's like what can I do about it, you know? What? Yeah, I mean, auction's pretty good. My items are pretty scuffed. Like, for instance, I could just build QSS here on Garen, but I think it's worse than a Radiant item, so you would never do that. Been rolled and parried? I mean, I've had games where I would rather die than play than roll, because I want to go for the off chance of hitting something crazy. But that's just how I like to play. Highly not recommended. Oh, I lost a round. I think this game sucks. I didn't get tight Juggernaut here. It's like super fucking bad. Like, no joke. It's like so fucking bad I didn't get Juggernauts back here. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have to sell some of this garbage now. Probably sell this. Maybe sell this. Open sell this. I need to roll for one Juggernaut here. And I sit. Open sell everything. And hopefully need a Sona at some point. Oh, that is a Warwick 2. Juggernaut. Juggernaut.
Is not of this time.
Sure. Like, isn't this so bad? Like, what do I do with all of this? Is garbage, you know? It's definitely this, and then you're probably doing this as well. Let's hold these. That sucks. I lost this. Fuck! Oh, I mean, it's this anyways. Doesn't matter. Like, I'm telling you, it's fine. I just need to get some Zeeks, and I'm good. Do you want to oh shit, yeah, dude, sorry. I didn't even see this fucking unit. You're 100% right. The biggest problem is without Juggernaut spot, you have to go 8 to fit in 6 Juggernauts. That is the very worst problem about this comp. Ooh. Ooh, he kind of do be healing. That guy had like fucking billion% healing there, man.
Demacia, now and forever.
You also need the ownership? Yeah, well, that's not fucking happening. So, yeah. I need to go 8. Oh, this is so bad. I need to go 8 and I need to fucking hit Aatrox. Oh, that is so fucking hard, by the way. I think I put this here. Wait, I don't think I put it there. That's probably fine. How's the TG? Yeah, I TG the Aatrox. Oh shit! This is so good too, but like, this is I shit you not a full Zeke's and a Nasus pair. Like, how do I say no? It's actually fucking impossible. It's like it literally is like the holy grail. It seems fun on the surface, but it's not good. Between in 24/7, which HR it's always the same 4 comps. I mean, I have been having fun, so I am not sure about you.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
I think each patch has its problems. This is probably one of the most balanced patches, where 5 costs are better than 4 costs are better than 3 costs. But yeah. Can you make a jug emblem with the spat? Yeah, I can. The spat and what item? Right, the item I don't have. So it's stage 4, and you have to hope I get a fucking vest off here, as well as hope I didn't have 3 items that are uncompleted that I can't fucking use. Yeah, that does not sound very good. I'm not dead, right? Yeah, I'm like 1 life. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no. Ah, fuck. I don't even regret that. Like, I think I needed to save gold anyways. It just sucks. The game was really unfortunate. For double items, I feel like I got really bad items there. And the prismatic fucked me so hard. I got like one of the worst prismatics. Yeah, it sucks I didn't get Juggernaut there when I only had Juggernaut available. It's alright. I'm gonna play some ads. The idea of racing the night every game? I mean, okay. That's not every patch, right? Pat Braxis for the Garen buffs. Are there Garen buffs next patch? I feel like he's pretty good right now. Everyone goes Scarra. I don't like people. I am gonna be the guy who says, "Fuck that." I think Garen's good right now. It just awkward sometimes, like very awkward. Like for Garen, I think you need pumping up and a spat. And generally speaking, I feel like that's not too hard because you lose early and there's a 15% chance of spat on the first carousel, which is generally speaking, I would say pretty high. And it's the comp that can use spats the best. That's a great item. The more for the Demacia is still taking vertical Demacia is kind of dog shit. IMO. I don't like the idea of vertical Demacia. Because the carry for Demacia is actually Kale. But for you to have a 3-star Kale and also go 9 for Demacia seems so stupid. Forcing spatula portal? I mean, yeah, but you never get that portal. Also, that portal is worse than Hearthstone for this comp. Way worse.
So slim, we slim.
Let's start the show.
Boys try to rush 8 to comments if you have strong elite, so of course there's skill expression there. I mean, look, I feel like if you don't think there's always skill expression in this game, but sometimes it's not the skill expression you like. Like, it's like how to save the most gold for a reroll comp, or how to go 9 efficiently, which I'm telling you, most people fucking blow at. It's a 5-item opener. Shit. These are so. Are these bad? Prismatic? It's fine. I don't think every patch has been level 9. In fact, I would argue that this is the only patch that's been level 9. Because before this patch, Ari wasn't buffed. And every other patch, and the patch before this was that the recosts were too good. And reroll was too good. So I don't know, man. I feel like when people, it's weird because like I don't really follow complaints about this game. Or I don't really take them very seriously. Because I feel like it's very short term. I don't know if this is the best thing for me to do. I need to reroll one of these. I think it's always tier. Tier in this comp always feels fucking bad. What I could do is I could slam an item like this and then reroll this, which is also okay. And then try to reroll this item into something good. But I feel like that's really scary because the good items I can get are kind of strange. You recommend reroll Garen? No. I just think it's fun. I don't know if it's good. Yeah, I would say this is one of the most balanced patches of the set. Probably there's like 1 or 2 reroll comps that are good. And yeah, but like that's like I think there should be quite a good amount of reroll and like good comps in between. So it's probably missing a couple of reroll comps. Maybe 5 costs are a little too good right now. Like probably 1-star Ari is a little too good. But Calista is currently, I mean, she's only playable if you get like Rageblade Callista 2-1, and you get the augment that gives you AP damage on kill, or if you get this item. Hold up a sec. This item, the Trickster's Glass. I think she's really good. She's good in those scenarios. But aside from that, I would say she's relatively like your mid game carry and useless later kind of deal, if that makes sense. She's really good early mid, but she tends to fall off without having like the best stuff for her. Green carry is insane. Insane is an interesting. Oh shit. Oh. I wouldn't use the word insane. In fact, I don't know if I would even use the word good. 6 shot, I was so unkillable. Yeah, sure. Did not welcome back for 45 months. Thanks for subbing. I saw you at Herbs at 4 a.m. Oh, I'm actually playing again. Yeah, I was playing really, really late into the night. But like, I griefed all of my teams on ranked. Cause I'm playing like 3 F tier characters, and I think everyone hates me. But I mean, yeah. Like the reason why 6. Okay, I would say Gwen is what are the 4 cost carries in this game? Aphelios, Zeri, Gwen, Lux, Azir. Better than Azir. Worse than Lux in flexibility. So she's the second worst 4 cost in the game. I would not say that's pretty good. In fact, I would say that's pretty shit. The best part about Gwen is she's unpopular, so you can 2-star her easily. And then her strength is pretty decent for stage 4 or 5. Kind of flexible? Yeah, kind of. No reason for him to try to sack. If it's against me, alright, I lose tenure. Nasus is the strongest 4 cost. I mean, it's definitely Zeri. I would argue that Sedge is better and more flexible than Nasus. For sure. I would say Nasus is pretty weak. Probably the weakest 4 cost frontliner. He's okay to put in all your comps, I guess, but I don't necessarily know in strength in terms of flexibility, because Shurima's weak Azir's weak right now, so by proxy, Nasus is weak. He isn't a bad unit though, if that makes sense. It's just, yeah, by proxy it gets kind of weird.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Can I say one of the best? Oh no, she's like bottom 2 as well. How do you win with multicasters? They nerf multicasters, man. It's pretty hard. You probably just have to get multicaster +1 through augments is the way you win. Or you get the ability thing. Oh my god.
Next breath, my fear last.
I don't want to wait for level up here.
Watch this.
Holy fuck. Okay, this is eaten. Both the tiers are fucking dead. I guess I can build Hodge with the tier. How do I not have the items for my units? With fucking 7 items. Okay, it's fine. I'm pretty sure it just means that oh yeah, I think Virulent is really good. Better than acceptable, I would say, for Zeri. But Zeri Robo-Arm is obviously insane. Dude. Oh, wait. I almost want to just Radiant this. Oh. There's no way I get none of the good ones. This one's good for tank, but that's it. It's like, you're kidding me, man. I'm just gonna fucking reforge you, man. I don't even know which one I got. I can't reforge it because I don't know which one I got. Oh, I got this. Nice. I'm gonna roll at 3-5 this game because I'm getting absolutely fucking dicked. Let's get.
Noxus will rise.
Reporting in.
It's actually not that terrible. Oh, it's pretty fucking bad. What the fuck am I saying? It's so fucking bad. No, I couldn't have even made font here. Oh, he took the only bow. Okay. Damn, I really should just make Zeke's here and pray to fucking God I hit another BF. Chrome, welcome for 7 months. Thanks for subbing.
Victory awaits.
Don't worry, guys. I got this game. That is so funny.
Years ago.
Noxus.
This is a test. This is a test. No. I know. Stay loyal. Stay loyal.
Taste your blood.
Okay, oh, I was supposed to get the Mossy in this round, but that's really hard, so it's fine. So Ari, she's a bitch.
If I don't kill you, Saw
should have said this a lot before. I mean, this stuff is going on Nasus, so I feel kind of weird about. Why am I playing against triple Heimer here? What the hell? Oh, don't worry. No. Fucking 4 life, that's all I need. Trust me. All I do is I hit, hit 6 Juggernaut here. Garen 3, 6 Juggernauts. Yeah, don't worry. Easy peasy. First build, I would never play it anyways.
Witness true strength. Noxus will rise.
I'm actually a fucking dumbass. Why did I even do this, man? It's fine.
Defy Noxus and taste your own blood. Sword will fight back.
I think it's fine. We sell these. Okay, I kind of need to hit Garen 3, but I feel like dude, it's so scary because I won the only one I find, I think, one more Garen. You know, you only did that because the win, whatchamacallit? Oh, I do not want this. I need Aatrox.
Noxus will rise. Victory awaits. Battle, yes.
Damn, I didn't hit Nasus too. That fucking blows, man. I learned, by the way, that Aatrox is the best unit in the game. Playing this comp. You put 3 Zeeks on him, and he does more than Garen 3 is at 2-star. It is actually freakishly crazy how good that unit is. Like, I mean, honestly, like, he has better BIS, but all you need is 3 Zeeks because he converts attack speed. And he is legit fucking god mode. It's crazy, actually. It sucks because, like, I really need the Rage Blade. Do you want Nasus to soak up all the aggro? Yeah, I do. He's on the fucking outside edge. So when I play against people who are stacking on the left side, he'll get threat. Unfortunately, I'm playing against people who are stacking on the right side. Maybe I should probably scout to see who's stacking on which side, but I kind of didn't. So unfortunately, he is not taking the aggro. I'm dead, right? Oh no. No, 1 round away. Oh, I'm so sad. Dude, my items are I can't believe I got grief by Prismatic again, man. I'm never picking that Radiant item thing again. Especially with, it's good if you're playing Flex, but I can only use 3 Radiant items there. Or 4. It's okay. Orange Puppy 1 by 5 months. I'm gonna play some ads. Remember Garen? Oh no, I think it's always Garen. I'm not even kidding. But not always Garen, but I think it's very good. It's just I keep getting screwed. I swear to God. Because if your lobby goes to Prismatic, the average strength in your lobby gets so high. If it stays gold or gold silver, then what happens is stage 4 is pretty straightforward. You can actually stay level 7 stage 4. And as long as you have 3 item Garen, you don't need to have more than 2-star Garen. And you'll do very well. Like, you won't bleed at all, pretty much. Rain Guardbreaker was a play? Hell no. You said nothing? Because I'm playing a reroll comp where I want to play BIS items. Like, I don't care if I go 8th. Let me reiterate. I don't care if I go 8th or 7th. The difference is very negligible to me. I'd much rather hold off for the chance of me hitting better items than doing that. What is this? Maybe this is actually okay. Go TF Pandora's. TF Pandora's is a bait. It's super bad. Gold TF is terrible. Only the prismatic and the silver ones are good. So your average game is going to be a wasted augment. Because the power level is just trash. Because what you get the same value for silver as gold. Oh, this one's terrible. It's whatever. And pumping up just gives you more value than... It is equivalent value of 2 Zeeks. Like, I'm assuming you're taking Pandora's to get Zeeks, right? But realistically, you'll probably hit your Garen items because he only needs 2 items every game. Like, the last 2 games, I've played this comp a lot. I just got really unlucky. Last 2 games are so fucking unlucky. But, like, generally speaking, that's not what happens. Like, what happens is, like, you'll always hit your Garen items, and then the rest of your items are, like, eclectic bullshit. And you hope to God you have some stuff that makes sense. And the value of gold pumping up eventually is 2 Zeeks. So it's worth, it's like already outperforming Pandora's, and it gives it to your whole team. I would say TF in general is very meh. Pumping up Prismatic is incredible. It's one of the best augments in the game. Gold and Prismatic pumping up are insane. Silver is kind of shit. If it's silver, I don't want to play Garen usually. Pumping up Prismatic is like strong. At stage 5 is stronger than 2 Prismatic augments almost. It's like, yeah, pretty much.
One life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Let us.
Oh. I think
Every step, a new journey.
I was really looking at Cruel Pact. I think I like Wandering Trainer the best. Am I a griefer, man? I'm probably not a griefer. I don't need Zeeks this game, right? Because Prismatic pumping up equals to like 60% attack speed. It's like 4 Zeeks. So you sometimes you like kind of don't even need Rage Blade sometimes with this shit. Like, I would give it up for Radiant QSS if given the option on with this, but skip. Honestly, build different Garen might be interesting. Because Demacia is kind of shit, and then you can just play it without any Juggernauts. But honestly, I think Juggernauts kind of make it really good. So I would not recommend it. How much damage does this do, actually? Oh, kind of good. Yeah, Blade for BF Sword. Oh, I'm not worried about it. I think given this, because it's prismatic, the thing about pumping up is you don't really want to bleed. Like, it's not necessary. And I would say it's not optimal to bleed. Because Garen, usually you can get away. Like, it's just because the BIS in this comp is really easy. Like, the BIS is 4 components. You're going to kind of have to pray that you get it at some point, like here. Like, the option was not to slam anything, which was fucking bad. To hold off for Zeeks, but then you need 2 BFs, so that's pretty stupid. Wait, I just realized this guy's a fucking Nasus. What the hell? Okay. And then I decided to hold 1 component for the BF, and I'm good to go. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Oh, I kind of just want to sell here. Shit, is it worth it? I'm kind of down. Is it Jin for Yasuo? Oh, I'm playing Garen. I'm like 99% sure. Well, okay, realistically, with pumping up, you should be flexing between Zeri, Aphelios, and Garen. Also, if you don't, you can also flex against AP, and you take the third one, which is really good for AP. The one that you move faster, you generate more mana. That one's super sick if you're playing AP. Rocket was a bit more comparable to strength than Karma. I mean, that'd be broken. Karma's broken. Soraka, in my opinion, is one of the best two costs in the game. So it's hard to. It's just that her synergies aren't good, so she's not playing on more boards. But like Soraka 2, stage 2 is like super giga hard carries, you know? There is no way. Wow. That sucks. Playing the Kalista carry? No.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Watch this.
I think I need more damage in front line here, right? So Vlad, generically good. Actually, think the underrated one is the one that gives you life and guarantees tiny titans. That one is actually really good, and I don't know why people don't play it more. The one that heals you in stage that for 2 life, as well as the one that gives you what the fuck is it? Like Tiny Titans, so fucking good. Also, the prismatic for that one, Tiniest Titan, so fucking good. Like, I think that legend is seriously underplayed. Like, super giga underplayed. And I don't really know why.
Noxus will rise.
This is for beginners? I mean, just saying, like, so good. Favorite barbecue place in Texas? No idea. Haven't been to Texas in a long time. Like, the way I see it also is my favorite barbecue place is like the one I really enjoyed when I was younger, but it's probably not the best. Because my palate has increased over the years, right? Is how it works. So like, on average, I eat way better food the older I get. Oh, you don't level here, even though it's better to find Garen odds, mainly because you don't want to lose your streak. If there's any chance of you losing it. Yeah, like, I've been to Franklin's, and I thought it was pretty good, but like, I don't know I wouldn't know what the best barbecue is. I wouldn't even trust myself to say it. You probably changes, doesn't it get better? I mean, mine has gotten better because I've eaten better food, but it can get worse technically depending on what you eat. Also, your preferences just change over the years, you know? Like, I wasn't super big into kimchi until, I would say in the last, like, recently. I've just eaten a lot of Korean food, and honestly, Korean food has slowly turned into, like, one of my favorite Asian types of food. Like, it is super high up there. Disgustingly high up there, even. Yeah, I also didn't really like pork. Like pork belly, but then I went to this K barbecue place and the pork belly was fucking unreal. I went to it yesterday, and the more barbecue places I go to with pork belly, the more I'm like, damn, pork belly is kind of fire. Yeah, I think Korean food just has, it's like you'll never have a flavorless dish in like Korean food. They give you banchan to make it impossible. Because if it lacks flavor, you fucking throw that flavor on, you know? It's just like, that's just how it works. On top of that, they seem to have mastered, yeah, I don't know, like kimchi's awesome. All their soups are awesome. I think if you don't like soup, you just haven't really. Oh shit! This is kind of bad, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it.
Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
It's prismatic. I probably need to level here. It should be fine. I'm lose 10 gold to be able to hit. I probably should put the Warmogs here. It's fine. Interesting Garen Force. Oh, it's gonna be like, kind of ugly. I agree. But I can't do anything about it, you know, except for not play Garen. But that doesn't feel right. Who would I be if I was pivoted here? I don't want my children growing up knowing that I was a pivoter. That'd be fucking cringe. When they talk about me in the history books, they're gonna know that I didn't pivot. When you play with these items, oh wait, no, it's so easy. You slam Gargoyle, and you're good to go. Like, you can pivot to anything. you pivot here, you take bow, you play Zeri. Guaranteed, I would be able to. I think I would guarantee be able to top 4 from this position. My early game is sick with these 3 upgrades. No, it'd be really good. I play Last Whisper. Yeah, set 2 is great. So Scarra is better than Soju, non pivot. Dude, Soju is such a freak, dude. I saw Robin's tweet about his match history. Did you guys see how many games he played the other day? Like, don't get me, this guy regularly streams like 20 hours. He's got this fucking monster. But like, oh my god. He had one that looked crazy. Wow, I actually won around. Holy moly. This was his stream the other day. I've never seen this many numbers before in my life. Like, what the fuck? He's playing a different game. Usually I'm done like here. And he has played so many games. Oh wait, this one's edited? Wait, is it really? That'd be fucking crazy. I actually, now that I think about it, it has to be edited, right? Because he has, that would mean he played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, yeah, then he would have to have played like 80 games. There's a little too many. But I think it's edited up to here, right? Here? It's still a lot of games. I think it's here, right? This is where it breaks. Here. It's like here. I've seen the list go to here before. This is also another one of those weird games where I'm playing Garen and by stage 4, I didn't hit. I think, by the way, what you should do with pumping up is you should just always check to see if you get Robo Arm. Because if you get Robo Arm, you can just play Zeri, right?
Watch this.
He played 40 games that day? Ah. You think that's keyboard? Yep. Never gonna have a second. Oh, that's not true. I might have a second keyboard at some point. But I kind of hit like my keyboard peak like a little early. Like I peaked in middle school when they came to keyboards, man. Like, I don't know if I can get a better one. And I don't really want to. Like it's not really about better or worse, you know. It's more like desire, I guess. Honestly, yeah, it's 3-6, I'm above 50 HP. I'm practically going first this game for sure, you know? Oh my god, they gave me a BT.
Victory awaits.
I must hurry if I am to win.
We won.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
Usually you can slam Shroud or this here. I'm waiting around because I Actually, I should wait till 4-3. If I need Juggernaut spat in this comp like super desperately. Also, I hit the nuts. Hitting as soon as I hit the Aatrox here, I already know what I'm playing. That Aatrox is like nail in the coffin type. That unit is so good. This is OP if you're playing casters, like invokers, multicasters, Sorks. This is amazing. Do not sleep on this. Even if you don't go like the for AD, it's not that great. So I'll probably just reroll this garbage. Oh, I'm down for more attack speed. Wow, I fucking hit.
Is not of this time.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
And it, comp the value of the move speed, it's actually a little okay. But the thing about Garen is he's not moving very far, like, anyways, if that makes sense. You're just not gonna get what you want. Yeah. Real talk, the value of this is pretty bad. Like, because you already get, like, so much from this, right? That having more attack speed in the comp is kind of like, not super great. But that's okay. Oh, if you don't get spat, you have to go 8. Because it allows you to play Demacia plus this. Assuming the lobby isn't disgusting, what you usually can do and should do is hit Garen 2 here with a good board, something like this. And you'll bleed out about 20 life here to make it to... wow, I got QSS and I played against a fucking Eternal Winter player. I'm fucking lucky as hell. And then you go 8 F 5-1. Why am I playing against only Garens? What the hell? This Sam Hodge? Oh, it's okay. Oh my fucking god. I may not even have to go 8 here. Oh, shit. Alright, this game's over. Like, this game's so fucking over, man. I can just stay... this allows you to stay 7, rolling for Garen 3, and then go up. Usually, instead of doing this, I prefer to slam TG onto Aatrox, because you typically can't use it otherwise. But... I mean, I could slam it now, though. I think right now I just breathe. I'm not in any particular reason. The only thing is going to 8, like, Aatrox 2 is a humongous win con for this, too. Are you watching this unit, by the way? Like, literally, look at what he did this fight. He soloed the fucking Zeri. Oh, GP, what's up? Looks like we're so nah. I like the attack speed too much in this comp.
Noxus will rise.
Victory awaits.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I first this game. Usually, if I'm ever in this position, it's like a top 2 guaranteed. I play against disgusting boards. I have beaten like full RE2, Belvet 2, Heimer 2 boards with Garen before. Making some kebabs. Ooh, delicious. I had that one place, Zankyo Chicken today. That place's garlic sauce is so addictive. What the fuck, man? Thanks for the heat. Oh yeah, the heat is. Wait, do I have AC? Okay, I don't know if I have AC or I ate a popsicle. Oh, I don't have AC. Never mind. I just ate a popsicle. Oh my god, I got Heimer. Oh, I kind of want to go 8. What do you mean by this? My hands are cold and my cheeks are cold, but I wasn't sure if I had a. You know what I mean? Definitely do not. All right, guys. The fuck? I might not even need Heimer. I don't really want to go Darius 3 here. I need to put this over. So I don't have any Zeeks this game, right? None. Absolutely zero. But what I do have is 60% attack speed. So I have the equivalent of 4 Zeeks next to my Garen. Look at the Aatrox. Aatrox won, by the way. Aatrox scales with attack speed so well because he has this one line that reads, converts 80% of bonus damage to attack speed. That is actually, that line is crazy. And until you run a comp where you run Zeeks or Puppy Up, you're not going to really understand how much this unit fucking slaps. Because he slaps a lot. He slaps quite hard. Oh wait, did I say it the wrong way? Oh, I'm so bad. Slate the Bullets, welcome back for 48 months. H1 Key, welcome back for 15. We watch DSG when they go to game 5. Is it soon? Like, okay, don't ignore the spinner. Look at this guy, right? This fight, okay? Watch. I guess it's hard to tell the damage. He did 500 right there. Another 500. Aatrox won, by the way. Oh yeah, as soon as I hit Aatrox, I already knew this game was secured. I got this game in the fucking bag. Like, you're gonna look. Oh, wait, what is this one? Oh, this one is completely irrelevant for me. You're gonna look at these compositions at the very top end, and you're gonna be like, damn, how on earth are you gonna beat? And you're gonna say the word X. Also, oh no. Oh, he hooked him out. That's awesome. Wait, Darius saved my life here. Or someone saved my... Oh, it's this guy. Saved my life here. Alright, this guy's a little strong. Give me a little bit. Give me a little bit. Also, that's why I think if you're going for first, you kind of need to play for Aatrox too. Wow, I didn't think I'd lose this to that guy. Nah, fuck Garen. Well, we'll hit Garen for sure. Like, I'm not worried. I need to start rolling because these guys are 70 life. Probably not winning without Garen 3 here. I'm hitting Garen, right?
Just looking for a road home.
This is really awkward. Oh, this is really bad.
For great science.
Victory awaits. Show them the strength of democracy.
Look how much I'm pumped. I'm pumped. 52%. Plus, I'm at 67% attack speed. Plus 15% more. I think Heimer 1 and Heimer 2 don't make a diff here. Kalista with trouble, yeah, she's a little bit of a problem. Damn, this is guys 8 challenger, Kalista 3. That is problematic for sure. Just kidding. I think I have to sell, right? I'm not going to be able to make it in time. Otherwise, I sell for an extra gold here. Did I hit 30 for sure next round? Yeah. Attack speed, baby. I hit 40 as well.
Reporting in.
Oh no. Wait. Yes! Oh, I was so scared there, actually. Oh my god. Wait, I was lost because I got Cassante. Realistically, would I even have lost? Wait, this Aatrox is slamming.
The glory of Demacia will never fade.
Three more damage guarantee. Okay, guarantee didn't even get to play the game that fight, man. Give him an honest fight. Oh, he's punching this out. Oh, that is not good for me. Oh, he chose the other target. Thank God. Wow. Holy moly. I killed him. Ah, sorry. I'm so pumped. 62, 77, 90. HRs count for the mini legend damage if he's inside? Yes. If you're curious, my cap is Senna with these items, because Senna can hit the whole board with Last Whisperer. No carousel. Oh. I mean, realistically, it's more like... Sona 3, waste of gold. The attack speed doesn't increase. You're not getting multicasters in this comp most of the time. This unit's fucking trash. No offense, Timo. I do anything to Garen? I mean, he crits, but you generally don't need to crit in this comp. Look at the cap Velvet board. We'll see. It is one of those things where it's very hard for Ari to kill you because the single target damage isn't there a lot of times. That's the one weakness of Ari, and that's why characters like Garen and Rek'Sai could do well in specific situations. The problem is sometimes Ari's run with stuff like Lux, where I just straight killed him. Oh. Remember this Edge, went back for 5 months. I wish I understood this game enough to play it. You can play it, man. Trust me, when you first start, everyone's stupid. It's just that like, the people who play this game a lot have a lot of years of knowledge. But like, trust me, like it's not like an insanely hard game. You will figure stuff out faster than you expect. I don't even want Shrinko this game.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls? Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
What? Why does a Sona 1 take off the item from a Garen 3? What? Oh my god, man. Still, I giga grief this game. Might be dead here. I don't think it does 28. Fucking stupid though. Oh, it's okay. Cool.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
What the fuck, well, that's not good. It's in front of the Callista. That should be fine. Yeah, this seems like a more realistic thing of what usually would happen in this situation. Chuck Chi, welcome back for 4 months. That was so stupid. I lost my fucking item. It's okay. Yeah, that's why I think pumping up with Garen is pretty good. I think pumping up like 3 in general is just stupidly good. It's worth like a lot of times you feel like you don't have the combat augments to beat people if they take combat augments and you don't. But realistically, it's like it's worth like almost 2 combat augments. If you can get to stage 6, it's definitely worth a ridiculous amount. Kinso, one month for 31 months. Thanks for subbing. I'm gonna play some ads. You can run Triss Kale? I think you can run Triss. I don't know about Kale. I don't like Kale anymore. It looks very ugly. Diamond for the first time. Congrats. Hubby at 3 and Garrett 3 both getting buff next patch. Oh shit, dude. I'm actually gonna fucking own people. Aatrox is that cracked even that once they're using that cracked, you use that trait on that 70% of the time. He is that cracked. He's essentially the equivalent of Belvex from last patch. When Belvex got nerfed and Aatrox got buffed a lot. I may contest it. Wait, you might be right.
No getting through me.
Okay, so good. You just need perfect items that get Jugspot for first. Okay, perfect items is guaranteed every game. Let's be honest. So if the only problem is a Jugspot, I feel like the reason the comp is okay is because this set, spats fucking suck. Oh, unless for the comps where Ionia's, or the metas where Ionia is really good, are the only times when people go for spats. For the most part, spats are unreliable and unused. Not spats. I mean, I know there's good spats, sure, but they're relative to other sets. This set has some of the worst spats, generically. Like obviously, Stork spat is good, Noxus spat is good, whatever. But you know, Slayer spat's god awful, fucking terrible ass spat. mainly because they nerfed Slayer, and it's not good to splash. Essentially, giving a Slayer splat to someone that means you give 2 people mini Omnivamp, and that's it. With the damage being relatively it's not very good.
I have but one life to give for Ionia.
Let us.
Pump me up, baby. Oh. I really don't like pump it up. Silver pump is pretty bad. But like the alternatives are really bad. So it's like I'd probably just take it. I'd probably just take it. Kind of ugly, but it is what it is.
Keep your enemies close.
And me closer.
VTuber Jugs is good, yeah, but look at my board state. Instead of lose streaking, it's more likely that I'm gonna win. With Renekton 2 plus Rek'Sai, there's a good chance that like I'm not gonna full open this game, right? Like, even if I lose, it's really not gonna be by that much. I feel like transfusion here is just a waste. Oh, holy fuck! I won. That is that's fucking funny. Yeah, transfusion 1's the worst one of the transfusions. Kind of similar to pumping up.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Wow, it's rough here because you really want to go and make. You kind of want to make 20 here, but it's not worth it. What if I double level here? 8. Can I make econ plus double level? Anything with pumping up is there? All the hearts are OP at silver, pretty much. So I was rolling for one of them. I was rolling for blood money. I was rolling for army builder. I was rolling for branching out. Any of the hearts are good. Yeah. Oh, this guy actually is E as well. What the heck? 8% attack speed. Why is that true? No lies detected. Who do you think the best legend is? It depends on your playstyle. Most people are playing Ornn Aesol right now. I prefer Yi and that one Pengu, but that's because I think they're good.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Oh, Kate's pretty good too. If you're curious, I think actually slamming this right here. I'm not playing Garen. Just straight up, there's no Garen will be played today. I'm looking to play Rek'Sai reroll actually. But it's kind of awkward. Because I don't actually know how to play the backline. The backline for Rek'Sai reroll is usually Aphelios, and it's kind of ugly. Oh, Azir's shit. It's more than likely I should just slam Shojin here and just play Flex until... Am I really playing Ahri with pumping up? I guess pumping up silver means nothing. Like, I could literally play whatever the fuck I want. What I could do is I could just play Zeri from this position. And it wouldn't be terrible.
I'll take care of everything.
Oh, shit. Problem is I know that person who just took that is playing Oh, he's playing Triss reroll with this. Interesting. Interesting. Someone said Triss. KO, and I was like, yeah, I think Triss is good with it, but this guy's Is Zeri garbage? Zeri's like one of the best comps in the game. Oh, I'm fucked. Wait. All right, full pause. What if I pivot this into Garen? Karma carry? If it was Karma carry, I should have slammed Shojin here. And to be honest, I should have slammed Shojin just because I was playing Flex. But I don't really want to play... It really sucks because I really shouldn't be playing Zero without looking at the augments. Tier 2? No way, man. I've been last to play Zeri. It's more like the Zon buffs that allow you to play Zeri. Oh no, man. Are you fucking kidding me? This Kemod, Robo, and... Not this. This is random. Oh, Virulent? I actually don't think that's the best. Oh, I mean, those are the best for Zeri. But, like, I like getting... Oh, this guy already has... What does he have? Shimmer Injector? That's fine. I gave the Omnivamp AD. That one's pretty nice. Oh, shit. Oh.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Warrior 3 carry game with 6 Zonies and exoskeleton. Oh, interesting. I think the Shimmer one's super good for him there. You might make in PoE. I like the. I've always liked Javazon in D2. I really like the Huntress, I think is what it's called. Big fan. Are you double troll Talia? You already know.
The world is frayed and in need of mending.
Okay. Yeah, thank God I'm not playing to this Zeri, all the Zeri players. I want this. Tiers in this comp are super sick. But I pretty much have all the tiers I want here. I'm going to slowly change my board into the board you guys know and love. The awesome Talia reroll board. Where all you do is you throw rocks at people and it's fucking cool and sick.
Reporting in. Armed and ready.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came.
This world
I didn't get
is
this any
frayed
time.
and
Fuck,
in need
that's
of
right.
mending.
Pretty sure I win this. Or, yeah, I win this with another Talia. It's probably good I don't put the other Talia in here. I have to make myself weaker for one round, right? I don't really want to win this round. I'm a little worried about this. I should be okay. I don't think I'll win with this. Fingers crossed. Oh. I really need a spark onto this unit. It's probably the most important item in the comp. Wait, that's such a good loss. Oh my god. Great. So we 5-lost this. Super good. I have all the econ I want to roll for Talia 3, this 3, Swain. Hope for 2 healthy here. And if I get 2 healthy, I win the game. Or if not win, I'm just like, it's guaranteed top 2. But sometimes you can get high rollers that are ridiculous.
I will forge it.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Sumero's hit? I mean, oh. It's kind of a weird comp where you kind of want to hit both of these. The Talia is more important than the other unit.
Look out! There's a new boss around here. Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I don't give you sword.
Here I come! This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Do this. Let's go Spark next. Nasai are kind of expensive to hold here. Fuck, it's the wrong one.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Okay. Or chill it. The third augment is mainly good because it gives you 2 multicasters. So if you get the really lucky RNG of hitting a Talia, it helps you not have to roll more. I think it might not even be that good compared to some of the other ones. Wow, I killed this turret before it casted. Holy shit.
Live on without you.
Say hard? Yeah, he owns. I might just put Nasus and no Swain. I mean, my board is going to be... it's going to be Swain and then 2 Nasuses, right? And then that's my level 8. And then I play for Nasus 3 as my win con. Because going 9 really doesn't do much for this comp. Okay. Talia owns. The fact that you get another copy means you can throw another rock. It means that when stuff like this happens, where you slam someone, instantly they throw 2 rocks and then the fight's over. It is a super broken reroll comp. You play for double Scion? Okay, yeah, you play for... I think Scion's better than Cassante, but yeah. But realistically, I don't think it's very realistic to get those. Does this knock up this Aatrox unit on the cast? It's so early. Oh yeah, I'm going A for sure. Spark is like the only item you actually need. Generally speaking, I like Shiv over Spark, but for this particular comp, before you can even auto 3 times, the very first, your set will have grab people, your Talia would have ultied, and you will have...
Shurima is where all paths converge.
I mean, I could do this. I guess I can't. It's actually not bad. Just never play Swain then. Well, my front line's probably fine. Because at 8 I play this. That's actually fine. Play 2 Teemos? Nah, you never play 2 Teemos. This guy has a fucking Zanya. I didn't know this guy had a thing, so I didn't scout him. You only put in 2 Teemos if you get too healthy. If you get too healthy, the board is so easy. It's just two Swains, 2 Teemos, a Warwick. That's it. And your comp has 9 trillion HP. You're playing fucking the best board in the game for that comp, for that augment. Is disgusting. Sign for level 8, you're not even playing Scion, you're just playing 2 Nastuses. No way you play Scion with double trouble here. You put it in front for a shield. I mean, sure, it doesn't really matter. Maybe 1,000 damage, not terrible. 2 healthy is going to be unique soon? What does that mean? Oh, it won't give you the buff twice. Interesting. Wait, that means most comps can't... Oh, interesting. Most comps only play that if they're cheesing. Like, the 3 healthy... I don't know what it's really called. I just call it that. You can play with, like, multicasters, I guess. And that's it. How do I even do this? Like this. I think I just go 9. At 9, I give up Shurima and Strategist. I don't need the extra AP, right? Because I just one-shot their boards, man. Because I already have enough AP. This thing gives me 60 AP, right? So I don't really need more. I have a lot. And so I am going to trade this off for Scions, probably. Oh, Nasus. I mean, I'll definitely keep at least 1. But I'm pretty sure I'm selling this and building either 2 Scions, 2 Aatroxes. That's how I see it. Sai Cassante, you don't need that Cassante. I think that unit sucks, actually. Guys, 2 Storks. Eight Sork, 3 Sork augments. Oh, wow. That's unfortunate. I don't think you're reaching 6 casts for the AP. I mean, I am. Well, like, not... Obviously, the reason I said it wasn't good is because you want to have a lot of your damage up front, right? But you don't get to do that because... it takes time to cast. But you only have to cast 3 times. You're definitely casting 3 times. It works on double casts. Or else this would fucking... You're not casting 6 times a fight. It's kind of worth playing without double trouble. I've only seen it once. Without double trouble. Probably only with 2 healthy. I will fail. Welcome back for 27 months. I'm up 120 LPB in 2020 Garen now. I actually think it's crazy. Wait, doesn't work with multicast? Oh, wait, why not? How would you ever start it without it? Oh, that is so bad. Okay, maybe you're right then. That shit is awful. Wait, it's like, that's the reason why it's, oh, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything. They already know it's wrong. Fuck it. I need to get the Zephyr away from people, man. You guys fucking double Zephyring me at the front line? That's fucking crazy. Alright, fuck it. You know what's really bad about this? If I make this, my front line gets weaker. Oh wait, is DSG in game 5? Oh shit. Zephyring this is the worst thing to Zephyr. Because you can still cast stones while Zephyred. Also, the game bugged out. But sure, whatever. Still might die here. Nope. So this squares as DT is first every time. It's not first unless you get too healthy. You can, like, I've lost to high roll shit before. But don't get me wrong, it's very good. For Juggernaut? Nope. Double Sonic clears board. It's not as good as you think. There's an internal cooldown to rock throws, I think. It's like, it's really small, but there is one. Or else you would literally just rock throw the whole fucking board. Wow, that was really close. You're showing the Garen ways? No problem. Should I karma beat that? Yeah. I think honestly, what I could do here is just roll for Nasus 3. But well, that's probably a grief. Hold on, what is this? It's a random thing. Did I work properly? You want that? Yeah, well, it doesn't, so this augment is shit. I'm lucky.
For great science.
Right side by side, they're dating. Yeah, but I also have Nasus 3. What the fuck? I don't. The one question is, I don't think Senna gets any value in this comp, right? My thing missed, right? Does Senna get value here? I feel like the board isn't really meant for Senna. fuck?
Any volunteers to charge
Oh, you were
blindly into a storm of souls?
Sure, man. What the fuck? Sure. Oh, he caught me. Oh my god. I'm wondering if this is a bait. I think it kind of is. I don't really like this.
You should have left home years ago.
Wow, I need to get Nasus 3 here to win. I might have to. I'm probably just gonna sell everything. Grief, you fucking griefer.
For great science.
I am Gangan. Your gods fear me.
Crazy. Well, I'm second. I'm top 2, which is where I expected to be. But
Shurima is not of this time.
shit.
I am Gangan. Your gods fear me.
I lose to that guy without Nasus 3. I only beat him because I fucking had Ghost Board. But this guy is like so fucking capped. Yeah, my way to 9 did not give me much here. It's alright. Should Scion 2 win that? Well, I know you're wrong, because 2 Scion 1s are better than a Scion 2 there. All right. I mean, second is good. Remember that's an 8? No, that's too hindsight. 100% you always get 9 there. No way anyone ever stays 8. If there's more people alive, maybe, but there's 4 people. I mean, I have 89 gold to roll with 4 people alive. I'm not hitting Nasus 3 there. It just, in hindsight, looks really good, but it's really bad, I think. If I got the blue buff, I might have been able to win that game. Because blue buff on mini Talia helps a lot. Best part of TD, have all the chat with you? Yeah, and they're always wrong. It's just a fight between me and my chat. I'll fucking beat them up. Like, bow. Ba, ba, ba. Rachel Roth, what about for 37 months? Thanks for your subbing. ZXDD, thanks for the sub. And I will feel what about for 27 months. Well, that's the last DSG game. I'm down. What the fuck is the official channel called? NA Champions? NA Challengers? LCS Challengers. Hell yeah. I think this is the right one.
It's absolutely fantastic. But hey, he'll always set you off on a plane. You know he's honest.
I did episode of Bot with him, and the amount of just nonchalant flame he would throw out was just hilarious. But he would also like flame himself at the same time because it's gonna be an interesting episode.
Let me go play some ads. I'm gonna go Pete.
Personally, that red flag's a green flag for me, so I'm in. Yeah. I got 2 green flags here.
I agree as well, actually. To be honest, is important.
Okay,
True
I don't know. I don't know over here. I don't know over here, guys.
True friends will roast you, all right? We'll be honest with you.
Truth. Okay. See, I believe in the honesty part too, and I'm not saying the red flag's enough like as a deal breaker. I still think that, you know, overall, like, all right, it's all good, but I'm just like, yo, sometimes you need a break from the roast. But okay, I'll do you. It's just the cubby being like, this red flag's a green flag for me. The green flags or the red flags.
I don't see red. They're all green.
Optimism. All right, that's what it's all about.
Yeah. All right. What about our next person here? We're talking about Philip here, the most supportive teammate you'll ever have. Maybe too supportive. Might need new headphones. We've heard a couple of the comm clips. You know the team gets loud. And you're kind of wondering where that's coming from. Not the only guilty party, but Philip is one of them.
I think the whole team might need new headphones. We also did Shoshi interviews, and he had like a double headset setup where he had like his audio coming through here, but he had to have like a microphone. I take. Those are both green flags. Man. Taking Cubby's advice from the last game. I don't see red flags in this one. I see positives.
I feel like, you know, it might be overbearing or clingy at times, but Philip's what we like to call a dopamine player, all right? I always root for the dopamine gamers. If they hype up the boys, that hypes me up. I'm in. So, Darkwings, your thoughts?
I mean, if you enjoy going to raves, then this would be a no-go, but yeah, I'd say I'm taking him in.
Let's go.
What did I just come back to? Something about people going to raves?
I think overall good. It's just that is a lot of money that's going to be going down the drain on the headphones. So, or hearing aids later down the line when you lose your hearing eventually. But you know.
Just took a dark turn.
No, look at the
Toes?
green
Oh, I don't know if he
flags,
wants to cast it separately, so I'm not gonna bother him.
Yeah. All right. Here, next up. This was Jay.
Night Ride 95, one month for 65
will
months.
answer the call of duty while on vacation. Always there. Always there. Also has no problems telling you to shut it. As the resident kind of daycare taker care over babysitter, I guess would be the easier word, of the team. Neither of these ones surprises me too much.
I am honestly, maybe there's a red flag there if it's any other team but Fear. I think with Fear, that
See, Deanna's, what am I for 25 months?
Because you need a voice in that
Okay,
chaos,
hold on. Let me.
it can't just be a hurricane.
Can I? I'm gonna take this time to
Kind
go
of,
back to the old games real quick.
What's
I need to watch what happened to get here.
I don't know.
So give me a sec. Give me a
All
sec.
of those physical damage carries,
Specifically
in our solo
they
lanes.
were the second set of games, so they're
Shochi.
here,
Around
right?
Really?
I like that.
I just want to see what the
Bot
comps.
side and also can
My phone. Sorry. Give me a sec. I just want to see what comps people are playing.
Is that DPSing mark? So
Aatrox. Okay. Oh,
definitely blinded. Just
Sivers
knowing
back in
what
meta.
fear,
That's
like,
gonna be
brings out.
fucking
Aphelios
boring.
was off the table, one of the better matchups.
Oh, they
Sivers, so
played
I think that was
Ziggs.
enough.
Holy
So young.
shit.
Oh,
I love
couldn't
AP
get in
bot
there with the
lanes.
steadfast. Shochi
They
basically
played
runs
Oxon
up the
mid.
damage
That's
as,
hype.
interesting
Okay.
presence towards mid.
And I
Both
know
jump-
they started
Able
O2,
to get
so they
involved
won with this
after
comp
that
with
TP.
Poppy jungle. Interesting. Okay.
Renekton.
Let me see the next one.
But
DSG, that split, that delay.
Dove has Fear Fuel on the back foot this game, and a lot of that is
I think
because
Fake got
Hazel
defaults Jax a lot.
plays with Tommy
I mean, he's
on
really good at it. I think he's one of the best carry tops or just top players in Challenger, so he can afford to take Jax a lot, just in general. They ran Sedge again with a Zir.
Comes up big with that one. I will just say though, Meech having 202 had the Kraken Slayer already, went and backed, and also buffed.
Interesting that they ended up playing. What the heck? They ended up playing Seraphine. This bot lane? That's so weak. They just give up both the early dragons for it? Yeah, they did. Okay, that makes sense. And they're looking to win like the third team fight or something. Is this the third? Yeah, they win the third team fight with scaling.
And that means Fear look forward. Meech gets sniped down by Shochi as well.
Interesting. Okay.
DSG sits at
Kind of exactly how I expected the game to go if they won.
So I think that invade from Perry.
DSG didn't win.
We could easily
okay, Jax again. Tomio just on tank junglers this series. Young's playing a lot of LeBlanc. I think I am Aphelios Braum. Holy shit, Braum is meta.
You could try and pressure the top side with Renekton, but
Braum is hype. Melee supports are hype.
It's Dragon time.
It's looking like it. We do get that reset out.
Toast is in the cord. Oh my god. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, a little bit.
Big reset.
Yo.
Resets out. We'll get pathing back.
Mr. Scarra.
Hello. I heard you guys brought it back.
We're bringing it back, but it have not been brought back just yet.
Oh, I was just checking the VOD. I'll see how you guys are doing. You guys are doing hot.
Once we started banning their best champion, it started being easier.
Wait, you guys banned Ziggs? Oh, you guys did ban Ziggs.
And it only took us 2 losses to figure that out.
Honestly, some teams never figure that out. So you guys are.
Yeah, I think we tried egoing them and said, nah, we can beat their Ziggs.
No, I think.
Oh no, but they banned our Maokai and our Aphelios and our Rumble.
Oh.
No, they figured us out.
Are you guys just gonna lock in Jax again?
No, Jack has not been working. They're on to us. The only thing that will make this salvageable if we go Zaya Rakan.
Oh. Wait, hold on. Give me a sec. Let me go ahead and get Toast Fugi on the board. Also, I need to change my stupid thing. Are you gonna do it? Yo, are you in their comms?
Nah.
I just really like Zazel on the Rakan. I think you find
Yeah.
so many
You know the inside deets. Oh, they actually picked Jack.
Jack. Alright, fine. Pick the LeBlanc. Get it over with.
Dude, yeah, Young
Fuck
plays
it,
a lot of
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc. No, I think he
Fuck
needs
it,
to
LeBlanc.
secure one bot laner that they want here, I think. Oh, wow, they're just picking the Zir. Okay. I say
And sorry, you're 1 second ahead. You gotta delay your reaction by 1 second.
1 second? Wow, I can't believe he picked that.
Sneaky picks they've been holding or working on.
3,
Wait.
4,
A
5,
Zir?
6.
We didn't win with a Zir. Ruh-roh.
Oh, okay. You took a skill matchup, Cassante.
Not the champion with 4,700 health.
That champion is so busted, man. Yeah, they double ban bot laners here, right? Oh, okay. And then I'm curious. They saved their fucking whole bot lane. Do you guys got something spicy prepared here for your bot lane? Is Meech Zazo gonna pull out something crazy? Ash Zyra, something just stupid?
Ruh-roh.
Oh, they banned. Oh, he's banning poke mid. They're banning poke mid laners to deal with.
Ban Zara?
I think he's because like Ziggs, the only counter to his Azir is poke. So I guess the other mid laner plays a lot of poke mids. If he plays Ziggs, he probably plays Zara. Oh, they banned part of the Zyra Khan. Yeah, Toast is really good at giving like I don't want to say react commentary. He's really good at
what champions do we have left? Igar. What are these? What are we cooking in the kitchen right now?
You guys banned out 3 mid laners, but Fear has this in their back pocket. I don't know what this is, but
that's a really big pick for him and really good in the Sejuani.
Oh no! Wow, they last pick mid laner. Okay.
Oh, naughty list. Oh,
wait,
Alistar.
Why would you last pick mid? You already know the comp. They threw their bot lane to they threw their bot lane to the wolves here. It's what? Triss Thresh?
Tristana?
Wow. Oh, Kai'Sa could be mid. Is it popular right now? Oh.
I've never seen Mitch on. Oh, Jinx.
Oh.
Fuck it. 39% win rate?
Dude, ignore the stats, dude. Your players are so good, they beat the stats. Kai'Sa mid is popular? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't get to see that game because I didn't get to it. Oh, then it's just Kai'Sa mid.
Rakan? What? No, we don't have Zaya. He's cheating on her.
Oh, God. I'm your biggest fan. Don't be, man. Don't ever meet your heroes.
Nope, not the option. Will be that Rakan, which has been so damn good for Zazel. That's an okay matchup in the Alistar now. Will it be Tristana for Shoji, or is Shoji going to take that Kai'Sa?
This is what they call an NTR.
I mean, they could take Trist and play that bot from a new
Yeah.
well with Alistar, but I expect this to be in the
Oh, who knows? Maybe Zaya's into it.
Wait, Triss has 70% win rate, and Jinx has 40% win rate. And we could have had the 70% win rate champion, but we picked the 40% one?
Your team likes. Don't worry about it. All they need to do is get out of lane correctly here.
When no one's on any of the comfort champions.
Zazel is a smurf on Rakan. He's been playing Rakan
That's
for
true.
years.
Zazel is just good on everyone.
Yeah, Zazel's a smurf on Rakan. So you got him. Tomio's been playing. Tomio fake on comfort, and Jinx is kind of like Aphelios, little sexier. I don't know. A draft gap.
Yeah,
I don't.
Let me consult ChatGPT.
Have you been doing that every game? Rakan is bad here.
And yeah, ask his chat.
I don't think it's bad.
GPT thinks this is a good comp.
The problem with this matchup is that DSG, unless the Kai'Sa poke is obscene, wins every neutral, right? So it's highly dependent on Poppy Alistar engage. And Rakan's fine into that. I know the Poppy W is a little scary, but Rakan, is not bad into it.
What I type here is Zaya. Wait, no. Is Rakan, Sejuani, Azir.
Resolution? I have no idea. I don't know anything on the patch. I'm just gonna see what happens.
And Jax, a good composition in League of Legends.
That reverse sweep, but I feel like that was a really nice adaptation, saying like, hey, you're gonna take away some of junglers that we like, they will
While the goodness of a composition can be subjective and highly depend on specific situation, let's break it down to see how these champions can work together. Both Rakan and Sejuani offer strong initiation. Rakan's grand entrance, followed by the quickness, can quickly charm multiple opponents. Sejuani, with her glacial prison and her ability to lock down targets, complements this engage.
This is what makes him
Rakan can
different.
peel for Jinx using his shield and knockup. Sejuani can also peel with her abilities, especially her permafrost stun. Jinx is a hyper carry ADC who can deal massive damage in the late game. Azir also scales well in the late game with his soldiers, dealing consistent DPS from a distance. Overall, the composition seems well-rounded with a mix of engage, peel, DPS, and split pushing.
Okay, well-rounded. That's the AI thinks we got it.
This is good. This is good. The other team is so nervous. They picked the red side. That's how frazzled they are. They're like, okay, we lost on blue side, so we're gonna go red side. These guys they're so confused.
I think your team has the 2-0 momentum, right? Momentum means a lot. It's like really scary to lose multiple games in a row after your head. Like,
expecting to win.
I mean,
oh. They're nervous. These are kids. They're children.
Wait, I like the sweeper
from
opener.
Cincinnati, Ohio. This is the first time they've seen technology. There's no way they have the mental capacity for this.
That's oh, that is he took rocket jump level 1. Is that not crazy? Don't you just take E and shove?
Has been an incredible duo. I thought Zazel was so damn good with Lost last.
I guess it's okay because if the W cooldown's down, like I guess you kind of win the trade? Question mark. I don't fucking play this matchup, dude. This is like such a weird meta because like Triss mid is generally not that popular. I mean, that was good for us.
He wants to make it back for a legacy in LCS, right? Like he wants to find a team that he can build up from the bottom and be that core piece to them. And I always think that's so important to think of, but also you think about the kind of path it's.
Think I grasp? Oh yeah. Okay, where can I put myself? Hold on. Let me go position myself into one of these corridors. Like this.
We don't want to know him.
My team sets me up to 1v9. Well, guess what? Jochi is on his most played champion in his career, a champion that I had
This.
call his best champion.
No. We're right here. We're here.
Finally gets access to it in this
Under Rakan. That's a little hard. I'd have to be too small to be under Rakan. Maybe this one. It's fine. It's wait. I'll cover.
So we have Jinx. That means we want to play for late game, right? We scale.
Yes.
Does Kaisa scale?
Yes.
Who scales more?
I think what happens is you just need to make sure the way you DSG loses is like they get poked out of the team fight or initiated on really badly. So like as long as the Kaisa isn't going crazy, the other team has no way to get in. Ooh.
Do you agree, Mr. Glue, with Scar's assessment?
I didn't really hear what he said besides the very end.
I said nothing, dude. Tell me how it's gonna go.
I mean, this game, we have really strong team fight front to back. They pick Kai'Sa Tristana. Usually when you pick Kai'Sa, you want to outrange and just poke with W. That's like why she's so OP. Tristana is like generally wants to like snowball, go side, and take turrets. So I think that Tristana generally also wants his team to go in and engage. So I think their Kai'Sa Tristana like with Poppy, like the Tristana Poppy Alistar is not that strong. Like I think they'll lose 3v3 to Azir. So yeah, I think this game is basically gonna go like pretty slow, and it's gonna come down to team fights. But we outrange them and have more damage in team fights. We have 3 carries. We have Jax as well. So yeah, this game is gonna be interesting. I feel like the one advantage is that like they don't really have good engage. They don't have great engage, and they also don't have that much more damage than know.
guys
So
earlier in the game because
I think
Tristana's
their
really
big
difficult to
advantage
deal
is
with, right?
like
Not to
trying to
mention
make
the power of the Kai'Sa. So
like pretty
I still think the
spicy
onus is gonna be on
flanks with
Antonio
like
and his guys to
Cassante
get
looking
the
to
lead
like
and get some
insect
damage
one of
done.
our carries. That would probably be their like best
See if they can do just that here.
win con.
As,
But
Perry actually going to be playing for that secondary scope.
it's gonna be
First one for the quick clears we were
it's gonna be
talking about.
nerve-wracking.
But I think another thing here is how
Oh,
quickly
okay. I like
Tenzin can
it.
get back onto the map. JJ is
Scarra, I don't
really
know
with
enough
big
about League
influences
to
once we
believe
hit,
what he
like,
says.
the
Do you,
6-7
do you agree
minute
with him?
Joshi actually worded out
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't know enough about. You know what? Dude, Grayson's got it.
Yeah, you gotta just trust.
Yeah,
Trust
you have
the
to trust the process, right?
Trust the process. We
Alright,
just
we
we
will-
learned to ban the 2 OP mages, and we can win now.
Alright, we win this, and you're invited to the next offline TV party. But if we lose,
Oh,
don't show up.
Oh,
okay.
oh God.
Got it.
Wait,
Got
wait.
it.
The next one's gonna
You'll
be a
never see me
banger.
again.
We just
You'll
thought
never
about the
see me
concept
again.
yesterday.
It's something to account into for all these players with a lot
Okay, I'm
of
gonna go back
the
to watching the
kind of
games.
stress
Thanks, guys.
that can come and
Good
the
luck.
player that
Good
can
luck.
come with such a long series, but also a stressful
Dude, our
player.
next party is gonna be
We talked a lot about
insane.
it earlier on in the series, but this would be a
Jody had a
first
really good
for
idea
half of
yesterday,
the members
so
in this 10
not gonna spoil it, but
be able to
it'll
go
be
to
an
the
enjoyable
final
one.
and final itself.
You really gonna kick him from the party, dude?
Yeah.
Dude,
And you know how much he loves the offline TV party.
that is true. He is at almost every one. This guy just party animal.
That's the first place I met him. An OTV party.
Yeah, you gotta put something on the
We
line for
gave
him.
them dragon. Why did we do that? I thought dragons were good for us. Oh no, we took a third shot.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
What? You guys don't have mid control till later, because Trist is so good early, unfortunately, that like you kind of just get owned for a bit. Man. You just get shoved in. Not much you can do.
How does he know we're doing Krugs?
That's nice.
Alright,
If he kills that
God, I can't. Can't.
Depends on Jinx is pretty troll.
might have saved himself from a die. And we'll have to get back onto the map for the
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck he has that. I'll be honest, I'd rather him take TP, man, or Ghost.
have access to that level 6.
Maybe he thought like someone would have exhaust here.
I can't even use the $1 billion org arguments against Cincinnati Fear.
How much
It's
are
an
they worth?
amateur team.
Oh.
I don't know. Wait. Who owns Cincinnati Fear? Is it like the city of Cincinnati?
No way.
We're up against the United States government?
What? What? Wait, who owns Cincinnati Fear?
We're up against the government, Scarra.
Oh shit! Wait, no, we hate the government.
We do hate the government.
Yeah.
We take our taxes and use it to fund wars.
Yeah. Oh wait, Fake God wins this for sure.
Oh, the solo kill? What? Wait. You okay? Okay, sit down. All right. Cassante's broken, but Fake God as a player is broken.
Dude, he is like such a good top laner.
Put down the spatula. You're overcooking.
I think it's so bad if Jax gets ahead, because one of the big things about Trist is like sometimes you can like side lane against weaker top lanes, that Trist just beats some top laners by herself, especially if she's ahead. But like against Jax, she does not win that.
Oh my god. Oh wait, guys.
No, get out.
This is scary. This is way too scary. There's a whole society. The Justice League is here. Get out there.
Oh.
Alright, open the Cincinnati website, and apparently they participate in the Big Brothers Big Sister charity.
Ooh, we
So
hate
they
kids.
give back to the.
Wait, we do we? We don't.
I expect Perry to take full advantage of.
We do.
I don't know. It seems like a nice thing they're doing for the children.
We don't. Right. No. Yeah.
Who are they owned by? That's what I need to know.
Oh no.
I need to decide whether or not to shit talk them.
Wait, I think Philip saw him sneak in. That's unlucky.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Right. He didn't. This guy's blind. He needs LASIK. Oh.
What the timing windows do lie to, though, that first dragon did go the way of fear, but he got another minute and 10 seconds for it.
Cincinnati Fear is one of the few female-founded esports company in America, and they support women too. Oh no! God.
And we love women.
We love women.
Yes.
And we love little kids.
Yes.
Can't shit talk them, man. It feels so mean.
Shit. Shit. How do we talk about them if everything they can do is good?
Wait, I'm the bad guy. I'm the millionaire org owner. Oh no. What is this champion? Get out of there, fake god. You can't win against 4,700 HP.
He decides to try to execute. He does it. The smite is enough. Harry gets the kill.
Wow, I can't believe it's because Fake God didn't buy after. Oh, that's so unlucky. I can't believe Cassante could win that though. No, Fake God didn't buy his Mythic yet. That's really unfortunate. I thought for sure.
At least it's on the poppers and not the. Ooh, but we get Dragon.
Nice flash from JJ with the double headbutt, and that's huge. Now you have
Tomio! Tomio, where's that ult going, buddy? And Poppy just comes in to smite it, and Azir get knocked away. What? Why we started drag without smite? Where was that ult going? Where was that smite? All good though, it happens.
Oh god.
We missed the cannon!
Oh god.
Somebody say something positive.
Meech was confident when he grabbed
Tomio is actually kind of far ahead.
with the beautiful stutter.
Lines up perfectly with
No, Tomio used his ulti.
Wait, did we try to go? Did our ADC try to flash on this? Oh no, we didn't flash. We just attacked them.
Oh, it's just one of those things where, like, again, it's hard to contest Dragon against, because like, you're like not a character to at least his first item, like item and a half. Like, yeah, Trish just got there first, and it's like you can't do anything.
Let's focus on scaling.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Well, okay.
There's no way we let this Poppy walk up and press the D button.
The ebb and flow.
Oh, we should have gone with the LeBlanc. Oh no. LeBlanc.
But it is now going back to
LeBlanc.
strengths. I think this adaptation of this lane is
Oh,
interesting. Meech trying to get
it's okay. You just need to get Meech to his first item. Dude, the only thing, I don't want to say this a toast. The only thing that you can't do.
We're gonna need a little more than that
in this comp is give Kaisa a lead, because Kaisa is how they control the way the comp functions. Without Kaisa getting a lead, they cannot do anything, especially if they fall behind. Because Kaisa is your poke as well as your like generally speaking your team fight, and hard to lock down because she has the cleanse, really high DPS, really great poke, really great skill.
This is recoverable. We just have to stay active. Active plays, stay active.
It's like the only thing that you like don't want to do, especially when Jax sets himself up.
And that just speaks to so much of kind of that experience and that, you know, head straight on.
Dude, I am surprised Poppy's back. Poppy's kind of owns. Poppy's a really cool character.
such a
Yeah.
heavy fight around
We
mid
got
lane now.
4
Could just
dashes
be
on
the
our
win for
team.
DSG, 'cause
No
this
way
is
he
2v3.
went
They
in
got
there after
TNT
C.
coming in,
Oh.
and Perry's here, but
Oh?
now it's a
No, they got back.
4v3.
They got back.
Oh, looks like it's steak for dinner. Wait, there's a poppy
Wait,
here.
wait, wait.
Run!
Oh, it looks okay.
He's got a mad cow disease. It's a mad cow. Just stay alive. Move. Wait, that's good. They sent 5 there.
No, that's so good. Fake got you get tower here, right? It's so.
Yeah. We're getting everything.
Oh my goodness,
Oh
he did not want to go
no.
and that was a big pickoff, and that should
Why? What? What happened?
Oh, he didn't think Triss was in the bush. No, they
Oh,
lost.
they never expected Triss in the bush.
Dude, I know why, but it sucks because Jax was primed to get this tower. You know, potentially contest first tower here too. Oh no.
Okay, Zazel's dead. That means he has time to IGL.
Oh, is he your team's IGL?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think Shoji
All right.
actually overstayed one wave, so he dropped a couple waves.
Good things.
Guys, we need to stop losing. We need to start winning.
Oh, good news. Young is CSing like a monster.
Oh, is this Young's game? He's been having a rough series. Is this the moment?
I think he's like primed on the next buy to do some really disgusting stuff on the next team fight. Like, I think when Azir gets 2 items is when the Azir starts going crazy. The first item is kind of eh, but like after you get the second one.
Young. My entire org is riding on you. No pressure though.
Oh god.
No pressure, but the entirety, the future of DSG, whether or not we stay in org or we disband, rides on you.
You're gonna kick these kids out into the cold, the streets?
Because if we don't win this, that means we got nothing else to play for the rest of the year.
Again?
Yeah, we're just AFK for 6 months.
Oh.
So no pressure though. But you have to
Oh.
carry this game. You're the furthest, like, you have the biggest CS lead.
So DSG, I think they got to get Misha reset, and if they don't do that, I think these fights actually at the moment are pretty hard.
We need this.
Yeah, you deserve this.
No pressure though.
Yeah.
But if he can't carry, I have to fire all my League players and my Valorant players.
Ooh, Philip played this really. Oh no! Wait.
Is that?
Try to get away. They're tanking up the turret here as well, and Fear make it out alive. Meanwhile,
Joe. Get out. You're about to get sandwiched. Don't get Eiffel Towered. Get out of there.
Dude, no. Triss is getting what he wants. Him versus Zero in the side lane. Oh, I think Triss can get this tower. Can I get camera? Can I get camera? Can I get camera pan? Oh!
Hey, Scar, can you pause for like 2 seconds?
I'll pause. 1, 2. Does that work? Wait, are you watching on YouTube?
I don't think this is on YouTube.
Oh.
Okay, let me tell you my number, alright?
Okay.
52, 53, 54,
I'm on
55,
18.
56.
I'm on 18, 4, 5. Okay, I need to wait.
Yeah, just wait a bit. Like, just tap, pause, and play. Tap, pause, and play.
Oh,
9,
it doesn't.
10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh,
14,
I can't wait on
15.
Twitch. I will just delay my reactions.
Bro, I'm in Taiwan, man.
I will just delay my reactions.
Oh, actually, turn off low latency.
Where is that?
The cogwheel advanced.
I'm at 42, 3, 4, 5.
Oh yeah, we're sync, thank you.
Perfect.
Oh no. No, okay, just we don't need that. We don't need a grump. We don't need a grump.
Yeah, not important. Dude, Fear got exactly what they wanted. They rotated solo Triss to the side. She has a lead. Oh man.
They have Trist and Kaisa. I feel like that's pretty good scaling as well.
Yeah, the scaling's good. They just got what they wanted. So
and they have Alistair Poppy, so I feel like their peel is pretty good as well.
Yeah, but you don't really want to be in the position to have to peel. Like ideally, like they have to go in on you guys because Yun and Meech are doing so much damage. You know.
Oh, free flash. We take that any day of the week.
Okay, all right. Here's the plan. You guys, in 2 minutes, Meech has 2 items, Young has 2 items, and you guys team fight. And I think that's when you guys can turn it around. And there's no flash on Kaisa. That's good. That stuff kind of lined up there. How does DSG win
here? Is on the back foot. They're so nervous. They're nervous. Look at them. Look at them, Scarra.
Yeah, in 2 minutes, right? Yeah, they're shaky.
As
literally.
an ex-pro player, you can recognize weakness, blood in the water.
Yes, and they are literally quivering right now in their gamer chairs.
DSG, they feel like they can't even really make a planner, so that does make it really tough to contest this.
You have 1 minute to get 2 items. Okay, well, Azir can get it, right? This might have to be Young's team fight, honestly. Because Young definitely gets Nashers here, right? Or whatever.
God, at Soul Point? Uh-oh.
Kaisa's at 3. Yeah, but she's not going to hit 3 before Dragon. Like, the items she buys here, like, whatever, you know? They're not real items. Like, they're like half components, you know? Oh, wait, so Jinx hit 2 items. And then Young farms this wave, goes back, hits the other item, fight Dragon. Win the Dragon fight. Good to go. Problem is, Fake Out's behind for this fight. We'll see what happens. Yeah, you guys have the pieces right now. Meech and Young both hit 2 items. The enemy AD mid are not at 3 items yet. So you guys have good item spikes. Dragon's coming up.
So this is good for DSG's legacy.
Oh, I would say absolutely. They're gonna remember you for this moment.
Wait, Tristan's backing. This is the perfect time. Throw an R. Throw an R on her. Kill her. Throw an R.
Now we just have all the tension that you could cut a butter knife with, because there is really that moment of glory here waiting for Fear, who have an advantage and who want to try to take the fight preemptively onto DSG.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They want to fight for mid.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they want to fight mid-wave here. Oh, they're gonna go for Baron? Wow.
Guys, we don't have vision. Okay, now we have vision.
Oh, who placed that? Wait, that's a really nice ward.
For us?
Yeah, you guys have vision. You can't be swept, and they don't know that it's there.
Stop eating Kaisa W's, Tomio. Stop it! You're at 50% health already. Thank you.
It's down to 5K.
Tomio's just gonna force it. He goes way over Ham, and here comes Perry on the back flank. He's got me.
There's Perry. Help Beach. Help Beach. Peel. Banana peel. Banana phone.
Oh.
Phone. Yes. She's excited. And so am I. I'm real excited. Hey, don't overcook. Don't overcook.
Oh.
Careful. Hold.
This is good. This is good. It's really hard for them to get in.
Don't get too excited.
They need to go for Dragon.
Sometimes, you know, I get too excited and then someone's upset.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
He tried to get the wall.
He did try to get the wall.
Look at that. Look at that Zazo engage. And look at this peel.
This peel was so good.
This parry was not platypusing.
Yeah. Probably didn't get ball. He did. She did. I mean, well, it doesn't matter because it's cleanse, right? The cleanse that we thought wasn't gonna be good worked out really well.
We get the dragon too.
I'll be honest here. Them not running immediately from dragon, was kind of scary, kind of spooky. But I guess they saw Triss, so they know the other two couldn't have force. Meech just slowly crawled into top gold. Okay.
Are you familiar with Obama?
Yeah.
Are you a fan of Obama?
I am.
Because I'm thinking we're Barack.
Okay. And what's Fear?
that 4-1 formation, which I think is very smart against Fear. They can force and look at all the items that Meech will pick up on the back half of that fight. Mazel picking up those kills.
I don't know enough about American politics.
Oh,
Jover.
It's Joe. Okay, yeah.
Jover, yeah, that makes sense.
He means back. Oh wait, there's emotes for it? Wait, can someone link them to me?
Continue to play strong. Azir can continue to feel for the Jinx as Meech is set up for success now.
We talked about earlier, it's the 3 defending champions, but it's the fact they've been reinforced with some of our best mechanically minded laners as well as just in general, right? Young and Meech.
Yeah, everyone just turned it around.
Force on this team, and when you hear the influence they've had as well behind the scenes, it's really cool to hear how the meshing has come alive for DSG.
Team that seems to be firing all cylinders at the right time again. This game.
Okay, and Fake Out has Cleaver.
Oh, DSG's a genius. They know we need to stretch this out so we can run more ads and plug more Patreon, farm more subs. So they made it a game 5. Oh my god.
They knew,
content geniuses.
They knew it'd be tense and they'd have more time on stream. Wait, you teach them well.
Yeah, like ever since we went down 2, we've been steamrolling these kids.
Yeah, you guys definitely meant to do that.
It's our first best of 5 of the playoffs, and we are going all 5 games.
That's why we made game 1, 2, and 3 like 15 minutes long as well. Oh my god, just so smart.
But it is a reverse sweep on the potential for DSG, and something that Fear need to find a little bit of traction.
Careful, team. It is still losable. Play smart.
So Perry in that pocket.
Don't get too excited.
DSG, so DSG going to shift up to the top side and just try and utilize this Baron to make sure that they take all the inners. So Baron has expired, but they have one more inner to go. You can see it's a 2.5k gold lead for DSG.
We're at the weird part where Young is now a fucking menace.
Isn't the most utility. It's not Hurricane or a rapid fire cannon, but that is the highest DPS item you can take from a Zeal.
Whoa.
You guys want to fight us?
Okay.
You guys want to fight us? You guys try and fuck up with us? We fuck with you.
They take away any opportunity for Fear to actually get the fight. They're going to get a reset in and make sure that they get back on the map safe.
So this is the patented Zanya's Jax that every Jax buys third or second. It lets you team fight really well because you jump into them, you fucking spin with your helicopter, you Zanyas and you helicopter them again. Makes them really annoying. You space out the backline quite hard here.
Man, imagine the atmosphere in that room right now. Sorry, I keep forgetting that these guys do work with charity.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the atmosphere must be very conducive for growth for their players.
Yes, they will learn from this and become better players. So if anything, we're doing them a favor.
Yes. I like how you spun
We're the
that.
one doing charity work.
Exactly. Cutie, thanks for the raid. Welcome to us doing charity work. We're actually watching DSG Game 5 against Fear in the NACL. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. I just realized that it stands for Salts. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing.
We allow them to play more games by sending them to the lower bracket.
Oh yes, and we extended it to 5 games so they get more practice to develop better.
To uplift the NA region as a whole. Oh my god.
Your team is just so good.
We deserve to be in the LCS.
Yeah. They should just put you in there. Who cares about paying?
Remove Immortals. Did you know Immortals violated the competitive integrity rules?
What did they do?
So if you come bot 2 5 splits out of 8, Riot can remove you for being so bad. It's part of like the contract.
I know that one. I didn't know they violated it.
They violated it.
Which means that potentially there's a piece up for grabs for a little toast, right?
And they fired their entire coaching staff yesterday, including our boy Jake.
Not Jake.
Not Jake, my favorite player on XDG from back in the day. I'll never forgive them.
Oh. That rule is old? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with old news.
Wait,
wasted his
Casante's
W.
trying to
He
go
wasted
in.
his
No,
W.
no. You can't do that, Casante. You can't do that, Casante.
You cannot.
Wait, Poppy sent his ult into a different zip code. Where are you going? Where are you going with that Poppy ult? Tristana? I don't care how cute you are.
Wait.
He's trying to go on Yo, but we got Zanya.
No.
Kill the cow. We eating hamburgers tonight.
Jay got baited. He should have known Young had Zanya's here. Young flashed in, hoping that they would be stupid, and they were. Oh my god! That flash actually fucking worked.
No where you go with Kaisa? Yeah, it's fine. We'll just take that mid. Can we? 20 seconds. Stay smart. Stay smart. Stay smart. Be smart. Be tight. Rakan is stopping the Kaisa. It's just poopers. It's just poopers. Fight the Cassandra. 4,700 health. 4,700 health. Hit the Nexus. We're going to land.
Let's go.
We are going to the summer playoff land at the Riot Studios.
Hell yeah.
Sweep. Best of 5.
Let's go.
We did it, Scarra. We did it.
And I want to give a lot of credit over to Tomio in this game. It felt like a big part of the strat and how it evolved.
I think your team played that very well.
What are you doing on August 9th, 2023?
What do you mean? I'll be at the Riot Studios.
He'll be there.
I'll be there.
I'll be there. We'll be there.
From Tomio and Zazel, that's gonna be really tough to deal with.
Wait, they felt like Tomio won player of the game? I think he played very consistent. I think that's fair. That's fair. It's like a really hard game to figure out who got player of the game because I feel like they all kind of played well. Like it was like more of like a cohesive thing.
Game had a lot of influence, but what a way to do it! My God, I couldn't have asked for anything more for our first best of 5, and that means we just have so much more to deliver on for the rest of this one. Cubby, final words.
Yeah. Also, you know, if you're
all the ults were smart. All right, let's not fucking lie. Let's not. There was an ult that was here and there that was not very.
Oh, you know NACL is celebrating. They're gonna have, for the first time in LCS history, people are gonna be there in person.
No, dude. I'm sure that everyone's there all the time. But there's going to be a lot more people there now.
You think anyone's showing up for those Immortal versus Evo Geniuses matchups?
Their staff.
You gotta pay them. Yo, yeah, staff. People paid to show up.
Oh, God.
This is good for DSG's legacy.
Very good. Very good.
I'm coming back to Los Angeles.
You weren't going to before?
Well, it's just like there was no reason to.
What?
And now I kind of have to.
What?
Boo-doo boop. Boo-doo boop. Boo-doo-doo.
Ah? Oh, we have to invite Grayson to the next party. You know, he earned it. He earned it. But you guys go. I mean, he's obviously really good top player. He's probably one of the best top players. But he fucked up this game, okay? How the fuck did he get solo killed after getting a lead? It's because he greeted the back, right? For wave position? Definitely there was like kind of a lot of mistakes here and there, but I did like how they played together. This was a great solo kill, right? Yeah, whoever warded Baron did a really good job. Because they kind of paced it to where the top laner got half life and then they went in. Super good. I think it was Fake God, but that ward won them the game. Philip played this so well. Like, well fucking done. This champ is fucking broken. But well done. Alright, I'll see you later.
Oh, yeah, I'll see you in a couple hours.
Yeah, a couple hours.
Couple of hours.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Do you guys know what's happening in a couple of hours? I did not tell you guys. Jody found a word game where you have to make a word. I'm making this sound really lame and bad. And Toast was like, let's play. So Toast is gathering us together at 8 p.m. to play a word game. This still sounds bad. Yeah, the really cool word game. That's not Wordle. All right, guys, what am I doing now? The bomb, I don't know. Dude, I don't know. They didn't tell me the name. They didn't tell me anything. That's the best part of yesterday's watch party. Oh, shit. The word game. Wait, okay. I'm going to say something. A couple nights ago, people asked to play an MMO. And I told them I thought they would really like Final Fantasy 14. So a couple people in my house have been playing and like installing it. And if they are somewhat serious about it, I may reinstall and resub to it again. Selena's modding already? Oh, wait, Selena's playing it right now? No way. Wait, hold on. Emily said she'll be rating small TFT streamers. Hold on. Twitch.tv/Scarra. I would really appreciate the support. I'm a new streamer. Okay, hold on. Okay, now we got this. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see where Selena is. Where is? I'm so curious. Okay, where is she?
7 people? That's kind of crazy.
She's level 90. Oh.
So can I get on?
She boosted, didn't she? Yeah, okay. There's no fucking way. I was like, What level is she like?
Oh, this whale is only.
Oh, she's doing the soldiers. She's doing ARR right from the very beginning.
Thank you. That's so cool, dude.
Oh, she's playing a new character? Oh, that's Star Smitten.
Anybody can play this game without a ride.
Fan. No fucking shot someone is named that.
You ever? There's no
what the fuck?
Possible. Like what?
Uh-oh, you're not gonna buy a gun.
She said everyone to play without boosting. I literally told Sean that he should boost, but only him. Which doesn't make any sense, so she shouldn't boost. Does that make sense? Because I know Sean. Sean does not give a shit about the lore, and he would want the quest by quest to feel better. So I was like, you can boost the Heaven Sword and start from there. But everyone else is like, they can start from the beginning. Super says playing from the beginning is going to get terrible. You just don't tell people you skip the story. You just skip ARR and then you watch a fucking video on it, okay? And then you don't tell people you didn't skip it. Because are they going to start quizzing you? Hell no. They will not start quizzing you. No one gives a shit about ARR. Like, I didn't skip it. I played ARR. I played ARR Plus. I fucking voiced every fucking quest. It was so terrible. It was not worth my fucking time. I fucking cannot believe I wasted my ass doing that. Yeah, I think you could just watch an ARR. I can literally tell you what happens to ARR, right? It's like a 5-minute recap because it's like just general things that you can kind of learn as you go through Heavensward. IMO. Because I think because the narration and the voice acting from Heavensward is really good. Like, thumbs up. I really enjoyed the game starting from Heavensward. With fucking the guy who starts with an H that I can't fucking remember who's narrating the fucking story. Awesome. Really great voice. I love that guy. And I love how even like how the plot progressed story was pretty darn good. The fights, especially the very ending one, was awesome. Super fucking great. Extreme, and that got eventually redone into an ultimate, right? Harchafon, there we go. Yeah, anyways, yeah, there's like a small amount of stuff you really need in ARR. And you can definitely watch a lore video and figure that out. And having them do this is I like how there's 7 people following her around. This is the 3rd time playing for the over beginning. Oh my god. She's doing it again. I could not. I cannot, man. I cannot. Oh my god. She's doing it again, man. She's doing it for her friends. Oh my, I can't. Yeah, you telling me to do AR again? I'd just torture me, man. Just fucking literally just start waterboarding me. I'd rather you do that. At least you could waterboard me. I get over with that in like a day. I have generational trauma for people who told me to play through ARR and ARR extended. The +5, the extra part was so bad. I remember playing the ARR to like the 0.5. I don't know what it's called. The part between Heavensward and ARR. The ending was the only cool part, and the playing through that was like, I'll fucking kill myself. Oh yeah, you can boost and go back. I'm not a true friend. No, fuck that, man. Oh yeah, I heard the new thing is called Dawn Trail. And it looks like you're getting like some sort of maybe pirate guy, which is kind of cool. We loved AR, or I loved AR. Okay, great, man. Put that on your dating profile. I'm sure you're gonna get all the freaks, man. That's a WoW hardcore. I'm just not really feeling WoW. Don't get me wrong, WoW is one of my favorite games of all time. It's definitely in my top 2, alongside League of Legends. And probably 3 with TFT now. In terms of replayable games, I like to invest a lot of time in. But it's like, I think I'm at the point where I just don't like WoW that much. About Lost Ark, I'd rather just play PoE 2. I'd rather get waterboarded again. It's a BF sword, guys. I have to play Garen.
I have but one one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
I try to beat Baldur's Gate 3. I don't have a group for it, so I'm not really interested right now. There's too much. The minute they've done that, I just think I don't like how they've done their expansions and their game. When I play Final Fantasy, I realize that like I've been kind of, how do I say this? I feel like I have been put in a position where I've been gaslit into thinking that an MMO cannot be that good. And I play Final Fantasy and I'm like, oh, there's a lot of things for everyone to do. That's what an MMO should be. It shouldn't just be in-game rating and PvP and like, I guess like blocks on you progressing more because they didn't build enough content for you. Because that's what it is. That's exactly what it is in WoW. Like, is that fucking cringe and terrible and bad? Like, oh. Look at Remnant. Oh, Remnant's really interesting. Oh, we have to play it. Damn.
Name's Samira.
It's so unlucky I'm forced to play Garen again. Puppy Up is bugged on Philios if he has Rageblade. Really? I mean, it's usually Fox I play Zeri with it or Garen, but that's good to know. Yeah, this one's fucking crazy. When do I get the Ord augment? Is Death's Dance better than BT? Probably not. Is there like an aura item I can? Oh, I can go Randuin's. Randuin's is pretty good, I think.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Yeah, Remnant looks fun, and I'm definitely down. But at the moment, like I like TFT a lot. I like honestly, I'm enjoying ER. After this game, I have an hour to burn till 8. I might just play some Eternal Return. But yeah, I think MMOs should be very enjoyable in the sense that they should be fun. And I don't feel like I'm getting the fun fun in a lot of different ways. If you want to be that grinding PvE lord, you can be. But I think it's fun in the way that's appealing to a lot of people. It shouldn't always be that you're on the grind. You know, there should be if you want to relax and just, you know, chill, you can. And that should be one of the best parts about MMOs. You know, there are a lot of things for you to want to do, and it's cool. You're not expected to do everything, but you can focus on the stuff that you enjoy. You know? And I feel like somewhere along the lines, WoW lost that. Does that make sense? I really do feel like WoW just lost it. Get one Randuin's. Would Challenger Summer Finals with me? No, I'm going with Toast, man. Yeah, WoW doesn't have good side progression. You can argue that honestly, the characters look kind of ugly. I would say. Like, their graphics are very outdated to be able to run on a lot of different systems. And it's fine. Like, I don't mind those kind of cartoonish graphics, but it really does come at a cost. Winning fucking blows. Why do I win? You don't respect the time anymore. Oh, I should have put in this. My bad. Yeah, it's more like... Yeah. I feel like a lot of times games put in things that are just roadblocks to content because they didn't make enough of it. And you can see a lot of this examples in modern day ARPGs that just got released, or modern day MMOs where they kind of put you in a bad position. Oh, I did not need to put this in actually.
Every step, a new journey.
Yeah, I think that like having to play bad parts of games to get to good parts should not be the norm, but somehow it turned into the norm, right? Like something like Lost Ark, where the gameplay is so good, but like you're forced to play so much bad shit to get to it is like, oh god, it's so disgusting, man. Yeah, people try to get you to play the game for a long time. But rather than playing the game for a long time because you're doing a lot of stuff, it's like chores, man. Like rather than choosing to clean up my room, I can choose to spend hours in the game sometimes. And it's like, wow. Damn. That does not feel good. Like, I don't mind the daily and weekly system as long as there's like a lot of other stuff to do. Like, for instance, Final Fantasy has dailies and weeklies, you know? But it doesn't feel like it's done in a way which is really repulsive, I guess. I don't know how to phrase this correctly. I just hit... What the fuck just happened?
Let's start the show.
What?
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Every game is a Garen game? Oh, you already know. I think you don't what you call it, move the items off this for a little bit though. Garen's a secret elo hack. I'm serious. Like, a lot of my Garen games I do so well. I have some 8s here and there, but realistically, my Garen average is so good. Oh my god. Like... Seeing Garrett buffs, I did not. But like, if it's gonna get buffed, like... I don't think I've seen you not first, second. Yeah. No, I did an 8 today, I think. But like, honestly, that was unlucky. Kind of. The weird thing is like, oh, 2 spats is kind of crazy. It means I can just throw away Warwick and Darius, right? Warwick and Set. Then play only the good ones, which is... He's getting a better 80 ratio at 3. Oh, I mean, that's whatever. I actually think the current meta is really good for him. There are some times where there's like single target things that hit really fucking hard. But like Zeri, Ari meta is actually great for Garen because he's like all of your damage, right? Like you're pretty much playing Garen solo with Aatrox Nasus as like side bitches.
We are vengeance.
Zero Noxus? Oh yeah, Noxus is not. It's garbage. Yeah, I think Bruisers right now, with Rek'Sai is really good. I think if you ever hit Bruiser spat and you have Rek'Sai items, like it's hard for non-single target characters to kill Rek'Sai, and he gets a lot of value at the moment. I would say these are 2 comps that work really well in the current meta. Can TFT Bastions? Nope. That's level 7, 40 gold. Wow, he is so much richer than me. It's kind of disgusting. This Nasus is such a hot, like, this is such a good unit and item. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, I can kind of already see how this game is gonna go.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Oh my god. Okay, this game is... Dude, honestly, you're nah. I'll play it after this. So addicted to Garen, I can quit anytime. It's not my fault the game keeps giving me Garen. Like, what am I supposed to do when it shows up in the shop? Just say no? How does Rage work with Garen spin? He procs it every 3 spins or something. 4 spins? I don't fucking remember. Like every 2 seconds or something.
Victory awaits.
Can he lifesteal enough? I think I should have Nico'd this for win streak here. Me not Nicoing this is so greedy. Oh my god, I lost my streak. I lost because I didn't Nico it. I'm a fucking griefer. Of course, it just shows up here. Just decides to just show up. So during TF meta would be interesting. I would not play Garen during TF meta. If it's not. Oh. Holy fuck. It's a Bastion Action player. I have not seen one of these in forever. When you go for 2-star to maintain streak, you 100% should. Trying to think. I think this always gets reforged. Should Felicity be offside? No, they should be right next to each other. The way they interact is either of them can pull off with the spears in the target. So when they're next to each other, like Trickster's Callista is one of the best combinations of items in the game. It's why you play Ornn, because some of the games you can do this, and it's fucking broken. This is definitely a game where I'm gonna win it. And so I shouldn't play for top 4 and roll here. I should go 8 here, or I want to win it. I should go 8 here. Oh, Omnivamp is kind of sick with this comp. Okay. Okay, more. I need to reforge this then. I think that's fine. What generally Rush do when you deal more damage, and when they fall below 50%, they deal extra damage. I think I'm supposed to go. I mean, realistically, I'm supposed to go fucking Sunfire with this, but we'll see what happens. If I get another spat, I can do some crazy shit where I just don't run any fucking Juggernauts. I'm running Garen, and then I'm hitting 6 Juggernauts with fucking only spats and good Juggernauts. I run like Juggernaut Scion and Juggernaut Jarvan, which is kind of crazy. I definitely would need to end with Heimer this game. Well, I can end with Senna if I hit Last Whisper, but the last augment is good for sure. It's better than the other one, than Bulk. Omnivamp is really good in this comp. I don't know how I'm gonna make this game work. I'm wondering what I tricksters this game. It could just be that I tricksters Jarvan, but he doesn't have spat. It's probably trickster Aatrox, right? But then you can't give him good items. It's really annoying. Like Caitlyn Legend, pretty good. I just personally don't play Caitlyn much because Caitlyn's kind of it's what you use to win streak. I don't really care about win streaking. How am I dying here? Oh, this Rise is so fucking broken. Oh, this is so good. 35% reduced damage. And I have like generally 1 carry. Wow. I mean, his board looks so bad, but If we're going 3, no, we're going 8. We're looking for Aatrox WinCon as well. I could do some funny stuff with this, honestly. But I kind of want to take the BF if it's up. Sure, man. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're playing 6 Juggernaut, but we're playing none of the actual Juggernauts. We're going to be playing fucking the craziest ones.
Must lead by example.
Ooh, maybe I could play 5 Demacia.
It's the only place I've been.
Trigger Urgot? No, I'm good. Oh, this comp looks brutal. Like, he took this comp and he's playing it without, oh my god. He's playing it without double trouble or too healthy? Interesting. Oh. Toast said he loves you and misses you and he'll see you August 9th. I've never in my life heard him say something like that. I know you're not serious. But if I pretend a little bit, that's cute. I don't think he fucking said that. He would not say that. No, don't show me the clip. You can edit a lot with AI right now. I don't believe you. Anyways, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing some TFT. I'm addicted to this Garen unit. I don't know if you guys have seen Garen before, but he does this thing where he spins and then he wins. And right now, that's fucking great. I love that. Okay, and some people think it's not that good, and it's kind of, I don't have enough attack speed right now to make it work. It's about running pumping up, but I'm hoping it'll still be okay.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Defy lust and taste your own blood.
Oh, it's DSG August 9th in person? Yeah, of course. Jack Wynn sounds nasty. It's not bad. Just because you're going to be playing Senna, right? I'm just thinking of random units to put in. You want a little bit of damage, a little bit of like other stuff, so... Wow, this just seems awful. Right, real quick, we're gonna do this. They keep rolling. Alright, whatever, we're doing this. Fuck it. And I guess Gwen can also have Spark, question mark? Cool. I have this really dead item that I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna put it here. Alright, so with 7 Juggernauts, it's too many. But you definitely want to run Jarvan, Garen, the legendary Aatrox Nasus. Jarvan, Garen, Aatrox Nasus. This guy have RE2 already? Oh my god. Yeah, you're cutting Darius. You're cutting everything but like the very best ones. But you unfortunately can't cut them for a little bit because you need.
Now and forever.
Demacia must lead by example.
I
I guess I could do this, actually. Wait. I usually can never do this, but...
I won't be denied. There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I guess I could just put in Freljord. I'll sell later with like the legendaries, but I don't have the legendaries, so... I forgot I had tricksters, man. What do I...
I must hurry if I am to win.
What do I put this on? Whatever. It's fucking useless for now, but I'll deal with it later. Trickster Soda? I don't know if it works. Did it chain for leech? Oh, I don't really have any unit that's not chained. I don't really care for leech right now. If we had Astra Soda. Yo, can we fucking spit already? I actually got really unlucky here. So I have only seen one Garen. And that's obscenely unlucky. This is great. Slayer is actually pretty good here. So what's the last whisper? Shit. I mean, I want this on... Fine, whatever, man. What do you hiss? I still haven't seen another Garen. Yeah, this board is pretty good. It's just kind of weird. Is there a chance I get Gwen 3? I mean, that would just be also, this is fucking hilarious I rolled this. Maybe it's this. This be better? Sure, it's just temporarily here. Because, like, my end result is not going to have this garbage, you know? This guy is fucking... This guy's... I can't believe he had RE2 with his board.
Victory awaits.
I don't know if I want to go for Gwen 3. That seems kind of... I mean, I guess it's like, what else do I do? I'm going to open sell this for Heimer. Heimer Senna are these two picks. And then this is Aatrox, and that's my board, right? First, is a W. How about no Garen? Well, I tell Mort Dog not to give me Garen. Look, Mort just can't stop. It's not my fault, okay?
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Yes.
Am I missing these? The fuck? My dad. Dude. I didn't hit? That's crazy. Oh. Dude, though the spin would have won. I just got really unlucky. Catchy22, thanks for sub of the stream. Yeah, I just need Garen. Oh, this is such a free first too. Fuck. Did you win 3 games of Garen today? I won one. I went 8th once, won once, and went 4th, right? Oh, that's so unlucky. Supposed to go Lux over Zona? No, you're not. Unless you have Lux items, which I did not. We're gonna play some ads. I'll play one more. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't hit anything, man. 4.0 average? I mean, still pretty good. Miss Heimer, yeah, but that wouldn't have mattered, right? Like I couldn't even afford the gold to make Heimer upgrades that game. I wonder if I should have just gotten the Last Whisper. Actually, a lot of times I feel like Last Whisper is so good for this comp. Who was Last Whisper? I mean, it's always Senna, but Last Whisper good on Senna, it hits the whole board. You know, there's a little technique that where you give him 3 RFC, you put them back, he can drag away the main tank. I mean, or he's get a Last Whisper. I got Warlord's Palace. It's honestly pretty bad for a lot of comps, but we'll see. Ooh, okay. That's so crazy because if I rolled at 7 that last game, I would have gotten higher placement than leveling to 8. I think that's insane. Opener? I don't think it's a gold opener. I don't think so. 6, 7.
Let's start the show.
Wow, I got cheesed out of a fucking free pick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't have a Renekton, so I can't make 10 gold here, which kind of sucks. I'm not going KO because I hate that unit. Okay. Belt equal Garen. Okay, I will try my hardest not to play Garen in this game. Like, really hard. Okay.
I will show you the path.
This is very exciting.
Should buy? No, I'm good. It is, I shit you not, it is not a Garen game. Where are these items going to go in the future? I do not know. We filtered messages from odd he is containing zero tolerance language. They are muted for the rest of the game. Damn, what did this guy say, man? I won, wow.
Justice will be served.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Multicaster bug cost carry. The 4 multicaster comp feels a lot worse than before. Also, you need you need a lot of tiers to make it work, I think. Oh, this guy has medium and shopping. There's an Invoker Heart. Two medium and shoppings. Is that a Keith Haring totem behind it? No, that's an actual rug. I just haven't set it up. It's only been in my room for a month.
Reporting in.
I can't buy it and double level, or else I would take this. I lost. He fucking has 4 Invoker, Renekton 2. Oh, man. No.
Exciting.
It didn't go off, man. Oh my god, a Garen. Rico vote with Shogun Slam? Yeah, I mean, he wanted to win the fight.
weapon.
Okay. Real talk. I'm gonna win the next 2 rounds, right? Like, there's no way I lose.
Reporting in.
Do I really play for multicaster? It's not the worst, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm giga strong. Let's go RE2. Yeah, let's just do that. That sounds good. Vertical RE source lottery. That sounds so bad, man. But what else am I gonna do? Like, I gotta play an AP comp, right? Or I'm playing Kaisa. Like I play AP for sure with Jewel Gauntlet, and I'm not contesting the Evoker player because I'm not playing Karma 3. So, like, what am I fucking playing? You know? It's just like it's just an Ari game. You want to try Azir? Okay, nice joke. Good prank. You almost got me there, buddy. Azir in this patch, I don't think I've seen an Azir. Period. Oh my god, it's a Nasus. Do I even want this?
Shurima is not of this time.
He plays it? Yeah, that's why he's 0 OP. If he just played Noxus every game, he'd be owning. He'd be rank 1. Go Shurima, that's not a real comp, man. You stop giving me Shurima units. Oh my god, they gave me so many Shurima units. True is actually one of the traits of the best win rate. Yeah, but you usually play it with Akshan carry. Because Akshan with it's mainly that Freljord carries the comp. With the it synergizes so well. Right? At least that's why I in my theory I think that's how it works. 3 Shurima has a big win rate. I'm pretty sure it's just Akshan. No one plays 3 Shurima without playing fucking Akshan. Oh. Oh no, we're playing the lottery, baby. It is lottery time. Oh wait, but silver means it's gold Prince next round, right? Right? Yep. Kadir's also slash 3 Shurima. Oh yeah. Like, I'm telling you, 3 Shurima is... It's like the vertical is not good. Unless you get like triple Shurima spat. I think actually 7 Shurima and 9 Shurima are so good. But but like you have to be on that stupid board and get like 2 spats, so it's like impossible. You know, that's the highest place vertical in the game? Sure. But how many times do you actually fucking hit that?
Reporting in.
2 Shurima spats. Level 9? Fucking impossible. 0.1% of the games have it. I've expected less. Oh my god. Invoker. I mean, honestly, my losses are pretty sick. I want this. Oh no. I mean, is Shojin Ari really that bad? Be real with me. Okay. Two Azirs. Wait, you guys are right. It's fucking an Azir game, man.
Justice will be served.
If you're not forcing Azir looks every game, you're losing. I think if you remove the not from your sentence, I would agree with you. I don't think I should have leveled here. That's fine. I think if I can win this, it's pretty good. Tips for new TFT players, play the game. Play a lot, watch a lot. The only tips I give. Yeah, fuck Azir.
Demacia must lead by example.
The world may fall to darkness, but
For Zir, I really don't want to play Zir. I think it's just terrible. Maybe if I had a streamer spat, or if I had anything else. Strategist, maybe I play Zir. Why must you tempt me? Is it a roll a 4-5 angle? But the problem is, I need blue. I need to use these items. This is really Zephyr Slam. Let's try playing for real this game. We'll just slam Zephyr. Oh my god. Take another 13. I'll be at 30. 25-ish next round. That roll and then fucking play whatever I can. Okay. Start prepping this round. All these go. This goes, this goes, this goes, this goes. I play whatever I get left. Okay. Guy is rolling next round. Oh, I'm kind of spooked by this guy. Holy moly. Tiny medium shopping. All natural. I think this shit sucks. 28. I'm split, so I can't fucking run to this. No way. Since High Titans now, I mean, it's just, I don't think it needs to be buffed. It's 30 health. It's super good. I think that's a bait.
Demacia, now and forever. I sound wounded because I got a world to save.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Should have left home years ago.
That's 2 Luxes? Oh, that is wrong. Sorry. I mean, I'm supposed to have 0 Luxes in a perfect world, but yeah.
For great science.
Probably not this.
I may be merciful, but Targo isn't.
Okay. I put this in Ari.
The shadows.
I will rule the Freljord. As Ionia changes, so must I.
Yes.
Alright, our board looks kind of good. I can put back Sedge in if I hit Scion 2. Probably just get rid of Nasus here. Actually, I don't really need to get rid of Nasus. Really, I just need RE2. Lag and speed this game is disappointing. Bro! The one game I know Garen, you guys want it that bad?
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Kinda need this. I don't really know how I'm gonna get it in. Might actually be this. Oh, I can't think of Juggernaut on that yet. You need Scion? I don't technically need Scion, actually.
So much from here.
Silver Nasus? Hell no.
Here I come.
I think I'm the lock for this. I don't think I need to play this. Maybe I don't need to play both of these, actually. The Evoker, don't care about it. Well, now that I look at it, it probably does make a difference if gotta go fast. Fuck. Maybe I want the karma back. Does look like she's taking too much to cast here. Like, I don't know if she's ever supposed to hit that one part. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Fuck. Fuck. I mean, God. Yeah. I think I just take away Sork. Do you guys think Sork matters at all? I'm gonna go ahead with I don't really think it matters. Ari's getting nerfs next patch, so they'll rely on her as much. Okay, what patch is it, man? Oh, it's the current patch, right. Who cares what's happening in the future, man?
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Per second. How much is the evoker?
Felt good to let loose.
You guys 20 mana. I have fucking gotta go fast. Okay, I'm pretty sure your exact measurements are not correct. I just have to figure it out. That ticket sold to NASCL literally double in the last hour. That's so funny. I think the karma actually.
Felt good to let loose.
This is the front line.
We should have left home years ago.
As Ionia changes, so must
I didn't hit anything, man. I need a karma back. Probably worth a shitload for me, actually. Yeah, the karma seems to matter a lot. I think Gotta Go Fast just makes it so my Ari game is like disgusting amounts of mana. He killed this guy, so we're top 3. Shouldn't you buy a ticket? Huh? What? I can just ask Riot.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
I could sell this. Worst case scenario. Wait, it's effort here. Fuck. still alive? Wow, one's alive. It's crazy at level 9 that I didn't get 2-star frontline. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh, sorry, level 8. 8.5.
For the living.
Sagpie, what about for 20 months? Thanks for subbing. Oh, I really don't want to take that. Miss Ollie, what about for 40 months? Thanks for subbing. No problem. I lost. I mean, second is pretty good. You're a Seneca, right? Wash it wall. This guy's going for Kaiser 3.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Sonya got proc. Okay. Okay. I didn't have any frontline. Like, I didn't get Chen 2, Sion 2. Oh man. It's okay. I mean, top 2 is pretty good. 30 minutes, I can't really do anything. Another game? I'll play some ER. Let me go ahead and play some ads, and I have to go grab some water. I'll be right back. Alright. Chat, I have a solution to my problem. You know how I have no AC in this room? Well, if I keep eating popsicles, I eventually will get brain freeze enough to where I'll always just think it's really cold. What do you guys think? Watch this insane SF6 gameplay. What is this? Okay, SPD. Okay, XPD. Dude, he doesn't do a third one. No way. No way he does a third one. Oh, okay, a third one. Oh God. Oh God. Alright guys, for people don't know, Eternal Return launched recently on, I don't fucking know. And they redid a lot of shit, and I've actually been playing it here and there. It's kind of fun. Where did I sign up for the Evo stream? How do I sign up for this? Okay. Okay. That's... This is the worst form ever. What the hell? It asks you to put 2 questions? It asks you two questions and you can submit 1 answer line. Alright, I know I have eternal returners who are playing. Okay, if I'm playing ranked right now, but I think I'm playing the 3 worst characters in the game. So I've been trying to make this character work, and I might get where is she? This character work.
I'll break every rule to find.
And I swear to God, she is just fucking a mess, man. Is there a Castle character? Not really. But I'm playing ranked, and the ranked season just started, so you can, when you queue up, you can play against the rank 1 player, and you probably will. So I've played against some really good players, even though I'm like fucking the epitome of bronze. Yeah, like, okay, my character, what she does is she takes pictures of people. Think of it like paparazzi, and you just found a sexy picture, or like, I don't know, fucking your favorite celebrity in a compromising position. You're just trying to take that pic, you get a buff every time you do it, and there's a cooldown, and you need 8 pictures to become rich. I guess that's a good analogy. That's how you play this character. Once you become rich, you actually start doing damage. So look, I'm gonna start taking pictures. Okay, I got one pick. I got 2 stacks. 4 stacks. 6 stacks. Please, I need more pictures. Okay, I got 8 stacks. Or so once you get to 8 stacks,
I'll shine a light on you.
now your art is damaged, like a lot of damage. Alright, that's the whole character. This character fucking sucks. Until I get the pictures, this character fucking sucks. Alright, this permanent stacks, yeah. But like, there's a long cooldown. It's like a 30-second cooldown, and it's rough, man. It's rough. How fast are queues? Pretty fine if you're playing normals. I'm playing ranks. It took me like a minute to get in, minute and maybe 10 seconds. I think just don't play past like 11 p.m. Because there's only one lobby past 11 p.m. Waiting for not such. Oh my god. Wait, why is my W not going down, bro? Yeah, and it's the pros lobby. Like if you queue like at 3 a.m., you're gonna be queuing with the pros.
The experiment will now begin. Satellite radar activated.
Wait, where's my routes? What? Oh, it's. Oh, I see. It's here. 1, 2, 3. I'm fucking stupid.
I hope something's inside.
I need one more. Oh my god! Holy moly! Please. Your job is to level to 6 ASAP so you start taking pictures of people.
Try not to get lost. Not bad. Good enough.
Teammates are dying, but do I care? No.
What if I find a local newspaper?
One more item here, a hammer. Actually, I need to just go. Like, I'll be honest, the damage I do is so irrelevant, it does not matter. I just need to get my XP.
Is this going to hurt others? It's alright. Don't kid yourself.
What the fuck?
Something's inside.
Okay, I got everything. Right?
Good enough.
Can switch my build over now.
Much better than whatever they would have given us as rations.
Wait, what am I missing? Wait, what am I missing?
Hope something's inside.
Huh?
I've never seen such a well-kept temple.
I'm missing something?
I see you.
I'm missing flowers. Shit, where are the flowers? Oh my god, how am I missing flowers? How come it doesn't show? Oh.
The humidity doesn't mess up my camera. I've never seen.
I forgot I was supposed to get flowers originally.
I'm getting the hang of this.
Oh no.
Is this going to hurt others?
Okay.
If
Hold
I
up.
made a tripod out of these, it'd be pretty flimsy.
Ah, got him. Ah, shit. That is half of one, I think. Not even a real one, just half of one.
Look, a fish.
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
We gotta reshoot this.
Wait, do I need to get 2 at the same time? Like, what is going on?
It reminds me of my childhood. I see you.
Bro, I know that. Fuck you, man. Why are you here?
Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself.
I got it. I got it. I'm dead. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I got the pick. I got 2 stacks. I'm 1/4 of the way there. Did I tell my team how happy I am? I'm sure they're gonna congratulate me. Like, damn, you got it. The Skinny Panda, welcome back for 35 months.
A new area has been restricted. A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Oh, can I take a break?
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Doesn't mess up my.
Do you spot keep your items? Yep. Ooh.
Ooh, what's this model called? Rice wines are nice and smooth. Stand by.
Really, no one else? Fuck.
I hope something's inside. Can't escape from my side. Ready?
Oh my god, I got 2.
Don't kid yourself.
Oh my god, they don't play against this. They don't play against this character. They don't fucking know.
I feel myself getting used to this. I don't like it.
Whoa! At least give me a pick. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, 2 more stacks. 2 more stacks. Yes, she's alive. You can just die here.
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Can I take a break?
Can I keep taking pictures yet, or does anyone know?
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
I feel myself getting used to this. I don't like it. I gotta reshoot this. What the fuck? Sorry.
No, I didn't take a pick. Oh, that was my last 2. Fuck. We've already dead bodies. Oh shit. Oh. It'll be
has returned to the experiment.
I can feel myself getting used to this.
I'm a camera. I'm surveilling the. Oh my god, it's fucking over.
Sorry, just a second. If I find a local newspaper. The souls of the brave fought and perished.
No, it's okay, it's okay. I am done, actually. This game's...
A new area has been restricted.
I hope the humidity doesn't mess up my camera.
Rapid reconstruction is no longer available. Test subjects can no longer be revived.
In here. I feel myself getting used to this. Don't kid yourself. That's a blooper. Stand by. I need some more film.
Okay, I need more combat mastery to actually keep these guys over.
Not much news.
Oh, that is not good. Oh, that is not good. Oh. Okay. Wait, how do I kill them? I thought I would be Jesus at 8 stacks. Wait, I thought this character was so good. Who the fuck lied to me? I got stacks. I got so many stacks. You low level? Yeah, no shit, because I have to die to get my dumbass stacks. Alright, new character. Let's try this one.
I look forward to working with everyone.
Oh, we're not gonna do the word game at 8 because people can't make it and Lily fell sick. Oh my god, okay. Oh, just really unlucky actually. What the hell? Oh wow, this looks like a bad plan for this game. Hold up. Wow, these are all the plans? It's 2 and 3? It looks so bad. That's fine. I'll do it. Dude, you know they made Shoichi harder. Cause I swear to God, I can't click the circles as easily anymore. They nerfed the like you have to be more precise when you're clicking the circles. Like hold on, like this. Like you can't like do it like look how close I am. I felt like it was not that way before. They did give him another dagger drop, but it's like it's definitely harder.
Survivors, prepare to enter the experiment.
But like especially when you do something like this, right? Like I. Oh, okay, never mind. Everyone loads in too fast. But like I can't do it fast enough, man. I don't know what to say.
The experiment will now begin. Satellite radar activated.
I could live in a cozy house with my family. Life would be perfect. You couldn't even pawn this.
Oh no, man. Everything in here is taken or what? Oh, what the heck? I did not take that.
I could sell this. Flip it and exchange it for something better.
Oh, I don't want to fucking wait too long. I will just go. I'll find the other thing later. I don't know where to find the loader or whatever, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, I need to get SP as well, because playing this character just requires everything in the game.
What kind of profit?
Okay. I'm all done except for piano wire. I don't know where to get that though. Let me go. What's closest for wire, guys?
What kind of profit could I get from this? All is necessary. What kind of profit could I get from this?
Hotel Beach Uptown. It's
Life
fine. I'll
is
figure
not
it
all
out.
about money, but medicine
Hotel
is.
then, I guess.
You couldn't even pawn this.
Okay, we switch.
What kind of profit could I get from this? The smaller it is, the closer you have
Where's
to
my
inspect it.
teammates?
A subject has been terminated.
Who's in charge of quality control for the water?
Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Oh, I missed all of my things. Yo, truce. I fucked up. I fucked up. Slowed. Oh, I fucking didn't even realize that one was gonna drop the thing, man.
It's not all about money, but medicine is.
Oh, there's another person. Wait.
A subject has been terminated.
Wait, I actually did not know there's another person.
Open stock,
That
open
makes
boxes.
me look kind of bad.
Rough night for this one.
Oh, it's fine.
The living must live. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, there was someone below us?
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Time to relax.
Life
Who's this? What? I didn't fucking... Oh my god. Wait, I swear I'm pressing it and it doesn't go through and it's so annoying. Okay, this Adina girl is so fucking annoying. I missed. No way. Oh, this is not good. That is another team.
Life is not all about money, but medicine is. I have no idea what they could have made in this factory.
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Take a break. We don't have time to relax.
Can you stop moving, man? Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Is it bad?
Let's take a break. We don't have
Oh, wow. Okay. Where's my damage? There is so much fighting, man.
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Oh, I hope she runs away fast enough because I am dead. Oh. 2.
A survivor has returned to the experiment. A survivor has returned to the experiment.
What could be inside?
Whoa, where does this guy want to go? Oh, I need to get food because I am. Where is the thing here? Oh, it doesn't reach. Whatever, man. The fire pit is not in this area. Interesting, okay? Wow! Bro, I just die like that? Oh. Dude, I got owned. See Leon from last game? I didn't know damage to you. GG, I was the wolf. Let's not look at those numbers. Dude. Yeah, last place? Oh, I actually don't know. Did I get, was I 8th there? I'm surprised. I was a Shukai team. GG's, I was the fucking wool. Okay, maybe this is not it. Okay, hear me out.
Did you just say you like me?
Hear me out. There really not MMR? I mean, there is. There's just not enough players. Recent blogs have been banger. Please keep them coming. Trying.
Can we do it? Yes, we can.
Lumia Island's hyperloop will soon be open. Survivors, prepare to enter the experiment.
Let's play catch ball.
It's gonna hurt.
Oh, hey, what's up, Yandere? I playing ball. Cat. How's the game going? Oh, yeah, I'm winning all of them.
Lumia Island's hyperloop will soon be open.
Honestly, I feel bad for the other players.
Prepare to enter the experiment.
Stay away. Faithfully.
You might lose some blood.
Stay away.
Why is everyone on top of me, man? I'm just a cat. Oh my god.
Freezing pain. This way. Stay away. Here, take it. Common pattern. Sit still for me. Let's move. This is from my heart. Stay away.
We will then resume our next experiment. Let there be glory to the pawns who reach the end of despair.
Oh, I'll be playing 2v2s with Toast after this game. I'm hoping this one's kind of a long one, so I don't.
The experiment will now begin. Satellite radar activated.
Oh, I'm done. Oh, what the heck?
I think I've seen enough. Hope I don't disturb you. I'll get better as I go along. I'm sure I'll find something good. Yeah, I think I'm used to it now. Again!
Not. Oh yes. Okay, thank God. I'm only missing. I have my weapon now, which is the most important thing.
Did you like it? Then I'll give it to you. Yes,
Open
I
armor.
think I'm used to it now. Sure, I'll find something good. You can't just do something like that right from the start.
Okay, boots, and I end pawns.
What do you mean? I'm pretty good.
I think I'm done. Oh, I'm not done. I need to enter pawns? I'm in the wrong side.
Like it? Then I'll give it to you. Over here.
Hey, get that.
Subject has been terminated.
Ah!
Subject has been terminated.
I need a break.
Bro, I'm a box.
Let's play catch ball. Do you like me this way too? Much better than the last one. I did well, so give me a compliment.
Is your teammate dying? No way.
Careful not to touch it. A four-leaf clover. If I find one, I'll give it to you.
Cat girl versus Jace. Nah, it's good.
Reminds me of something I experienced
It's actually just
in the
Nidalee.
past.
With Ziggs.
Now this is my territory. I'm kidding.
Oh, it's such a cute animation. We got 2 purples. Oh my god, wait. I'm so lucky.
Are there any rat traps? I'll get better as I go along.
A new area has been restricted. The survivor has returned.
Oh, we actually win. Wait a second. My teammate's OP.
Terminated. Subject has been terminated.
If I give it to you as a gift, you'll be happy, right?
Oh, I don't know if I can do 2. I can
I'll
do
make
this.
sure to return it later. I don't like this.
A subject has been terminated.
Oh, he's good.
The
Ally killing
nice.
spree.
My legs are getting tired. Reminds me of something I experienced in the past. We could have been friends.
What do I need? A tree? I can't fucking reach this guy, man. Fuck.
guess what kind of fish it is with my eyes
No, I think on the wall, man. Please. My bleeding cat body cannot. No, I lost my fucking thing, man.
I need a break to feel better.
No.
Yes, I think I'm used to
A new area has been restricted. Rapid reconstruction is no longer available. Test subjects can no longer be revived.
Oh.
It would have been better if I had friends.
The survivor has returned to the experiment.
I'm a little embarrassed.
W range is so short.
For me?
Did they find my thing? Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. I'm like hidden. You know? Oh, they did. They did. Oh, it's fucked. Oh, it's fucked. How are these guys immortal? What?
I just need to wash out my class. I need a break to feel better.
How many dono or channel points to play Anakin's? Nothing. I'm not gonna play it. I still need another one.
A survivor has returned to the
My
experiment.
legs are getting tired. I just need to regain my strength.
Oh my god.
different from what I thought it would be. I want that thing that makes sounds. I hate fighting, but now this is my territory. I'm kidding.
Well, I have to now use my shit to red someone, which is fine.
Water puddles are impressive.
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Something I experienced in the past. Are there any rat traps? I've heard people in places like this give you a warm welcome. It reminds me of something I experienced in the past. So many flaws. Oh, it's loud here.
A new area has been restricted.
Yes, I think I'm used to it now.
Oh.
Are there any rat traps? Wow! I got instantly transported! Better to see more clearly. Stop me.
Is there no way I can beat this guy? How does he have so much CDR to spit? Oh, he actually just tanked all of our damage?
It's okay. We can do better next time.
What the heck? I literally can't escape from Garen. He's in this game too. Go play some ads. Twos. Wait, I could have sworn I thought it would do more damage. I think the weapon mastery system in ER, in theory, makes a lot of sense, but in practice feels very awful. Little Penguini, thanks for sub, welcome to the stream. Don't go ER, I need you. Bro, that guy asked me not to queue up after that game. That was the politest way I've ever been told fuck off before. Don't queue, smile. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, I always feel like it is just, I can never tell how much damage I'm going to do in ER. Unless I'm significantly far ahead of everyone else, I just think it's just random. Super random. Hello.
Hello, I've never played this before.
Oh, it's just about hitting plants. Probably cool. Welcome back for 12 months. Yeah, you hit plants. It's like a shrinking arena, and then there's healing plants that give you CDR and heal you. And you can't out damage them, so you have to hit them. Literally, all I did when I played with Lily was yell at her to hit the plants.
What's the best? What's the best champions in this game? Who do I ban?
Oh, stuff like Tarek's pretty good. Vayne, Kog'Maw, Twitch. Depends what you like to play. If you're playing tanks, then you ban like ADs.
I'm banning LeBlanc.
You're banning LeBlanc?
So do I pick champions I like playing?
Oh, you can. I'll try to play around you.
They banned Warwick? That's my favorite champion.
Oh, he's pretty good. All right, what else?
I love Warwick.
What else you got?
Okay, I planned Zacharino.
Oh.
Is he any good?
Yeah, he could be really good.
I have
a warning. I think we have no damage. And it's not because of me. But it might be because of me.
Wait a second. But you said you'd pick around me.
Yeah, you took a long time to pick. So
That's fair.
I just clicked when those was close.
Okay. What's the best argument in this game?
I think we need damage. So ideally, if you get the prismatic augment slow cooker, that is the way we win.
Scarra, I'm worried.
Ah, don't be.
How do I know? Do I pick Guardian Horn or Guardian Shroud?
Horn.
Horn?
Well, actually, if you want to go full AP, you can go the other one. I'm thinking if we need full AP.
The Shroud is AP, and
we probably
Horn
need
is...
damage. Go AP. Yeah.
Need damage? No, I thought you're the carry.
No. We're both the carries.
All right, who do we go on?
Whatever we can. The plant spawns here and here.
I want the record to show that. All right. Oh God, I have.
Okay, hit the plant. Okay, hit the other plant. It's on top.
Oh, they got me, Scarra.
Oh,
whatever
God.
you do, don't ignore them while they're killing me to go for plants. Oh,
all right, this is gonna be awkward.
I can't let you just ignore me while they were going for me.
No, I can't do it. You would die anyways. I have to.
I don't know, man. I feel like you could have saved me or something. Oh my God, I'm lagging this game. Why am I lagging? This is League of Legends.
No!
Dude, we suck. And by we, I mean you.
Oh! Do you have slow cooker?
No, should I reroll for it?
Yes, I would say reroll for slow cooker or...
What about these gloves?
No.
Okay, I got Feel the Burn, Symphony of War, and Dashing.
What is Feel the Burn?
You gain the field of burn summoner spell.
No,
Cats
keep going,
ignite.
keep going,
Okay.
keep going, keep going.
I got Eureka, Chauffeur, and Omni Soul.
We lost.
Omni Soul it is. I have the power of 3 dragon souls.
Oh.
That's what it means, right?
Yeah.
Alright, let me cook, let me cook, let me cook.
Okay. You hit the plant, hit the plant, hit the plant.
Yeah, I'm hitting.
You did hit it once. Okay, we're gonna hit the other plant up here.
What's with you and plants, bro?
The only way you play this mode is plants.
Oh, what can I do? You got hooked, man. I'm trying my best.
It's okay. We don't do anything till first item anyways.
I'm also playing on 200 ping.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little rough for you.
I know, so for some reason I'm lagging. Is this mode laggy? Why am I lagging?
I don't think so.
How to get more frames?
You got the OP one.
Something's off here.
Something do be feeling off.
After they win the whole thing. Here, we do things a little differently.
Alright, now we buy boots.
Yeah, you might need to go Sorks.
Sorks?
I'm telling you, you need to do damage this game with me.
No, I'm not the damage dealer.
Trust me. Next item and we're good. I can't believe I got no good prismatic. And neither did you. And that's very unlucky. That's super unlucky.
Yo, lure them in here. Lure them in here.
Okay, they're lured in. Okay.
Alright. I'm going ham on them.
Yeah. Just ham enough to hit the plant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, now we go for the other plant.
Let me tank it up. So what happens when you hit plants? Like, do we
they
get
get
like
CDR
a bonus?
and they get health.
Is there any more plants? I'm looking for plants.
No. The next plant is this one. You can just wait.
Okay, when does it come out?
It's coming soon. Behind. What?
Just don't miss your ult, okay?
It's okay. I got it again. Here. They also give you ult cooldown. Oh. Okay, you got one?
I'm helping.
Okay.
Would you say I contributed there?
Wait, you owned there. Okay.
Oh wow, you gave me so much money.
Oh wait, no.
Pike...
Yeah, I gave you 700 gold.
Oh, Pike in this mode is broken.
Yeah. If I can get you enough gold, you are rich.
All right, I'm going Jack Show. Okay, you know Jack Show?
I do know Jack. Oh no! Refund that. You're going Leandry.
Okay, refunded Jack Show. What do I get?
Leandry.
Leandry?
Oh.
What? See, that was 1 second left.
Oh, it's okay. We're down an item, but it's not a big deal.
Bro.
What the fuck? I'm dead. Don't worry,
Why?
it wouldn't have mattered. He hit me with the thing, the 1-2. Oh, if you CC them, this thing kills stuff when you CC them. So if you just bounce,
okay.
Like,
oh, I'm dead.
Oh, yeah, that was my bad. I didn't give you enough time.
It was your bad.
I didn't give you enough time. It's okay.
Sorry. It's my fault.
Oh. This guy takes forever to finish. Oh. Oh, what the hell, man?
I'm going to drink some juice, okay?
Have I been slow, anyone? My Q?
Wait, what the heck is a kappa juice?
Oh, it gives you hats. So do not drink that. Unless you want a hat. The hat does nothing, but it looks cool. Alright, Toast. We're gonna want to go on the Oriana, okay?
Okay, well, bait them into my side, because I need to charge up my E, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm knocking them up.
Oh, I cannot go in.
Ooh, they are pregnant. Hey, what's the deal with this pike? Like, what's the story?
Oh, I'm owning, but I got CC.
No, not you. The.
Oh, it just randomly CCs. Kill them.
I'm turning into. Oh.
Ooh, you did a great. You like 1v2 this one. Good stuff. Good stuff.
I did?
Yeah. I didn't do anything. I just took damage.
Oh, why didn't you do something?
Well, they focused me. I was like the tank.
Demonic Embrace. How do you feel about that?
Bad item.
Yeah, what should I get then, huh? I'm hearing negativity from you.
How do you feel? Oh, Demon's fine.
Demon's
fine. Demon's fine. You can go Demonic.
Yeah, thanks, sir.
Good item. It's pretty fucking bad.
I should not be playing a champion that requires so much aiming. Oh wait, my Leandra's gonna pop off here. Where do I focus?
Anyone.
Okay.
Okay, you hit this plant. You hit this plant. I'm going for the other one.
All right, I hit the plant.
Perfect. Wait, oh wow, kill him before
Oh, protect my bubble! Protect my bubbles! Protect my bubbles! Protect my bubbles! Protect my bubbles! I'm dead.
What are you doing?
Oh wow, use these for so much.
Yes.
What are these things, man? Hello, Tenzin.
Oh, what's up, Tenzin?
Well, Scar's teaching me about the 2v2 mode right now.
Oh, okay.
But after this, we're gonna have a 1v1v1 word off.
The Scar journey?
Yeah.
Okay.
How was your practice?
It was good. It was fun.
No way I lost. Did I win?
Scarra is hard trolling
no, I
me
can't
right
beat
now.
him if he's fully. Wait, I won. Oh, I won.
You won?
Yes, I won.
Oh,
I
sorry.
won number one.
Don't
I say that?
Don't say that. Don't say that. Are you guys ready for tomorrow's game then?
Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Wait.
Yeah, your team looks pretty strong.
Wait, what are they playing?
We have, we're playing in the Amica/Boom.
Oh, I did see that.
Yarp. I'm excited because I just like journey slowly.
Have you tried this 2v2 mode, Tenzin?
I just really hate League, and no,
I
I'm
like
not
that.
interested. I just have so much hatred for it. Like I'll never have fun. But I'll play it if everyone plays it, you know.
Oh. He one-shot me. No.
How did we lose, Scarra? They said you're the best 2v2 player in the world.
This guy one-shot me.
I can't believe he did that.
Yeah, I can't believe he did too. That's crazy. Oh, never mind. We win.
We do?
Yeah.
God, you're saying it with such confidence, I have to believe you.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we're spectating?
Oh, so when it's 3 people, you only 2 fight. So what you just spectate. All right, you see that what Vi did last game? That something supposed to call warm up routine. He gets
okay.
Oh, he gets tankier does more damage the longer you channel it.
How do we stop them from?
Yeah, but he has to stand still.
So we don't fight them when she's standing still.
No, you just go on her immediately, so she can't get stabbed.
The Oriana team.
Yeah, they beat everyone else.
Scarra, we're at risk of elimination.
Nah, don't worry about it. Nah, it's not a big deal. Nah,
Every time you tell me not to worry about something, it actually makes me even more worried.
Yeah, don't worry about it. And not even a big deal. Split, so he won it.
It sounds like a big deal.
And it's not a big deal.
I have 200 ping, yeah, and I'm lagging for some
we gotta go on her.
Okay. Do you want me to go instantly? Okay, whatever you do, don't die while I'm fighting.
Alright, she ulti me?
Okay, well... Oh, I beat my guy. You beat your guy? Well, whatever you do, don't... Oh, yeah, I believe it. Oh my god, you did beat him.
Yeah, of course.
Scarra's the best.
I don't have GA anymore, which is kind of...
Don't you sell your items and buy like other stuff? Like, you don't have boots here anymore, right?
You can if you want. So GA? Fuck it, it comes back next round.
Had to take their parts. Rebuild my brain.
Come on, let's get back to the
Ooh, look at how big you are.
Don't ever say that. Wait, why is this person level 21?
Oh, he's got... No, I died!
What do you mean you died? You're supposed to be the carry!
What can I say? Good work, Tess.
We're fucking dead!
You got top three's not bad.
I'm leaving.
Oh, meet Ali. Welcome back for 9 months. Zarin, the shiz. Welcome back for 17.
Sorry for the wait, Tenzin.
Wait. What do you mean? You're leaving me for Tenzin?
No, we're going to play the word game, just the three of us.
Word game.
Just
Can I be on open mic?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can be on open mic.
You heard of that route? Yeah, it's because I got interrupted. I don't even know what CC'd me. The blitz hook missed, right? Yeah, Oriole teed.
So who's got us with the link?
Yeah, I don't know how to play this game. So you guys.
Me neither. I don't even know what the link was. It was like JKM. Blah, 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 blah.
What do you mean you don't know how to play this game, Tenzin? You played it yesterday.
Well, I don't know how to find it. Sorry.
All right. The link is gonna be in Generali.
Okay.
All right. What is this game called?
Fuck if I know.
Bomb Party.
Oh. I thought it was Word Bomb. That was close.
Okay. Word.
Oppenheimer's favorite game. That's a bit of a reference for you.
Never watched it. So no show link.
No show link.
No show link. Cortege.
Wait, are you guys playing Final Fantasy?
We are, but I already created my character. I think everyone else is creating their characters, so it's gonna be like a solid hour before we actually play.
God.
I can't believe you guys are trying to start Final Fantasy like 6 days before going somewhere.
I think it's fun. No, I'm all for it.
For 6 days?
Well, I think they'll have fun. I joined the game.
Oh, I should probably join the game.
Okay,
I'm joining the game.
Okay, so can I show the game?
Yeah, you can show the game now.
How come it at the very top of the screen shows the password?
Well, you gotta hide the top, you know.
Fuck, hold up.
The rules are simple. You just type words that contain the letters.
Oh gosh.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Wait, what do I type? How do I type it?
Wow, type a word that contains the letter NT.
Hurry!
Any word, Scarra.
That?
No,
Oh,
not
that...
next to each other.
Oh.
Yeah, NT though.
Hold up a sec, guys. Let me show you this.
That's a word.
Get fucked! Alabama again! That's the only thing I know, unfortunately. Arlington?
Arlington's not a word. Think you got me. What?
No! Bro, I was trying to have...
What?
What?
Wait, your shit.
No! What?
Oh!
Yeah.
It's you have to make a word. You type a word with the thing. And you miss, you lose a life. And if the bomb ends at you, you die. So I died. And the three letters have to be in the same word.
Nautical nonsense is something you wish. Die. Die.
You die.
You die.
No!
Oh, no.
Oh my god. Okay, now I get it.
Yo, NT though, NT. There we go again.
So all the letters are right.
Your words.
Oh, really?
Okay, I'm gonna try not to do the same words, but like sometimes you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah.
You got this. Don't overthink it. Just add a word to it. Add a letter.
Wait.
What?
Is it not this? Oh, you have to press space bar.
You have to press. No, you press enter. Yeah.
I'm fucking stupid. Wait, onsen is not an American word. That's so cringe. I hate America.
What? What? Yes. Fuck. Nah, this one was given to me.
Oh my god. The toast is dead.
Wait, I'm stupid.
Hey, don't ever say that about yourself.
Wait.
Really, Scarra? Really?
Scarra, you did it already.
Wait, what does that do? Oh, you can't do repeats.
Oh no.
Fuck, it's not.
And Clyde. Yes!
No
Bro,
way.
I know
Okay.
it ends with the I, but like I just had to try it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
No.
American
Let me do
word
voice
feels like the UK
activity
version.
and so I can roll you guys and shit talk, okay?
Ugh. Okay, I won't. Okay, I felt
Where's
bad for you,
Sydney?
but now. Oh my God, Sid.
You can't say let me get next, not join. Someone stop the count. Stop the count.
Okay? And now we join.
Why'd you all leave? I
No-
just got here.
Oh, we weren't sure. We weren't sure.
Oh, we were trying to remake for you.
Oh, sweet. Let's play.
Lego.
Alright, remake.
Wait, I'm here.
I will put.
Oh.
Wait. Everyone join the same link. Join the
Okay.
same link. I see.
Okay.
Okay. Here we fucking go.
I'm so excited to play this.
I'm
Alright, we're gonna play for $100 each round.
What?
I ain't giving y'all shit. Where do I type it?
It'll just pop up and you just type.
That's a thing!
You lost, Scarra?
Wait, I've done that before. I don't even fall for that.
How about Moolah?
Moolah? Fuck you!
Yeah,
Come on.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Okay, yeah, please don't fuck this up. Okay.
Oh, the brain rot is
Scarra's
too real.
What do you mean?
The brain rot is too real.
Pond. I just typed.
I was wondering. Fuck! I was wondering. I was like, wait.
What's wrong with you guys?
Oh, no one can repeat.
No one can.
No, that's you're looking at the bomb.
Okay.
Allegory.
Oh my god. That's a good one. Oh.
Size.
Can I do Wisconsin?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Oreo.
I thought that too.
Oreo?
I don't know. Why is it letting me go so long?
The bomb's
You
ticking.
have more time.
This one's. Okay, God, I have to do that one.
Wow.
Wrong one. Oh.
See, I can only start with the word they give me. I don't know how to end with the words they give.
Oh, yeah, that's so hard. What the fuck?
I don't have any.
Scarra's gonna win. He's gonna make $300 from us.
Paying Scarra shit.
I don't know this.
You keep coming up with words that start with FT.
Wait.
What is TF?
I don't know.
My chat said pitfall. Dude, I would never have gotten that. I'm not looking.
You have to do like two complete separate words.
Yeah, I'm not looking there
hard.
until after the round is over. Oh god.
I kind of forgot.
Wow, I'm two-time winner. Oh man, this feels good.
All right, guys, it's actually time to start trying now.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm an English major.
Shit.
Oh my god, deflect. I feel like you should get extra points for that.
What is this?
Scarra, that's the easiest shit ever.
What do you mean?
Lamborghini.
I can't. How do you? Oh god, how do you? Wait, you're. Oh. Where's the H?
That?
There's an H somewhere.
Lamborghini. Fuck.
Ash.
That's not a.
What the hell?
Fuck!
What are you doing,
It's a
Scarra?
1+ phone.
He's fixating on the one. Oh, phone.
Oh, I can just type. Yeah. Well. What?
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm so stressed.
No. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
When did we do reach? Fuck.
Dude, I'm not even like. I'm not even looking at other people.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
fuck.
Wait, what is that?
Latin! Fuck
no
yeah!
way.
Nice.
Hyman.
Wow, I can do SARS?
Idaho. Fuck! Damn. Fuck. What?
Fuck.
Spider-Man!
Spider! Uh-oh. Wow.
The Zaza, bruh.
Does it work?
Oh
my god!
Zaza works.
Fuck
L and
you!
C. You have to end with an L and she's going for it.
Wow! You guys just typed the letter? Oh, wow.
Ewok. That's a word! That's a word!
Scar, you're just a little copycat.
No, I don't know!
Personally, I do rework there.
Oh, man!
So right now we're playing on beginner's mode.
What?
So every prompt has 500 possible answer. We're going medium, where every prompt only has 300 answers.
We didn't even do well on beginner mode.
No, we did great, Sid.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh. Yeah, hey, this game's really funny.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready. Tenzin can't win again.
I only won once, man. You won like 3 times.
Once was one too many.
Real. I have no idea what the hell's happening. What?
Queen. Tricycle.
Wow.
Wait, so what's different about this one?
Innards.
It's harder. Like, they're less...
Oh, okay.
300 words per prompt.
No, it's not right.
Boring. Tickle.
What?
I want to say Luther so bad.
Oh, perplex. Wuss.
No.
Oh shit.
I was gonna put blows.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Smite, like our favorite game.
True.
Earl.
Wake up.
No.
That's not it.
Earl.
No.
Pearl. Merle. Juro. Merle.
What?
Okay, that's a word of
not a...
Periscope. That got it in. No. Just fucking kill me,
Please
man.
don't fuck this one up. No,
this one's not that bad.
Help me. Tolv, Quilv. I don't know.
Wait, I don't know.
Oh, you got plenty of time because you're the first one up.
Yeah, you got me, right, Sid? I don't want to do this one.
I think it's like 2 max and then you get a new one.
Oh, thank God.
I actually don't know.
No.
I have no idea. I just...
Clue. Oh.
Can I do this?
Yeah, fuck it.
Oh my God.
Wow, that's a good one. I got this one.
No, I had it. I had it.
What?
Huh?
Oh,
You got this one?
no, I don't. It's a press.
Oh,
it's a
you
press.
almost got it. You had a press.
All right, I got beef with this game.
Yeah, we can't end.
All right. New rule. If no one gets a prompt, the next person gets the same prompt. It
Wait.
never resets.
Okay.
Oh,
Right?
okay, got it.
Wait, do you guys know you can get extra life
How?
if you use every letter on the right?
Oh.
So like it
neat.
like helps you make bigger words so you can get it faster. I've never done it.
Oh.
I've never
I
done it.
like
It's
that.
so hard.
Said so.
On the right, you see those yellow letters?
Is it just every letter in the alphabet? Did you just use it once?
I think it is, or something like that.
Ramming.
Tenzin?
Oh yeah, I had this. I had the same.
What is this?
Periscope.
Oh my god.
Huh? IO died. I'm the fucking best.
No way.
Bull.
I already know. Say this literally like.
She's sitting up.
Yeah, sitting up, lean in. Yeah.
Alliance? Yo,
That's not how you pronounce it.
who went to college? Alliance.
Oh, fuck you, man.
I keep getting the same.
Uh-oh.
I wanted to not do idiot again. I didn't want to do it.
But you still did it.
Oh.
I did.
Believe.
Wait, you guys all have 2 lives. Come on.
Mater?
Tomater.
You have a lot of time.
I'm gonna win.
I don't got it.
No, way. You got it? Shut the
Mata? What were you going for?
I was going for bullshit, bro.
That's not a
Lion
word.
King. Thank you, Lion King.
That's not.
How do you spell this?
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I see you. Pink.
Oh. I can't believe it let me through with a comma.
Wow. Oh. Well, you know, Tenzin didn't win. We'll take those.
Fuck you, Scarra.
Ooh.
What?
Someone took that.
Lance.
Die already. Damn it.
Oh.
Thank you, Backstreet Boys, Lance Bass. Bell.
Fuck. Oh, fuck.
Lord.
Oh, God.
I don't know.
Never give up.
Yes.
Not this guy.
I'm the fucking best.
We're not ending. We're not ending. Keep
I
going.
deserve this.
No, keep going.
I deserve this.
Keep going. Oh my God. Okay.
Hawk.
What? I don't know.
Oh shit.
Oh God.
Oh shit.
Come on, Tenzin.
Hell no.
Oh fuck.
Tokol? Okay.
Talking. Wait.
No.
Oh no
way.
fucking way.
Fucking blue protocol ass there.
Rise. Fuck it.
No way it's GeoGuessr's a thing. My bad.
IVI? Oh,
No way. That's a nice one.
It's a hard word to spell, Scarra.
Wait, this.
I stop, man.
Come on, Tenzin.
we know what word she's going for.
Fuck me.
Potter.
What the? Grove.
And you use words with B or D or F or H. And I can get a bonus health.
I'm dead?
Oh, wait, what? Agar. Oh, God. Is that
There's 2 G's. That's 2 G's.
Shit!
Oh, crap.
Yeah, what do
I
you
was
got?
too busy laughing.
What do you got?
Just kill him. Oh.
No shot.
Fuck.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah!
Nice.
I can't believe you let that get you twice. Anchor, by the way.
Ooh.
Oh, you had to just throw that in there?
I had to let him know. I had to let him know.
You're fucked for
Even
that.
if you had 2 lives,
You're
I still would have
fucked
got your
for
ass.
that.
All right. Hey, we all like Pokemon here, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
If it's a naming the Pokemon, I am taking the L, though.
I only know older gen, unfortunately.
Yeah, same. Oh, no.
Just English.
What?
Ariana Grande.
Shut your ass up.
Recently divorced her husband to be with her co-star, who's married. So she broke up a very happy marriage. It's like that song "Break Up with Your Boyfriend."
Thank you very much.
Oh, we're not doing Pokemon.
Nah, we're just doing words.
Oh, fuck. I was like, what the fuck?
Huns. With an E. Uh-oh.
Get rocked.
Uh-oh.
No way.
Ooh. My brother died on his second turn.
No, man. No.
Uh-oh.
Fuck!
Yeah, that's right. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Shut up.
Colorado. The hometown state.
English is a repeat. Sid owned me.
What? How do I not know anything? It's because you get baited into starting with an ER. I'm stupid.
Mouthing.
Todd.
Oh, I like that.
What's that has 2 T's?
Just like
So many
kidding.
words.
Stop. Don't kill me, please. Let me have this.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I got. Oh.
Fuck me. No.
Damn, everyone lost their damn mind.
Wait, this one I'm so stumped.
Rhino.
Oh.
Rhino. Fuck, that's so stupid.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Bro, you just get like ing words. Come on now.
Meanwhile, tits.
I see.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh my god.
No way.
Wow. Okay, Sid's fucking. Holy moly.
Die. Oh.
No. I've done this before.
Thanks.
Bro, I can't spell that word. Concoction.
Huh? No, not like this. What word?
Large. Barge.
Borg.
Burger.
Okay, what if we try the hardest mode? Is there a hard mode?
Wait, what is the wait? What's the hardest one?
Is it like there's only 100 words per prompt?
Oh, I like that one.
Oh God. Okay.
Well,
so you gotta know one of the 100 words, right? Tenzin join.
Yeah, no, we're experts in English. I got a B in my high school English class.
Hitters. God, I'm a fucking genius.
Oh, it's
Eater.
I'm stupid.
Galleon.
Wait, this is so hard.
Wow, that was. Well, you guys are smart. What the fuck?
Why are you so
April.
surprised?
What the fuck? And specifically after I wrote that, that's so fun.
Oh,
Like
what?
for me, I can't do words in the middle.
Oh, I thought those. So
Himberland.
This one's so hard.
Imbra, Timbra, Kimbra, Himbra, Dimbra. Please, just give me an answer. I'll never.
The Tenzin's not giving you anything.
Tenzin, you got one for this?
Fuck.
Embroidery.
Wow.
What the fuck? No.
Nice.
Oh, this one's
9. How do you guys think of words in the middle?
I just have to like visualize it, and I can like think of stuff.
wow.
Fuck. RKI?
I'm starting to feel uneducated.
Is it because we're stupid?
Yes.
Sure. How do you spell that? Perpetrate. Nope.
Oh my god.
A couple of extra letters in there.
No, fuck you, Tenzin. Get your own word.
No.
Fuck. What do we? Wait, hold on. I thought it was
perpetrator.
Perpetrator. wait,
Yeah.
no, it's
Guys?
Yeah.
Fuck! Wait, perpetrator.
Oh.
Why don't you work on your own word? Fuck! No!
How do you spell that?
Exactly.
I don't remember. I don't know how to spell that.
Curse.
Oh shit.
Ah! How do you
Fuck,
spell
I had
that?
one.
Perpendicular. Perplex. Perpetuate. Perpetrator, by the way. P-E-R-P.
Wait, yeah, does perp work?
Why was it so hard?
I don't know. It was so hard.
Perpetrator.
Because I was going perpetrator instead of perpetrator.
Oh, perpetrator.
Let's go.
Wait,
Mud.
Oh.
You.
Tough. Oh, I was thinking
That
the same.
worked?
Yeah, sometimes proper nouns work. It's weird.
Oh.
Or maybe tough means something else.
I can't do words
What?
where the letters are in the middle. I'm stupid. This is such a bad time to realize that. Ill.
Okay.
I thought you could do Illinois.
Queen. I can't. Like, if the letters doesn't start, if the word doesn't start with the letters, I can't do it.
Oh
That's
no.
How you spell Arkansas? No.
Kansas.
Some places don't work for some reason.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know. Oh.
Giga.
What?
This game is.
You will? Yeah, Sky. Honestly, that's the luck of the draw, buddy.
Oh, whoa.
No. I just.
Dude,
Go
come
buy time
on.
Whoa.
Swung.
This is. Hold on. Is this a word?
I will.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna die.
Fuck. Fuck, that's not how you spell spoon. Wait.
No, Tenzin, you got this. Actually,
Bollywood.
By word.
Wow. Oh,
no.
Just type in TR.
NTR? NTR?
Yes!
What?
Ow. Dude, the 100's really hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is hard.
This one is like my brain is like.
I can't visualize it. I got NTR'd.
NTR? You could do uncontrollable.
Oh wait, join. Who's missing? Tenzin. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm blanking.
Uh-oh.
That one was hard.
Pet.
Okay, you got that one. Oh, lower.
Yeah.
I don't know how to spell assassin, I swear to God. I almost messed up there. Ooh. Ooh.
Whoa.
Why am I stupid?
Luther.
I fucking hate you.
Like what?
London didn't work?
Lotion.
Oh, that's a good middle one. Okay. I wanted to type Zon so bad. Oh, okay, yeah, that's.
Uh-oh.
Haha! Got him!
Nice.
No, what is this?
Letters.
No!
Wait. Tenzin.
Thank you for letting me live for one more day.
Wait.
Wow!
Nah.
No.
Bro's overcooking.
No, true.
Top works last time.
Oh.
Glycol.
You got glycol?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm doing it. Edie. Yes.
No, fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh, I spelled it wrong.
Iggy.
Nice try.
Ignore.
Oh.
Go.
I
Die. Uncle. Uncle. No.
Damn, Sid's the first one in here, man. She wants the dubs.
I'm playing this game until my Final Fantasy finishes downloading in 9 minutes.
Okay.
I'm dead. Okay.
Pond. Lily.
Ah, okay.
Tushy.
Tushy.
Oh, I already did this.
God, we suck. We fucking suck.
Beamers.
Fuck you.
Tor.
Wait.
Oh fuck.
I'm such an idiot.
Ooh, nice.
I used the word I was gonna use in the last word.
Tums.
Perk.
Perk.
He's up the perk.
Oh my.
Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work.
Octo. Why not?
Thank you, Sid. Oh, that works? Affiliate doesn't work?
Gophers.
What? Fuck me, man.
Can you clutch it?
Oh
my god.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my
god.
Tenzin,
So fucked.
I got shafted. Holy shit.
Okay.
My other favorite thing is just like seeing what other people think of when they see the words.
Yes.
Versus like what I think of. Sometimes when we get the same one, I'm like, oh, cool. And then a lot of the times it's like, what the fuck?
It's completely random.
Alright, Tenzin, join up.
All right.
Scarra, when you pick it up. When you pick it up, man.
I'm trying, man. You first.
Upper.
That worked. Okay.
Timid. Egg.
Okay.
Really busting
Yeah.
out the English dictionary.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Wendigo. Okay.
Brother. Uh-oh.
I did there. Oh my god. Do it again.
Sexy.
Oh no,
Uh-oh.
you had it too.
Not this again. Congratulations.
Wow.
Fuck.
Evacuate.
Distance.
Why did I take so long with that one?
Why am I stupid here?
That's... Oh.
Congratulations with an S.
I can't.
You're so cringe. I can't believe you got two of the same one.
Wait.
Oh.
Lasso.
What?
Yes.
It was tungsten. Fuck me, man.
Please.
I don't fucking know. Oh no.
Vibing.
What the fuck?
Hitu. Jiu-jitsu. Fuck. Titus. Itis.
No way Tenzin wins
Something
like
itis.
this.
Give me a disease that ends with itis. To Snyder.
Kobe.
Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna go make my sexy bunny girl.
Oh.
Peace
Farewell.
out. Word games
Farewell.
are fun. Bye bye.
So we wrapping it up? Or what we thinking?
Well, I don't know of any other games.
Yeah, that's all I got too, bro.
What, you guys don't want to play like Valor or anything? Oh, you're in. Is it that bad?
Get high.
Like on stream or off stream?
Off stream.
Oh wow. What are you gonna do while you're high?
Just chill. I normally just watch streams and like chill out.
Oh.
Well, you have a good time then.
Thank you. Thanks for the games. This was fun.
Yeah, peace, Tenzin.
Bye guys. Later. Good
Goodbye.
night.
Later.
Bye.
So what are you up to?
Nothing. Is there anything to do in this world? All right, load up. Pull up Time Guesser.
The what?
Time Guesser.
What is Time Guesser?
Type in Time Guesser.
Okay. How do I? What do I do here?
Open the website Time Guesser. There's no leaks, so.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Play it.
The daily or the play?
Play.
I'm supposed to guess where this was?
You're gonna have to guess where it's from and when it's from.
When?
When?
Okay, well, I mean, that's obviously... Oh, I'm really bad with geography. Like, really bad.
All right, let's focus on the when first then.
Okay, I want to say this is definitely gotta be, like, 1950s-ish, right? Like, in this area? 50s? Because it's, like, black and white photo, right? That's, like...
Okay.
That's gotta be, like, here, right?
Do you think this happened after World War II or before?
Probably before. And I want to say it's not Russian. not English.
You can zoom in on the picture. With
Oh,
screen.
okay,
Let's zoom
okay.
in a little
Cool,
bit.
cool. It is. I don't recognize this language. I'm a fucking uncultured English guy, American. Let's just say it's Austria, near Vienna. What do you think about my guess?
Well, you said it's before World War II, but you also wrote 1950s.
When was World War II?
Before 1940.
Okay. So let's do 1935. Does that sound good?
Okay. Vienna, 1955. I'm down. 1935.
Wait, this was kind of
Oh,
good.
hey. Honestly,
it was
85% accuracy. Let's
So
go.
Hungary in 1939. Okay, yeah, that was pretty close. Wait, awesome.
Yeah, let's go. Big points there.
Next round. Oh, it's a black and white, and it's in the States for sure. They're talking about Budweiser.
Oh yeah, for sure the States.
The
But
Paramount
which state?
Hotel is what? Is this what, New York? Or was it the rich con? It looks like it's like New York or Chicago or something.
You getting New York vibes from this?
I don't know, but I'm feeling like it's like a 19 like 30, 35 little New York.
Oh, you think this is before World War II?
Let's see what they're wearing real quick.
Yeah, zoom in on them.
Okay, well, let's look at the money. Okay, so that says street souvenir $2. Actually, that's kind of expensive.
Wait. Pan a little to the right. Zoom in on that guy. No, to the left now. The tall guy in the back. What do you notice about him?
He's wearing a brim hat. This guy?
Yeah. The guy who looks a little different from everyone. Like in walking along, like walking next to the guy who's pointing.
Oh, this guy.
What do you notice about him?
He's black.
He's black.
Right.
That means this is after racism was abolished.
Oh, you're right.
Because there was a period of time where America was super racist.
Right, and we still are, but it was like more there. So
yeah, this is a time where we weren't as racist.
Yes. Right. Okay. So
when did we beat racism?
Oh shit! I think we beat it every day, but okay. Let me think. I would say it's like maybe the 60s.
The 60s? We beat racism in the 60s?
Okay, maybe the 70s?
The 70s? We beat racism in the 70s?
Is it 23? I don't think we're there yet. I think it's the 60s, right? I think.
Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah, you know better than me. Okay. You're the expert on being a racist.
I mean, I don't see color immediately.
Well, it's black and white. You can't see color.
Exactly. Okay, but is this New York? I feel like the person who always says it's New York, but I don't know if it's New York. It looks kind of.
I'm getting New York vibes from this.
Okay, where is New York? In the 65. Okay. That is not bad.
Oh, wow.
My year was
New York. Yeah. We beat racism in 1950s. So
Fuck.
1950s.
How could I have known?
All right.
Okay.
73%, not bad.
Okay, this is a...
What? Oh, is that the Taiwan flag? What the fuck?
Is it?
Yeah, that's the Taiwanese flag. Why is a man jumping off with the Taiwanese flag as a parachute? And not just a white man. I'm so confused.
Wait, do you know your Taiwanese history? Okay, I'm gonna say this is rather recent. This looks like a 90s thing. Like an 80s, 90s
this is
sure.
Like late 90s probably.
Yeah.
So this camera is good.
Like I'm thinking like a 98. maybe even later. Nah, I'm thinking like a 98. And then I would say, where's Taiwan?
It's to the east of China. It's near Japan. That's why it was so easy for Japan to invade us.
Yo,
They just took a little trip to the south.
Okay. I can't really find you guys.
Like a little.
Oh, I see you. I see. Okay. Do you think this was in Taiwan? Because it looks like probably not.
Like, why would you do this anywhere else, right?
Okay, I think it was done in Taipei City.
But there's no white people in Taiwan.
That's what I'm thinking. Like in the 1990s, were there white people in
wait,
Taiwan?
zoom in on his bulge.
Which guy's bulge? This guy?
Yeah, the one.
What are you getting from this zoom in?
Okay, so I'm not sure if you noticed, but people from different countries have different cock sizes.
Okay.
So judging by his bulge, we can calculate the angular circumference and get a good idea of which kind of white man is this.
Okay, yeah, you got me. So I'm not a bulge expert, but luckily it sounds like you are. Could you explain to me the details?
Okay. Notice how it's kind of like hanging low instead of hanging like that bulge isn't like beneath, like he's tucking downwards. He's not tucking upwards. Most people tuck upwards.
And that would mean this man is from
Australia, because they do things opposite there. This is an Australian Taiwanese athlete with his cock pointing down.
So you're saying it's not in Taiwan, it's in Australia.
Yeah.
And let's say it's between Sydney and Melbourne. What do you think?
I'm getting Sydney vibes.
You're getting Sydney vibe. Okay, I like that. I'm gonna put it right here.
Okay. And
it was 2011. Okay. It was in Taiwan.
Oh, no way.
Oh, in Taipei City, right? Oh.
That would make a lot of sense that they have the Taiwan flag then.
Oh God, man.
Sorry, I overcooked on that one. That one's
okay. I don't claim that one. Okay. Prepare to meet thy God. It isn't.
I just couldn't stop staring at his
bulge. Okay, there's English. That's a good sign. And then
this is an old ass picture.
It says Manor Street.
Manor Street.
I don't know where.
Wait, look at that mailbox.
Is this a mailbox?
The red thing.
Okay, I'm saying this is not America. It's got to be somewhere in Europe, because I do not think this is an American street.
Well, English people use fancy language like thy.
Got it. I think it is like got to be like here-ish, like London.
Yeah.
UK.
They say thy in London, like thy.
Yeah, that feels like
scum.
Yeah, criminal scum. Okay, I like it. Okay, and I would say the picture is not. It's like okay quality. I would say like maybe the 70s.
Yeah, I'm getting 70s.
I'm getting 70s. And let's
you can see the outfit on that woman on the street.
Yeah,
mad 70s.
And I'm thinking it's in Manchester.
Okay, why?
I heard about their soccer team today.
How does that relate to the picture?
Trust me.
Okay, I trust you.
80. Okay, so it's 87, and it was in Ireland. Okay,
Ireland is owned by England. So
yeah, it's like the same place. And
nice.
Okay, you know what? I thought that was okay. 62. Okay, and then the last round. What the fuck is this?
Jesus. Oh God, it's ISIS. Wait, or is it CC?
I think it's CC. This looks
not ISIS.
This looks like a old black and white photo, so it's probably somewhere between the 30s and the 60s. Okay.
When was ISIS started?
I don't remember. Okay, but these guys look predominantly, I would say, like Anglo-American, European.
You can't see anyone's face. How are you getting this?
Oh, the architecture and the way the people walk. I'm analyzing their gait, you
It's a
know?
picture. You can't tell their gait.
Trust me, they are definitely not American.
Okay, what about that? Yeah, let's zoom in on those. Oh man, that is a blurry picture. Okay.
Okay, I see a cross.
Oh, I see some letters to the right of that, right? Worse, WERCE. What's that? Worse?
Oh.
Worse.
Okay. So, if I were to just YOLO it, and it looks like. This could be French. I'm thinking France.
What?
You don't think it's France?
Those are not French words.
Okay, well, worse. Maybe it's just German?
I'm getting hella.
Slovakia.
Oh, God.
Serbia. I like this little place right here.
You're getting Serbia?
I'm feeling Serbia.
Okay, we can. Okay. Which city in Serbia?
Like one of the northern cities in Serbia. I like it's definitely like Kinkinda.
Oh yeah, I'm getting Kinkinda vibes. You're right.
Yeah,
let's lock it in.
And what year do you think this is?
Oh, this shit's old. This is before. This is like World War I era, and you know when World War I took place.
Right, 1930s. Got it. Okay. Oh.
Okay, 4 years off.
I'm pretty good.
Well, you're pretty good. I said the year.
Wait, but I knew it was 30s.
Shit, you're right. Yeah, you're pretty good. Okay, we just need to beat our final score. What's the final score? Give us our final score.
That's not bad.
32,211. All right, let's go again, and this time we beat it.
32,000. Okay. This is American.
Ah, that's Wait, did the Titanic leave from England or America?
Oh shit.
Shit.
Oh wait. When was the Titanic?
Leonardo DiCaprio is an American.
Yeah, he dates.
And he played Jack.
And he dates primarily 24-year-olds and under. Right?
That is true.
Yeah.
Kate Winslet. Is she American or British?
Oh, Winslet sounds more like a British last name.
But she was on the boat, and she showed mad titties in that movie.
It was 3.5 hours long. It was my mom's favorite movie, and I fell asleep during the theater. And I woke up and it was still playing.
Well, that's good because you missed a very awkward scene where she said, "Paint me like your French girls."
Okay,
and she just showed.
It's got to be a port city. I would say it took off. Would you think it's like took off in New York, in like the 1960s? How are you feeling?
No, wait. Okay, is this after the war or before the war?
It's got to be after the war. So I would say it's got to be like somewhere in like the 1950 to 70, probably the 70s, right?
Wait, okay, so there's World War II, and then everyone celebrates by going on a giant boat?
Oh. Yeah, I can see that.
There's no way to... I'm feeling 50s, man.
Oh, 50s. Okay, I kind of like it. Let's go 52. What about... Yeah. Okay, do you think it's New York?
No. Here's the thing, though. During World War II, did we have colored television?
I would say... No.
Look, Oppenheimer is in the theaters right now, and they had great colors and like very high quality scenes.
Okay.
And how did they have such good cameras? It's because Oppenheimer is more of a recent thing, right? They got that IMAX shit.
Yeah, I don't think we had to take much from Christopher Nolan. I think he took some creative liberties when he made Oppenheimer.
I like what you have. 1950s New York.
Is it
Rock
New
in.
York? I feel like it's not, but I don't have a better port city.
Yeah, everyone loves New York. Everyone goes to New York.
Yeah, I feel like they went to New York.
Yeah.
1912, and it was from...
Bro, and it left from what? Oh fuck! This was on the other side. Oh, it went from England to America and then back to England, and that's where Leonardo DiCaprio got picked up. Fuck.
Okay,
I can't believe it was 1912.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
no one will go on a boat after a war.
Okay, I'm gonna just call it. We need a reset. Okay.
No. This is the greatest comeback of all time.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you're right. This is it's the Arctic. We're looking at like an Antarctica, Iceland picture.
Yo, zoom in on those workers. Do they look Asian to you?
No.
What do they look like to you?
White?
They look white to you? They look like Eurasians.
Oh, Eurasians.
Eurasians. No one is gonna take a camera to the Antarctica to take a picture in the distance.
So you're saying it's like what? Like Iceland?
I'm getting Alaska vibes.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so, people go to Alaska.
So we go to Alaska and we're thinking like what, Anchorage, or are we thinking...
Oh, this is big Anchorage vibes.
Right, because they need to do it near a developed country.
Okay.
Or city.
And the colors of this picture is reminiscent of the Titanic one.
So 20s?
But their pants look pretty fire. Yeah, 1920s.
1920s, I like
How do you feel about this? You like this, Alaska
good.
1920? There's snow in Alaska and there's snow in this picture.
Oh, okay. Well, we were off by the year by 20 years. It was in Antarctica.
Shit, Scarra, you're right. You're always right, man. I'm sorry. I blew it. I fucking blew it.
Why did... Oh, God. Oh, we have to restart, Toast.
Okay, we have to restart. All right, one-time restart only.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, this is like recent. And this is looking like Belenon, Bipa, Bali, Plein, Ashtal. This is
Huber.
Germany, right?
Yeah, this is for sure German. Look,
like,
no one is that man in the front. Look how like serious and sad he looks. This is for sure Germany.
Okay, so at least we have the area. I would say probably it's one of their major cities: Munich, Cologne, Berlin. Usually I just default Berlin, and it's got to be relatively recent, right? Like, oh no, wait! Look at what this guy's wearing. This guy, that's
what are you talking about?
This guy,
a puffer jacket? Oh, denim jacket.
It's like the 90s, man. Right?
Yeah, people were wearing mad denims in the 90s.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's like the early 2000s, 90s, like this.
Now, are we sure this is Berlin? Is there any other clue?
I don't know anything about Germany. But I'm thinking if you take a famous picture, you take it in Berlin.
But that woman is smiling, and no one smiles in Germany.
She's paid to do that. This guy paid her off.
And she's probably a tourist. All right, fuck it. 90s Germany.
Okay, well, let me go back a little bit. 99. Do you think Berlin, or what if we just do the center of Germany?
I like... No. Make a choice. Cologne.
Cologne.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 87?
And
it's Austria.
Which is Austria and Germany are
like the same
pretty
place.
much the same thing.
Yeah.
And
wow, this is 87? This is like right a little bit before I was born.
Picture.
Yeah, this is really nice for the 80s. Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, no. We're fine. Okay, this. It says May 21. I think it says the date. It says 19.
Oh yeah, zoom in on that.
It says 19, and I can't read it.
It's like 1914.
It says
That says
1914.
1914.
Wow.
We got the year. We're so good at this.
We're so fucking good. Okay. And now we need to figure out, these look like...
But
are these Americans?
No. That's a European police outfit for sure.
Okay. So you're telling me that it's somewhere like in this area. Paris, London. Are you...
that guy has a banging mustache. He might be Italian.
Oh, Italian.
Yeah.
I don't know where Italy is. Where is it? Hold up.
It's the one that looks like a boot.
Oh, okay. So you're saying he's like down here?
Yeah, in Milan, Venice. This is a woman being arrested in Venice in 1914 for asking for rights. She's like, hey, can I vote? And all these men are like, oh, you gotta get out of here.
Well, we got the year right. Great job. And then it was in fucking London.
Wait, why was she arrested?
She was asking for rights in London, not in...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yo, get her out of here.
Yeah, it was a suffrage movement. It was just in the wrong place.
Talking crazy.
Nerlian. Okay, well, let's take a look.
Oh, this is a really modern picture.
It's giving...
Okay, that flag. Just look at the flag.
Okay, what is this the flag of, Toast?
Denmark, bro.
Right, Denmark. Yeah, I love my Nordic countries.
Yeah. The thing about the Nordic countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, they're all pretty much the same thing.
Right, no, identical.
It's the same as like American states. At the end of the day, it's all Americans. And it's the same with Nordic countries. There's no difference. You show me a Denmarkian and a Finlander, it's like, what's the difference?
Right.
And that's the flag of Denmark.
Right. So where would you say it is?
I don't know. That's your job, man. I identified the flag.
In Denmarkia, I really like... Copenhagen. Because it's a highly...
Because of the red light district?
Oh, I didn't know that, but I just assume it's near something like that.
Prostitution is legal in Copenhagen.
Oh, interesting.
And so is mushrooms.
Oh, interesting.
Combine the two, you have a real good time.
Okay, so this is a Kodak release. I would say this is looking kind of old. You see these cars?
Okay, I'm ready to play the word game.
All right, Lily. Are you familiar with Copenhagen?
I'm ready to play the word game.
Are you familiar with Pitbull? Picture that with a Kodak. Better yet, take a picture with a Kodak. He rhymed Kodak with Kodak. He's a lyrical genius.
I'm ready to play the word game.
So Lily, when was Kodak invented?
Kodak?
Kodak, without Googling.
Kodak is the camera?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say around 1980. 1980.
1980, Scarra, lock it in.
No, 1970.
1970.
1970?
Oh, no, this picture was not taken in the 70s.
1980.
1980. Denmark, Copenhagen, prostitution is legal.
Yes. It was 1970s. Wow.
Oh, Lily, you were right. I apologize.
And it was Norway. That's like
no,
right across
that's
the
like
street.
Denmark.
Samurai
anyway,
takes us along the street. Oh.
Where's the word game?
We played
Open
it
Scarra stream.
Okay.
All right, next round, Scar.
Is this the word game?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the word game.
Okay.
Okay. Lily, can you read the words here?
Yeah, this is the word game.
Spencer's, Collins, Brunswick's, Fitzroy.
Those are American words,
That's
right?
American words. They're describing their train company.
A tramway.
that just introduced itself in which city? Lily.
Without reading anything, Lily, which city is this?
New York.
She might be onto something with this one. She's
I don't
kind of
think this is
cooking.
New York. I think it's like Chicago
Yo,
or something.
Yo, Lily's from New York. She recognized her hood, don't you?
Yeah, no, Lily would never be wrong about this. You know what? I believe Lily.
Okay.
Okay, now what year was this?
1920s.
Wow, she's just so confident that I have to believe her.
Okay. I'm gonna click make a guess, okay?
Alright.
It was in Australia.
You stupid bitch! You dumbass! You can't recognize Australian language?
I thought we were playing the word game. This isn't the word game.
Okay, Lily.
What year was it?
It was 1900.
Holy shit, they invented the camera back then?
I hate men.
No. We're playing it right now. Okay, make a lobby.
Yeah, this is the last round.
Oh, yeah, one more round.
Last round. One more round.
Okay, we are... Oh, well, it says...
New York. I think it's New York.
I agree.
I think it's New York.
And I think this might be 2012.
I think so too. 2012.
Wait, no. Wait, pause. Zoom in on that man's shirt. The white man. What does that say? Something 2012.
London.
London
2012.
I'm
The
just
New York's
joking.
a bait. This happened in London.
Is this London?
Why would he have London on his shirt if it's not in London?
That's true because why would they put New York on a sign in New York? That doesn't make sense. I think
That
it's
doesn't make
London.
sense. God damn, Lily might be cooking on this.
I'm cooking. I'm chefing.
Okay, so it's London.
London.
Yeah, it's London.
2012.
Oh, this is full points, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go. Wow, we got the year perfect. We're kind of cracked at this. How much points?
So we're still
Yeah, beat out
working.
32K. You know what? GG's. I'll see you guys next time. All right, bye,
Wait.
guys.
Wait, where's the word game?
Okay, I'm gonna give the link in chat.
Wait, we could just use the old one.
Ew, that's some chewing going on.
The sign's called Land's End. Oh, shit. Guys, I did not major in geography, okay?
Oh, we're doing hard mode? Alright, let's go.
How do you play this?
You type words with those letters. And the letters must, yeah.
And you
must be
press enter. Perfect. Wait, Lily's actually good at this. I know she's a loser. Say Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Shut up. You guys cannot do that, okay? You gotta let me cook.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I can't think.
Obi-Wan. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
It's microbe. No, never mind. Obituary.
Obituary is what I meant. Sorry.
Oh.
I don't know why I said Obi-Wan Kenobi. My bad. That was my bad.
In it.
Oriana? Oh, you can't repeat words, Lily, of anyone.
Got it.
California.
That's a word? I just threw it out there, bad.
I didn't know that was a word. Wait, that's a word. Oh, shit.
Oh!
Breathe. Breathe. Blith. Blith. Breathe. Breathe.
Toast,
Oh, shit.
this Lily girl might be a little good.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
Die cat.
That Nesquik would be a word.
Some proper nouns work, but some don't. It's weird.
Wes. Bess.
Wes? Fuck you! Shut the fuck up and let me think.
Sorry, I meant essence. Did I say Wes? I'm so sorry.
We're on hard right now, Lily. So there's 100 possible words. And if you want to go even more challenging, the letters on the right, if you get all of them, you get an extra life.
Oh,
if you use all of them.
Interesting. Oh, that's hard.
What?
What is that?
Oh no.
Unmeet.
What?
When you meet someone and then you reverse it.
That's
I'm a genius.
Snake.
Shut up.
Oh, Toronto's not a word. That's crazy. Tort is a word. Infinity Edge.
I was gonna put torta, okay? If that didn't work. Pubescent. Wow, you're going for those words. Okay.
Tin can. Tin! How about just fuck you? Tin can's a word, you cock. I noggin.
I love women.
Apologize. Yeah. I'm fucking.
Oh shit.
Whoa!
Didn't spell it
Whoa!
right.
Lily had to fight her intrusive thoughts on that one.
What are you doing? I mean, can I reuse this? Okay.
Come on.
Motel, hotel, Holiday Inn. Plucker. Pickler? Yes.
Pickler?
The old pickler.
Tricorn.
Yeah, that's a ARPG term. It's a little hat.
Urology. Urologist.
I cannot believe that works.
Pickler.
There's multiple Plutos.
Oh shit. Oh.
Wow, she's a genius.
Ah shit.
Bed.
Oh shit. I can't think of anything.
I'm gonna win. I'm the best. I'm the best.
Die.
Die.
This is a really long and embarrassing time.
Vilify.
Tic-tac-toe.
No, I got this. You're done for.
Peter.
You can use me.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's weird.
Putts.
What?
Uh-oh.
I used that word already, sorry. Attaboy.
Yes! Oh!
I always get fucked by the ATI.
Yes! Yes! Hey, Lily, how do you think about the game?
It's pretty fun. I like word games.
Yeah, we had a couple people in here before. It's really fun.
Mation.
Except for God.
Vacation.
Toast Nemesis is like if it's a middle part of a word, it's really hard for him. It's hard for me too.
Ugly.
Should put cleave.
Oh shit! Oh, I don't know.
Die.
I don't know this one. ICU. I keep thinking of ICU. Die.
Yes. I thought I was in the right incubation. That's not it.
ICU. Icky.
Shut up.
ICU.
Tricular? Yo,
Felt like
bro's
a word
overcooking
that
on
worked.
that.
No. Oh, I think I got one. This one's hard.
Oh,
That one
okay.
was hard.
We all lost for it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh god.
Why? What am I thinking? Wait, I cooked so hard.
Ectoplasm. Uh-oh.
Fuck, I don't know.
Die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker. Okay, bomber.
Oh!
Gestation.
Oh, okay.
Ah, shit.
Yes!
Can't think of
That one's
anything.
hard. What is that?
ASCI.
Alright, chat, what is that real quick? Oh, it's acid.
Acid. Okay, alright.
Okay.
Yes!
Okay.
Alright, we do this with 10 people next time and do it like Battle Royale.
I'm literally sitting up and leaning in.
How do you spell this?
No, yo, put down the spatula. You overcooked it. Holy shit.
Stegosaurus.
Wait, you got it? No way they do that.
Maya.
Wow. That yes.
Sure.
What?
Mio. Hi. Yes.
Oh my god.
So smart. And a man of God.
Wait. Oh my god.
Salvage, that's a good one.
Oh god.
Knack. Knack. Aha. Knack 2, baby. Addict. Oh, you're dead.
What?
In here.
Well, GG, I guess.
Fuck! How?
Someone said richness.
That's hard.
What the
No
highness?
way,
That's so
bro.
hard, man.
Is there like... Is this hard mode?
Oh yeah, it's hard mode. We could do.
Yeah, this is hard mode.
It does medium and easy. We're on hard, and there's one mode hard.
Yeah, set it to Pokemon mode.
Oh.
Who's setting the rules? Who can edit the rules at the top?
Okay. Yeah. What do I do?
Pokemon.
Where do I put
Let's have
Pokemon?
English. There's English and then there's Pokemon.
What the heck?
Pokemon. Okay. Let's do beginner
go.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
Oh god, this is gonna be so. How do I start it?
You just close the rules.
Oh, sorry.
And then at the top, okay.
Oh, I'm so fucked.
Oh wait, this is too hard.
This
We're
is
gonna
way
lose.
too hard, dude.
Just name any Pokemon.
No, that's not.
Wait. Oh god. We got so much time. We got so much time.
What's the...
Oh, no one tell her, so I can take it after she explodes.
Slash?
Oh!
Nintendo.
Yeah, no, I think that was my one. I can't do
That's too hard. Go back to English,
is
man.
really hard.
Oh, let me see if this works. All right.
Shit.
No, I saw that from chat. All right, we lost. I lost. Wait, you...
In.
Oh, it's another one.
Bin.
Okay, we're going back. We're going back.
Blastoise.
How do
Okay.
I answer?
Wartortle, Blastoise, Squirtle, Bulbasaur. Fuck.
Wartortle, Blastoise, Scyther, Porygon, Poliwhirl, Articuno,
Back to English. Back to English.
Oh, it's really hard.
Do you want to do medium, hard? What do you guys want to do?
Can I see medium?
Hard.
Yeah, let's.
Okay, medium.
Okay.
At least 150 receive to be a
Roots.
Pokemon.
So each of these combinations have at least 300 words, and the one we were playing for have 100.
Nautical. Sub.
Pushy.
Stoppers.
Lily.
Oh shit. What?
Wait, that didn't work?
Or Torp. Torp.
What is this?
Cool.
Oh!
That's good.
That was so good.
Idioms.
Preacher.
Oh fuck.
Just like
Oh.
What? Nah, brother.
That is so unlucky. Something law. Michaela is a fucking name.
Silas. Fuck.
Oh.
That's not alright.
Yeah, nice try.
No, you got time. You got a lot of time. If someone fails, I think you get like 4 times the amount of time.
Damn it.
Oh.
Disneyland? Oh fuck.
Bylaw.
Bylaw.
Monster. Whoa, good fucking luck.
Wait, this one's easy.
Oh.
You keep starting with an X?
Oh no, it was Axe. I'm fucking stupid. Okay, let's start again. 3, 2, 1. Wow.
Meat. Just meat. Yeah.
What is this one again?
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, that was so fast.
Yeah, it's like 5 seconds. I think it's.
Highness. I've learned.
Maderma? Oh, that is not it. Oh my god! I had hermaphrodite. Oh.
What are you thinking of these days, Scarra? Are you familiar with Futanari?
No, I'm dead. Oh.
Unsure. Mighty.
Mommy.
I keep thinking of that. Eminem.
Lemmings.
Oh.
My head's in the game, guys.
No, you did that to yourself.
I thought I. Oh, well, my bad. Oops.
Okay, we're going. Oh wait. I'm not in. What? Oh, I didn't.
All right. Join up, Scar.
All right, now I'm good. I'm starting.
Huh? Choke out.
That's
Fuck.
what I thought
No,
immediately.
that's League of Legends.
Oh. You got this. You got this. What?
How? Moot. What? That's a French word. Tricycle.
Imperative.
Witty.
Oh no. Shumai?
Shumai.
I want to eat. I'm dead.
Neither?
Sickening. Usage. Use.
Ailment.
Verily. Verily. I'm stupid! Moth.
Release.
Victory.
Night?
Neither's. Nether. Yes.
Pawn.
Ticking.
Crash.
Dastard.
Yay! That's fun.
Are you okay? How are you feeling?
No, I'm dying.
Oh.
I'm not.
Came out of nowhere?
Out of nowhere, I just started feeling like shit. Well, that was really fun. Winning in this game is making me feel better. Thanks, guys.
Oh yeah, we're just giving you to on purpose.
Yeah, you're so nice. So
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. All right, what do we do?
something
What
else?
LG?
Alright, for all the marbles.
Yeah, for all the marbles. Ah, I got it.
Tricycle?
Emirate.
Denigrate.
Okay, man.
I don't know.
Enneagram?
Is that the right word? That's a word, right? Enneagram.
Oh, I don't know. Penis. Oh.
Nice. Marked.
Already?
Finally?
Uncle.
Cuticle.
Toucan.
What?
What?
A pre.
Oh! Thank you.
That was mine.
Can't.
Thank you.
Wrestling. What? Ponzi? Fuck you, ZI.
Ooh.
Ah.
Swerve.
Swerve. Nerve.
Periwinkle.
What?
Pious.
Illinois? Okay.
It's not a word, really?
Illusion? Okay, almost died right there. Summer.
Me.
Jester. I'm 3 words away from a life.
Fuck, I don't know that one.
Oopsie.
That's a word?
Oopsie. Emirates.
I said it.
Ah.
Nice.
Co-host.
Land.
Bops.
Meticulous.
Western.
Nation.
Nice.
Alimony. Oh, alimony.
Oh god, this is neck and neck.
Very.
What?
Ah, shit.
I'm one away.
Ah, shit. I couldn't think of that in time.
Oh!
Pre.
No, I'm surprised you didn't get
Word
Oreo.
bomb champion.
Every. Oh, it was reorganized.
Reorganized.
Or
I'll think of that
that's
next
so rough.
Reorganized.
Or reorder.
That's a good game. I like that game.
Yeah, this game's really fun.
Yeah. Super fun. What else are you guys doing?
Well, I was maybe going to call it quits soon, just to eat.
What are you eating?
Maybe.
Are we both dying?
I just have still lingering coughs, but everything else is great. But you're like sick. You're like bedridden sick.
I feel like death.
Oh.
But I had to get out to play a word game because I feel like it was something I could beat toast in. And I
Oh
was right.
no, you can't. Toast's like just ass at this. I mean, toast is pretty good.
That was great.
No,
GG's friends.
GG's.
I had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
really
thank
fun.
you. Goodbye.
Yeah, let's play this again soon.
Yeah, agreed. When Lily's not dying.
No, I'll still play it. I don't care.
Oh.
That was fun. Alright, bye guys.
Bye.
All right, goodbye, friends.
All right, guys. Just a heads up. Oh yeah, the game is called Bomb Party. Let me go ahead and talk about the game because this is the first time I found it. So Jody was the first one to bring it up. It's apparently just a game called Bomb Party, and then you just invite your friends and you play. It's really fun. You just type in the words, press spacebar, and you can set how much time people get. Because we did it really fast. Like, honestly, we probably should have set a little bit more time, but more fastness makes it a little bit more hectic. So yeah, it's just really fun. I couldn't find the Twitch category for it, so I just did but Adge. Oh, I wish. No, but I think the games are, if the game's like that, it's cool. It's awesome. What am I doing, guys? Am I playing Final Fantasy? Why is my entire house and friends playing Final Fantasy, man? What is Celine doing? Let me go open this up. Why are there fucking...
How do you type in all chat?
50 people around
I don't
them?
know.
I'm stuck in party. Oh, it's general.
Oh my god. Jody, Tenzin,
emotes.
Sid, Peter, John are
Oh my
here.
god, my puppy!
Wow. You guys are giving them a million gil?
General.
Who's
I
got
can
bubblegum
chuckle.
on the floor?
I can hug. I can hug. You can thumbs up, dance, and hug.
Wait.
Okay, let me hug you. Okay, I got this. I just have to click you in this crowd somehow. Okay, I clicked you. Okay, watch this, Jody.
Well, I'm fucking glad you guys are having a blast in Gridania.
Jody, blow me a kiss. Jody, blow
Lollyland.
me a kiss. Blow me a kiss.
Wait, how do you do this?
Yo, wow, Libs and Lamins is also lit, right, guys?
Fucking Peters and Limbs while everyone's over here? That's fucking funny.
I just hugged mommy on accident.
So why they call you the Four Dragon God? They don't call me that, man. That's fucked
How do
up.
I do this?
For people that know, I played Final Fantasy pretty... I mean, I was doing extremes for a bit. I ended up doing... I played all through Heaven Sword. Entire plot, everything, AR to Heaven Sword. I boosted past that fucking the third one because I just wanted to raid. I had no idea. I watched a video on the story though, and then I started doing Pandemonium. I did 1, 2, 3, and we did 1, 2, and then we were very close to doing 8. I did 8. I was doing 8 for I think it was 5 days, 4 days, and we pretty much had it.
I have facial expressions. Wait, I gotta see.
Yeah, we pretty much It was so close. We had it. Okay. Oh, it was Eden. Shit. It was. Oh, it's EDAS. Yes, you're right. Not. What's Pandemonium? Is that Shadowbringers? I have no fucking idea. Is that the next one? Oh, that's Endwalker.
I am blind.
What's the one with the thing behind that? What's the one before E then? The it's Omega? I really liked Heaven Sword fights. Mainly because I have the fucking mounts. I bought the fucking mounts just so I would have the song with me. Yeah, Alexander was sick. Omega was Stormblood. Oh.
Is that just your base outfit?
Yeah, this is my base.
P9 to 12 came out. The fights are good. Damn. Okay.
Holy shit. Wait, why can't you just
Forward and back out. It was sick. It was really good.
Oh, is there like trends?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But I don't know when you unlock it. What is
that?
this?
Is worth. Whoa, was that a gun?
Log in and flex them out. I should join them and flex. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Well, let me go see if how much space do I have? Can I download this game again?
Top on?
Hey, Sydney, look. Oh my god, dude, I would feel something. I know. Wow. Okay, dude, blowing a kiss in this outfit is a whole new level.
Wait, Selena's so hot.
Look at this. Look at. Okay.
Make sure you cancel. Oh, for people to know, the first time I played Final Fantasy, I kept the subscription because I forgot to cancel it. So I had like all of the benefits before they removed the system. So I was like,
Someone just gave me a duck.
I literally paid. I fucking paid to keep the servers up, man. I did my job. It was years, man.
Trying to say something?
No.
Well, I got an ugly duckling too, so.
Now I'm starting to think this.
How come my blowing a kiss doesn't send a heart?
Oh, am I gonna download this game again? It's already in my Steam library. Yeah, of course it is. Final Fantasy Online. How much do I have room for?
Oh my god, I'm kneeling in front of Jody.
Oh, I guess I can download this game.
I'm spoken for.
Oh shit, man.
Whoa.
How's it going?
Hey, John.
John, where are you?
Oh my god.
Am I really playing this again? Oh my god, man.
Where?
Right here. Look at him.
Couldn't help.
Wow. Wait, wow.
Hello.
Okay, you know, bunny boys are pretty cute too. Oh my god, bunny boys are pretty cute.
What is my
You guys
password?
are hanging out down here.
Hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. Oh, I might be here for a while.
Holy shit, that guy's a Rathalos mount. Please tell me you still get a Rathalos mount.
Oh my god, do that again.
Oh, you can still get a Rathalos mount, right?
Wait, these two bunny boys look exactly the
Oh
same.
my god, dude. Okay, my face is getting red. Like I need some ice water. Oh my god. I need a
You
cold
can?
bath.
Oh yeah, the Rathalos fight was in the game. I remember. Was it an extreme? It was, right? It ended up being some weird one. I remember it being. I was like, why am I in the middle of fucking some random planes doing this?
Are you okay?
Like the ones made for babies?
Surprised I don't use a password manager. Yeah, I'm that stupid guy who has like a couple passwords for everything, and then I constantly every other year forget them, and I just make a whole new password, and then that's my password for stuff. And I have like 16 iterations of my password that I go. It's pretty bad.
I don't see
He's right next to the
Oh.
bunny.
Is he the one with the helmet?
Guys, I didn't realize you were here. So funny, running.
I came back from FanFest rewarded. Oh.
So funny running you guys here.
You really do not stand a chance.
Did you really just say John doesn't stand?
You know, be friend. One back for 30 months.
What are y'all doing here?
Say Pebble 25. One back for 21. Oh, FanFest ended. Yo, let's go watch Dawn Trial or whatever the fuck it's called. What the fuck is it called? Is it called Dawn Trail? A Dawn Trail. It's not a trial. It's a trail. Because they're trying to be chill, right? We're no longer saving the world, right? We're just on. It's a beach episode, right?
Once upon a time,
Yeah, we're on vacation.
Ah, blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Okay. Oh, it's the main character. He's got that rugged look. Oh, their trailers are always work. That's just how it is. Oh, it burns his fucking hood off? Oh! What are they doing here? Oh, Stola. It's sad. I think I forgot every single person's name, but you're Stola. I don't know why I remember that name. It's a taco! What the hell?
Might you have a moment to speak further?
Deadcraft, right? Yes. Fuck off. I don't know who this guy is.
At last, we have come to the land.
Stinian? Oh! He's chilling. Oh, it's cool! Like, you go across the ocean, you find a new place? Cool. If you literally find fucking... You gotta watch the Fall Guys FHL, that's... What the fuck? What? They're adding Fall Guys and Golden Saucer. That's cool. I love when they add Golden Saucer stuff. You're fucking kidding. They have the, I wish I knew the default outfits, man. It's the two twins. And then I fucking forgot, man. And then Dragoon. And then Alphanol and Azalea. But the reason I forgot them is because in fucking they like I don't know. It's like because Shadowbringer started and then you're looking for Alize and she's in the middle of fucking nowhere. I was doing the story. I was in the MSQ for Shadowbringers when I stopped. And I just found out that Alice something was helping people in the desert something. In an alternate world something. Final Fantasy. All right, you know what? We're back to Eternal Return. I can't wait for whatever group I play with to instantly tell me, "Yo, can you not play?" You find password? Oh, I'm chilling, dude. These guys, they're level fucking 8. I'll join them later. Maybe when they at least get to fucking Titan. The Fumi and Ham went to FanFest, and literally like, as soon as the one song came on, apparently everyone cried, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, I don't know if I'm attached enough to ever cry, unless I go through like the whole story. That's crazy. Heard Fan Fest was really fun. I heard they cheered the most for dyes on their armor, which really is funny. You Peter Lala, what the fuck? Bum, 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 bum. 2-channel dye, buy Jet Black, buy Pure White. Is Jet Black the expensive black dye? The one that people say mattered, but I don't know how much it matters. Small VTubers you rated forever ago is apparently playing herbs. Yo, that's all me. I'm literally saving the game by playing Martina and making them quit and hate me every single round. Just play Monk? Oh shit. Monk is... Wait. Actually, I forgot. They changed Monk for Endwalker, right? Monk is weird now, right? When you start herbs again, I mean, they redid it. I had a couple friends play, so I was like, oh shit, I'll just try it. Although this rank queue is kind of long. It's a minute. Maybe it's not that long. Jet Black went from 400k to 1 million each. I don't know how much money is worth anything. I don't even know if money's not worth anything in the game, right? It's like kind of worth something, but like it's not really worth something, right? Wait. We popped and then everyone dropped and then I'm back in queue? Q ranked. 10 million per player to buy Loot Master Reclears on P12S. What? Oh, wait, why would you buy a Reclear? Oh, for the mounts, right? Because it's 100% to get the mount until next expansion. And then when the expansion comes out, then it's less. Oh, for guaranteed all loot. Oh, interesting. When someone dodges, needs to recalibrate the MMR. Oh. Like you ranked? I don't know. I think it's fun to have something on the line. But maybe I shouldn't. Is it a fourth slot? Oh, in case they ever bring back 4s. I just remember Final Fantasy was funny because I spent so long fucking farming the goddamn casino. And for what? What did I even get? Oh, I got a car. Wait, no, it was worth it. I got a fucking car. It was sick. It was all worth it. No, I beat Yojimbo a couple times. The 45-minute cutscene daily made me quit what cutscene daily? What would I rate this game? I'll put it this way. There's no such thing as a Battle Royale MOBA. It's the best in its genre, but there's no competition. Objectively, this game is probably like it's hard to say. Because the people it appeals to are like sweaty people. I think that's the biggest problem, is that the game is just always going to be too hard. And it's really hard to dumb down the game or make it easier without making it feel like the time that people put in was not worth it. Oh, MSQ cutscene? Oh, that... Wait, you do MSQ cutscene to and pray to God you don't get that one match, right? There's no fucking... I'm playing normals. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. I canceled that on it. What is going on? Yeah, you hope you don't get that 1-1. Characters are pain and learn? I mean, it's just really hard because it's... personally speaking, I always say I think their weapon proficiency system makes sense in theory, but in practice it's fucking god awful. Because I never know how much damage I do to other people. Ever. At any point in the game. I can tab and see their stuff, but realistically, like, the only way you're gonna know is to play like hundreds of games. And it's like fucking terrible. Like, it's so bad, man. It's so bad. I think that's the biggest problem with the game. It's like I can... It requires you to play so much because... Am I just bugged? Like... I think I'm bugged. It's not League, because the way that happens in League is when you die, you can come back to lane. But if you die in this game, you're dead. I mean, it's better now because of squads, but like... It's like you're never gonna know how much you're gonna do to someone, almost. Like, ever. Like, I have no fucking idea. At no point while playing any of my fucking games do I ever know how much damage I'm gonna fucking do, you know? Do I want beach? Oh, this looks like a rough opener. I kind of like this one. This looks interesting. Hold F during Q to join the B episode. Oh, that's cool. F8 overlay doesn't show weapon mastery. I mean, even if it did, it's like, ugh. Like, it's just a number. Like, as a random person who plays the game, that number means fucking nothing to me, at least. I'm telling you, when I look based on how much gold someone has, I'm like, oh, I think they're this strong and their level. The fact that I have to also be like, oh, I wonder how strong their weapon mastery is. Because if it's higher than mine, then it's going to be like blah, 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 blah. That shit is god awful, man. It's so bad. Also, the fact that you have to spend their currency system is stupid. And it's great for everything but the summoner spell. I don't understand why the summoner spell is done in the way that it is.
Lumia Island's hyperloop will soon be open. Survivors, prepare to enter the experiment.
First time. I don't need this anymore. Next. No time to waste. I don't need this anymore. You're hopeless. Out of my way. Looks like that hurt. No time to waste.
Lumia Island's hyperloop will soon be open. Survivors, prepare to enter the experiment.
No time to waste.
Where are the last two players?
Back off. Where are you going? Ready to fire. Looks like that hurt. I don't need this anymore. Back off. I don't need this anymore. Ready to fire.
We will then resume our next experiment. Let there be glory.
I actually think
to
she's
cause
super
and
cool.
reach the end of despair.
The experiment will now begin.
Satellite radar activated.
Oh, I fucking hit a wall. That is unfortunate. I need to get
Time
a...
to waste. Does this thing require payment? Do I have to use this?
What the fuck is going on?
I don't need this anymore.
Oh. This fucking dumbass. What is going on? Why am I getting grief, man?
Do I have to use this? A vacation home around here would be nice. We don't have anything else. A vacation home around here would be nice.
I just need to fish this shit up because I have to fucking food bad.
Art.
That is good. That is good.
None of these stores are open. I'm scared. I don't need this anymore. This is crude.
I'm kind of behind here, man.
Let's give it a shot. Nothing much to see.
Am I done? Need cloth armor? Where do I go for this? I guess I just go to teleporter. Okay, got it.
It must have been busy here. A long time ago. I don't need this anymore.
A subject has been terminated.
Private school.
Oh, you ordered this shirt? Oh. Maybe he had a shirt.
Time to waste. Looks like that hurt.
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Oh, sick. He did have something. Awesome. I was kind of trolling, but you know what? That works.
This is quite a
That worked perfectly.
What were they making? Thought I remembered my gloves. Nothing. Next. Time to waste. Thought I remembered my gloves.
Oh, I don't remember what I want.
Not like I got another choice.
45 seconds? Okay.
What were they making? I hope nothing here is contagious.
Huh.
Thought I remembered my gloves.
Well, it's one of those situations where we kind of...
This is crude. Out of my way.
A new area has been restricted.
This'll run right back up with just a bit of polishing.
There's two meteorites next to each other. That's kind of crazy. What do I need for this? Okay.
This hospital doesn't
I could probably just do this and cancel this out then. Probably fine. What the heck is this wave?
Subject has been terminated.
Nothing personal. I don't need this anymore. Something stinks. This is crude.
Oh, they ran this way. Do I E, I guess?
One less problem to worry about.
What do I need for this? Oh, I just need fucking tree.
Something about
That's
this
fine. I'm gonna make
feels
myself a tree.
nostalgic. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill. I almost made the wrong thing.
Is this good enough?
I want my gun. Oh, I can't go in. What? Oh, I. What do I do? What?
Never getting sick is also a skill. This is quite efficient. Watch it. Looks like that subject has been terminated. Terminated. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been
Okay. Not bad.
A subject
Wait,
has
I'm
been
surprised my character does damage. I'm not used to this. Oh my god, I fucking hate him there. Holy moly.
Subject has been terminated.
Time to waste.
Okay.
Subject has been terminated.
I don't want a dirty legendary.
I took my fucking tree, man. Actually, it's fine.
Subject has been terminated.
Legendary. We don't have anything.
If you want to make Haze, let me know on the rank 1 Haze world. You're the second person who's told me that. Not everyone can be rank 1 in everything in this game, dude. I don't get it. Dude, only in Eternal Return will someone legitimately tell me they're rank 1 and I will not know if they're fucking with me or not. Because everyone's rank 1 in this game, man. I am a Lucker Lord. What the hell?
We don't have anything else. Looks like my sales will go
Foursquare.
up. What a nice view. One less problem to worry about. I don't want to dirty my hands. Looks like that hurt. In my way.
Police station?
Out of my way. Nothing much to see. Out of my way.
A new area has been restricted.
First time. Looks like that hurt. No bad. Watch it.
Oh, he hit that?
A subject has been terminated. Legendary.
You lock my screen? How do I do
Subject
that?
has been terminated.
None of these stores
Legendary.
Oh, why unlocks my screen? Holy fuck, I've been looking for this thing forever, man. Can it just stay unlocked?
Were you?
I stole the Foursquare. It's me. I'm him.
Something that suits me.
Keep moving.
Wait, why is the scroll speed of the thing so bad? What the heck?
The street's not bad.
Camera move speed? Why is it camera move speed in video? I thought, oh, that's fine. I guess it's okay. Wait, I'm full gold.
Even immortal beings need to catch their breath.
The street's not bad.
Yeah.
A new area has been restricted.
Nothing much to see. Where are you going? These stores are open.
Broken PC 8. We'll come back for 30 months. I mean, I could just throw this, I guess.
Must have
Throw
been
this.
busy here. A long time ago. Out of my way.
Just in case.
That hurt. office is quite efficient.
We have to go, right?
Can't make deals with the dead. I don't want to dirty my hands.
A new area has been restricted.
Out of the way.
Oh, but bullying? Maybe.
Legendary.
Who has the force core? Who has the... Wow, I got run down here. No.
Terminated.
Oh god, was it that the only other team? Oh, it was not. We had 11. We had like 21 kills there. Dude, the Jackie just fucking 3-shot me, man. Oh. God, that was the third party. Oh yeah. God, this guy also had 17 full goals. Yeah. There's just no way for me to tell, man. I wish there was a visual way for me to tell how many golds someone has or how strong someone is. Did I have to spam tab to figure out how strong people are? Not good. Project Loki hype. You mean Project L? Maybe I'll try this.
Can anyone stop this body speed?
Against Battle. Oh, that one. I haven't played the more recent one. I like alpha tested that game. I don't know. We'll see. I think I like this one better. This one looks kind of good. So that's some of the top of we see their items. Yeah, I can see their items I press thing as well, but like that's not good. You don't want to like I need to know how strong people are at a glance. Especially because the fights are like fucking so fast, you know? And I can never tell. It's like, yeah, if you want me to like look at their stuff to tell, it's like, oh well, I'm fucked.
Lumia Island's hyperloop will soon be open. Survivors, prepare to enter the experiment.
That's my biggest problem, I think. It's just, this is weird. Like, I don't want to look at the top left of my screen to figure out what items they have. I don't want to open tab. Especially because it's different in League, where the map is so big that you'll always know, like, you can easily check tab while you're going back as you're coming into the thing. But, like, a lot of times in this game, it's so small, the vision's really low, you'll just see them for a split second, and then, boom, you're just fucked. Go checks. I mean, it needs to be a visual go or something. I'm telling you, like, anything that keeps me from looking at the center of my screen, bad for the game. Bad for the game. I'm actually shocked this game has a big player base from Korea. I guess it is a very unique game. It's definitely something that is just so... even after all the changes, it's like so casually unappealing. I think you do a lot of it. It's so hard, man.
We will then resume our next experiment. Let there be
You need to check people's weapon mastery, bro. I don't like. Even if they bring it back, it's not going to be good enough. Like, I don't think you're understanding what I'm putting down.
The experiment will now begin. Satellite radar activated.
I guess I can go in and crash one. Let's see what's in here. At least I won't be empty-handed.
Wow, holy moly.
Magnus is coming. Tremble before me. There's too much stuff in the way. Let's see what's in here.
Pizza.
This is more than
No way. We took all of them, right? Some guy took all of them? Why? Oh my god.
drive through this small alley. Magnus is coming. Tremble.
I need stone, and I need things, and whatever this place has, right?
At least I won't be empty-handed.
Oh, where is the thing?
Everyone dreams about being a hero, at least once. Is there something better? This looks
Where's
great.
stone? I'm really nervous crafting this next one, by the way.
This is more than enough.
Stone?
The
Right
owner's
here.
not here. Might be something inside. At least I won't be
Okay.
empty-handed. Not bad. I can
Everything
use
is
this.
built.
Everyone dreams about being a hero, at least once. Okay. Right. That's what you get for trying to hack my body. Bring it on.
Food.
Subject has been terminated.
Actually, let me see if I can just steal some of this for. Yeah, thank you.
Kinda
Thank you.
nice without annoying people around. I'm finding items all day. I'm gonna wipe out all those other losers.
I need to teleport. Where is the TP? Here. My teammates are fighting, and I cannot help them. -1 player base? Dude, yeah, for sure.
Stupid animals. Do I have to make up the classes I missed? Okay, let's go.
A survivor has returned to the experiment. A new area has been restricted.
Oh my god. How come the Elchion, this character, feels like he never dies? Like, what is up with that character?
Has returned to the experiment. The survivor has returned to the experiment.
What? Um.
Let's fill up and go. You only live once anyway. Don't waste your time in the hospital. Idiots. I'm not a bird making some nest. I don't really like this. Okay, let's go. Try me.
Cool, I'm level 11.
This'll Let's fill up and go.
Huh. I think
People
we need some help.
can get stronger at
Oh, he has no sword. Oh no. How do I make a sword for him? Oh, he is a new player, actually. Oh.
finding items all day. If I can't get out of here, might as well try some fish. Not bad. I can use this.
Oh, they're. What about my other teammate? She's doing okay.
These are like traffic cameras. I'm not a fan. I'm no cop. Whatever it is, I'll take it. I bet I can fix one of these bad boys and take it home. How dare they? Stupid animals.
Am I gonna be able to 1v2 this?
Finding items all day.
It's okay.
Where are you going? Let's fill up and go. I bet I can fix one of these bad boys and take it home. Okay.
Rapid reconstruction is no longer available. Test subjects can no longer be revived.
They got him, right? Oh. Thank you for watching that.
Subject has been terminated. Ally killing spree.
I think this was a decent neighborhood. Okay, let's go. Try me.
Subject has been terminated.
Some left.
Ally killing spree.
And with more power.
A subject has
Okay.
been terminated. Ally killing spree. 10 survivors remain.
Driving a boat is easy.
So can I res these guys?
One handle, right?
It's to see the map. Oh right. I can res these guys here.
I'm gonna wipe out all those other losers.
A survivor has returned to the experiment. A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Even immortal beings can catch their
Great houses. How much is rent? Where are you?
That was exciting.
Like I take beasts as opponents.
Oh my god.
The weak are bound to become corpses. This one had a lot of stuff on it. It's the law of the jungle. Pillaging and scavenging.
Wait. Oh hell yeah! This guy had the perfect thing.
The weak are bound to become corpses.
Fuck it. I'll just replace it.
I think this was a decent neighborhood.
I used 500 credits here to res my team. Wait, he has a gold sword. Wait, he's owning. Was it worth it? Yeah. I mean, I don't want to kill the player base, so yeah, it's definitely worth it.
That's something good. I'm gonna wipe out all the you're over there? Just wait 1 sec.
Oh, here we go.
The beach is actually nice.
This guy needs heal. Hello?
Terminated. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. Rampage. A new area has been restricted.
Swimming skills are okay, I suppose.
Oh, I just took everything. Wait, hold on. Do I even need this? Oh, I do kind of need this. Oh, this one's VF blood? Oh, that's so expensive, man.
Try it out now.
This is normal.
Kill 'em all. It's the law of the jungle. Pillaging and scavenging.
Where's the campfire? Oh, is this guy? Oh my god, this guy had so much fucking food.
One will remain after I kill them all. Such a nice
350? Is
spot
VF
for a fight.
445? That's 450. Oh my, that's so much.
Hey, your eyes in here. Come on out.
Call me, right? Yeah, yeah.
This is more than enough.
Skill amp plus 20. Huh. It's a pretty big upgrade. Oh, there are dead
Law of
people
the
here.
jungle, pillaging and scavenging.
There's so many dead people here. What the heck?
Let's fill up and go.
200. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not getting this
Sleep with one
this
eye open.
VF blood bad. Look has been in cemetery.
Weak are bound to become corpses. It's the law of the jungle, pillaging and scavenging. If I wasn't
Oh my
able
god,
to
I hope
see
I don't die at TP here. This would be very unfortunate if I did.
punk hiding out in the grave.
VF me?
There's gonna be a nice item in it, right? This place means nothing to me.
Wait, where is it? It's inside? What the heck? You can go inside?
Has been terminated. Ally killing spree.
Wait, we won! Hey!
A subject has been terminated.
I didn't even know it was the last team. Oh my god. He says the line. I feel like... Nah, this is just straightforward. Very easy. Should have damage graph? This is the only other team, and then we just beat them. Best player? No, dude. I'm pretty sure I'm literally... my teammate didn't have a weapon till like 15 minutes into the game. Oh, 11 looks really good nowadays. I don't know if they buffed her or something, but whenever I play against 11, I'm like, what the heck? She's so tanky. She doesn't ever die, man. Try it out. Oh. You're at least top 5 magnets out of 5 total. Yeah, true. I know. I got it. That is Burger Girl. God. Okay, I had my free win. Let's go back to the real character.
Did you just say you like me?
Is Lily Peach known for that? I would say no because ER isn't a popular game. But she could be known for that if ER got more famous. Broken PCA, welcome back for 13 months. You know, the one thing I wish this character didn't have smokescreen. I wish she was like a camera user or something. I don't know, like a sniper rifle user. I want a different thing than smokescreen, but it's probably fine. It's probably pretty good. I just don't really want to use a smokescreen, man. What am I supposed to do with my fish again? Oh, makes her recover, okay.
We will then resume our next
Try Dina. I played her before. She doesn't seem like a character. It's a little too complicated for me. It looks like you're fucking playing Tetris or some shit like that.
The experiment will now begin. Satellite radar activated.
Whoa, my buttons, I cannot click, man. Oh, it's archery range. I can just walk over. No. Okay. Another iron. Holy moly. Oh, she couldn't kill it. Oh no. Rocks. I think of the pond, okay.
Over here. It would have been better if I had friends. I hope I don't disturb you.
Cookie, cookie.
Something like that right from the start. Here, take.
Alright, I am finally done.
Yay, it's getting better. Did you like it? Then I'll give it to you.
Wait, am I done? Why do I not have... What am I missing?
I want something even more beautiful. Like flowers.
Oh, I forgot the pen. Oh, shit. Wait, I need... Oh, I'm on the wrong side. It's fine. It's gonna be really awkward. They always do. I can't believe I fucked up this path so bad, but it's okay.
Did you like it? Then I'll give it to you. I hate fighting,
Here, I guess. Oh, someone is here.
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
much better than the last one. Here. Not okay.
Well, I feel like we could fight, but I don't know if my feelings are valid. He took all of my potatoes. Okay, that's fine. The Lennox guy is just like unkillable, man. You're the kite team.
Now this is my territory. I'm kidding. Are there any rat traps?
Oh, I did not mean to. Oh my god, I actually clicked it, man. Oh, I am sad. Cat form only does damage after human. Oh, I did not even know that.
Now this is my territory. I'm kidding.
Just need to get some of my inventory out. Maybe not the best thing build, but.
Walking through narrow streets strangely calms me down. Please look after me. Yes, I think I'm used to it now. Let us see more clearly. This is my
Oh, look how cute he opens the box.
Thank you. Yeah. I hope I don't disturb you.
I hate how short range her W is. That's my second complaint about this character. The W is literally like fucking... What? Like I can't move at all.
Do people actually come to places like this? This is not okay. Now this is my territory. I'm kidding. Here, take it.
Where's the last guy?
A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated.
Ah. Successful -2.
A new area has been restricted. Rapid reconstruction is no longer available. Test subjects can no longer be revived.
Whew. We gotta go.
I heard you can catch fish with an arrow. Is that true? Can I feel asking for a friend? I'm sure I'll find something good. I think I've seen enough.
Oh no, man.
Let's rest a bit.
Could have been friends.
I can fix that.
Here, take it.
Oh, it is Bad News Bears. Bad News Bears.
Wow, I got into no one here?
2:30. Oh
I
no.
need a break to feel better. It reminds me of
41.
something I
242.
A new area has been restricted.
That's probably it's pretty soon.
A survivor has returned to the experiment. A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Okay.
Your death won't be in vain. Here, take it.
Okay.
It's a little different from what I thought. Are there any rat traps?
Well, I mean, I. Oh, that's a really good play. I just have not much to follow it with.
No one here? Yes, I think I'm used to it now.
Okay. Wow, there's a meteor on the fucking mutant wolf.
A new area has been restricted.
Man.
I'm kidding. I hope I don't disturb you.
So bad.
Oh, it's loud here. Mouse around. Your death won't be in vain.
I don't think I'm escaping, right?
Again. Yes, I think I'm used to it now. Is no one here? I think I've seen enough.
A
Wait.
new area has been restricted.
Saved.
I'm pretty good, right? Let's play catch ball.
Goodbye.
Let's play catch ball. I hope I don't disturb you. Your death won't be in vain. I'm a little embarrassed.
I lied. I'm sorry. Yo, I'm just playing. Oh god, he's not stopping. Oh god, he's not stopping.
Nothing will happen if I get away from here.
A new area has been restricted.
My eyes closed.
Guys, we can talk about this. Hey, I got them to fight each other. Hold up a second. Because I'm going to third party this bitch. Okay. Ah! Oh. This character sucks. You're not confident enough on it? No, I'm confident she sucks. I don't know, man. Like the curve of her Q, the way that it works, it feels so stiff. Like it's a good example. Has it hits auto? Yeah, I'm starting to slowly learn that I don't like her. Alright, let's try again. Who the fuck am I playing?
I look forward to working together.
We got a 5 Uptown game. Ooh, that does not seem good for me. Are all of my fucking things the same thing? Oh, that is not good. This character is so hard, man. I can't play Shoichi well because it feels worse. I don't know what they did with him, but it feels hella worse. But with auto it's more just like this. Like why the dagger is so hard to jump to, you know? Like the AoE radius for jumping to it is so bad. So when I do something like this, and I try to do, oh god, I don't have W. This is really awkward. That is super awkward. When I try to W to it, it feels very bleh.
That was a good deal.
I don't need this
That was
anymore.
a good deal.
No time to waste.
I think the best part of Shoichi was that you could do your route fast and then kill someone early. But it feels like that is less likely now. I think especially when people just have flash early, like it also makes me not want to play that one character. Hyungwoo, like I like playing Hyungwoo, but it feels like with people having flash, that it's really hard to make stuff work. It makes me flash engage easier. How fast is it? That feels so, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. It feels really weird. I think when you're playing Cat in League, the ability to shumble into your daggers is a lot easier. But when you play in Shuichi, it feels very stiff. Everything just feels stiff. Yeah. Oh, the Uptown is going to be rough.
Experiment will now begin. Satellite radar activated.
it's okay. It's not coming here. Well, if I find everything, it should be okay. Oh. My teammates are all here. I can just find the crown later, after the pond, okay? I don't want to just spend so much time here.
I'll use it for a bit and exchange it for something better. I better not use this.
Pizza.
A great return on investment.
You know, you can actually use dagger, so pick it up. Yeah.
I better not lose
But it's like good, but it's still kind of weird. I don't know.
Looks quite useful.
Okay.
I better not lose this. I'm not offensive, but I've grown accustomed
just
to
me. Where are people?
The smaller it is, the closer you have to inspect it. Who made this thing? I'd like to invest. This has to be good for something. Be grateful, even for the smallest gains.
Someone right next to me? Oh, I did not kill it. Yeah. Someone above me? Another pizza.
I have no grudge with you.
Why is this thing on my screen?
Such a calm forest. That was a good deal. Here's the bill.
Subject has been terminated.
Here's the bill.
Oh, I'm out. Oh my god. okay. I'm chilling. Chill, man.
The survivor has returned to the experiment.
Being uptown makes me
Why is
think of the
he
past.
on my ass?
Lots of good customers. Here's the bill.
Please. Wait, where's the... Oh, it's not down here. What the heck?
What could be inside? Kids like birds.
Okay, now
This really is.
we're in business.
I'll use it for a
Kind
bit
of.
and
I don't know.
exchange
I don't know
it
if
for
we're in
Area has been
business.
restricted.
That was a good deal.
Oh, I'm so bad.
The survivor has returned to the experiment.
A great return on investment. You run into rich people wherever you go. Poor people too.
You run into rich people wherever you go. Pause. Poor people too. Alright, who wrote that line? Who the fuck is the writer?
It's just annoying.
Wait, why do I not have drop near?
What could be inside?
Oh, I didn't fucking finish it before. Oh no. What is this? It's arm? I'll just finish dragon scale fast. It's 4 score. You're fucking with me.
Such a calm forest. Ooh. Night for this one. That was a good one. The trees are thick here. I have no grudge for you.
Pickaxe, gemstone here? Oh, it's because I need to make gold, right?
It's easier for parents than students to get involved.
I have 3 4-score items in this build. Why is that not fucking impossible? Like what?
This really is a masterpiece.
Yo. Yeah, what's up?
Delivery.
Oh shit. Yeah, thank you. What the f- Wow. I need some,
There are things you can only learn outside of school.
A subject has been terminated.
Wait.
I have
Oh my god. Oh. That's another squad. He can run, right? Oh, I did not know if he can run. Oh, this does not look good. That is a pain. I'm very pain. How do you feel coming about the art? Oh, it just feels like you just lose until it finally pulls through. The learning experience is just like a ton of losses, I think. I guess it's true for most games. Like character he likes? Oh, like I think the only one that's been fun recently has been Haze, in terms of actually being able to kill stuff. But aside from Haze, it's like the other characters seem kind of eh. Natapon is still fun. think Haze is the way they made Haze is really interesting. Can you any better? Yeah. Isaac. I thought I liked Vanya. I did not like Vanya. Got Dema. Where is this person? Dema. Oh, this? Oh, I didn't like them. They're okay. Felt like not something I was interested in. How is this sorted, by the way? Is it sorted based on the most characters I've played, or what? Like, it's not alphabetical. Most played character? Oh, interesting. Played Sue the most? I think there was a period of time I spammed the shit out of her, yeah. Who is this character? Oh, I did play this character. It was okay. Jackie, oh yeah, I play Axe Jackie. Literally all I did with Axe Jackie was like bleed someone and fucking run. And oh no, it was a crit one where I just odded them 4 times they died. Tell Leon, I played Leon, it's whatever. What was Vanya again? This girl. Like Felix. I don't know. I'm actually like Kathy. The heck? Felix is the guy with the stupid lance? What's his ulti? He seemed whatever. He had Riven Q, I think. And then he had, when I played it, I'm not sure. Region Madness was shit. Oh, that was like the most degenerate gameplay. I'm pretty sure Region Madness was awful for the game. What did I want to try? I would try Kathy. Cause I heard they just reworked how she played into like an assassin. I've been looking for like an okay assassin, and it feels like all the assassins are kind of very meh. Daniel's a Giga assassin? Who's Daniel? How are you supposed to play this character? You're just supposed to eat him into a wall and then ulti, right? Oh, is it with Kanar? Oh, I don't like that guy. That guy's kind of... I don't know, man. I feel like it's really hard to find a character I like. Sue really good? Oh, yeah, Sue is... I mean, I did enjoy Sue a lot. Oh, wow, the Q distance is this far? What the fuck? Wait, after easiest skill, her next thing does 0? I have a revive passive.
Now this is progress. Doctor's here. Now this
Lumia Island's hyperloop will soon be open. Survivors,
Am I
prepare
just-
to enter the experiment.
test complete.
Oh, I have a built-in healing reduction. Okay, so I don't ever build healing reduction
We will
items.
then
Got it.
resume our next experiment.
Got it.
Let there be glory to the pawns who
The
reach end
queue
of despair.
distance seems crazy. Interesting. What's my route? Uptown hospitals. Okay.
The experiment will now begin. Satellite radar activated.
I'm not too bad with my hands.
Oh, what the heck? I was thinking I was in the wrong area. Whoops. Got the piano wire.
Some high-tech stuff. Which way to the OR? Alright, this came out well. We're bleeding.
Okay. Then I go to forest where I pick up everything else. Got it.
Some high-tech stuff. Let's grab some shade under the tree.
Oh no, everything's taken? Is that how it is? Probably no one loots this.
I'll try harder.
They're in the middle of actual nowhere.
Not well.
Someone looted this. Oh no. I need golds. I do not have golds. That is not good.
Perfect.
Assuming it's just keeping skill up. This is really bad.
I'll just open this up.
Work my ass to beach.
The woods are actually pretty dangerous. Snakes, insects. No thanks.
3 points into Q, rest into W. What the heck?
Worried. I'm not too bad with my hands. I'll be really surprised. Is this correct? Sorry, that must have hurt.
Okay, there we go.
Didn't you think this was possible? Okay, perfect.
Alright, just a lot of damage. Interesting.
Someone's property.
Oh my god, I got a pizza and then the box fell down.
Something good better be inside.
Wait, it's lit.
Has my legend begun?
That Maiko? Oh, interesting. Well, he's in my game. Kill on sight.
Lots of nice places uptown. I'll just open this up. We're bleeding. You're supposed to hum while you fish, right? I'll just open this up. Feeling.
Wow, I feel like I bullied someone. That didn't feel that bad though.
Subject has been terminated.
Yeah, show no mercy.
How I got to this island? This might
What the heck?
Subject has been terminated.
How about a rest?
Okay. How about the pizza?
All of my patients are out there waiting for me. Veterinarian. I've read that monks used to wear
A survivor has returned to the experiment.
I'll just
Temple?
open this up. The person on the other side will get surprised. Incense can have medical benefits. Rooms with more rooms. What's inside?
Oh. I see.
Subject has been terminated. Ally killing spree.
Where is this guy's dead body?
Incense
Oh.
can have medical benefits. Sorry, I'll borrow this for a minute. What's inside?
Get remastering? Nope, it's still in the game.
I'm not too bad with my hands. Checkup time. You're all animals.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like Kathy. She feels really, the Q on her ability feels really nice. The fact that you can just put it on anything is like really great.
Sting of it.
Oh my. That missed all my hit. How did I die? Oh, did Barbara turret just fucking insta-kill me? The suture was really good, I just didn't ulti it. I didn't think it would hit, that's why.
A survivor has returned to the experiment. A survivor has returned to the experiment.
How about a rest?
Alright, well, it's time.
The water is
I'm just gonna go back.
Which way to the OR? What's wrong? Do you need stitches? This might You're bleeding.
Subject has been terminated.
Ally killing spree.
Subject has been terminated. A new area has been restricted.
How about a rest?
Rapid reconstruction is no longer available. As subjects can no longer be revived.
Link Soldier into ulti? Yeah, I got you. Don't worry.
Incense can have medical benefits. More wounds. Not a veterinarian.
Has been terminated.
Whoa. The water is clear. Checkup time. How sad. Find a doctor.
Yeah, that's definitely a -1. For sure.
How about a rest?
Yeah, the fact that her Q goes through walls makes her feel like not an eternal return character. I don't know. Usually you don't get this many options, I think.
Which way to the OR?
Has been terminated.
Give me that.
Which way to the OR?
Wait, he had Glacial Ice? Wait, who had Glacial Ice? Did I miss it?
Incredible. Who shall I test?
The guy you just... Wait,
How sad.
really?
I didn't find a doctor in time.
Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold up. What do I build in? Scotty or...
Has my legend begun? Wash your hands often. More wounds.
Dude, why does this Barbara character do so much fucking damage, man?
How about a rest? I should probably grab some drinking water from here. Wash your hands often. I can sit here until a patient shows up. I'll just open this up. This might sting a bit. Sorry, that must have hurt.
Time to buy them back? Oh my god, I'm gonna need a fucking year for that, man.
Open this up. Whoa, I can see so far.
Oh, they're fighting. Wait, what if I third party this shit? Like if the fucking hero I am.
Wash your hands often.
Oh, this doesn't look like I'm gonna get anything here.
I can see so far.
A new area has been restricted.
Whoa. The water is clear. The person on the other side looks
Okay, I'm just going to
surprised.
school.
My hobby used to be reading books.
Oh. Can you do something with me right here? Not really. You gonna leave? No, I can get my teammates. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm not gonna leave them behind. They are down here. I just need to kill enough random shits to do that.
This might sting a bit.
250. We're
Can I find
chilling.
some medicine books around here?
Teammates are hear me out tree. Okay, well.
A survivor has returned to the experiment. A survivor has returned to the experiment.
Okay, we're chilling, we're chilling. Okay, I rescued my team. We're in a good spot.
I can see so far.
A new area has been restricted.
Someone fucking take them, man.
Can I find some medicine books around here? This might sting a bit. I could use a new bone saw.
What the fuck is this? I don't fucking know what that does.
How sad. They didn't find a doctor in time. This might sting a bit.
Oh my god!
Has been terminated.
Okay.
A subject has been terminated.
Okay.
How sad.
We got.
Legendary.
Doctor in time.
A subject has been
Where's the other
terminated.
guy?
Excuse me.
Ally killing spree. A new area has been restricted.
Guys, there are like fucking 50 bodies to
Go in
loot
there and
here.
rest, right?
How did I take so much? How am I dead? What is going on? I mean, I guess. Oh, they have. Wait, I mean, I don't even know how I died, man. Barbara just fucking hits me once and I'm fucking dead. Dude, like. What should the damage cap saying? Wait, look at me. 13K? I'm rich. Kind of. They had levels. They were fucking. They were jacked. I said TTV takes us away the stream. I got this clip. What is this? Oh yeah, wait, hold on. I got it. I got the W. Oh my god. Easy. Kathy looked good. I think she's the most fun I've played. Dude, I don't even know how to get BF. Do you get back the ER? I play. Oh, don't worry about it. Like I got smoked by that guy. All right, guys, it's midnight, past midnight. I'm out. Have a great night. I need to eat and just relax. I'm gonna go ahead and rate Celine, who's streaming Final Fantasy 14. You guys can go ahead and watch her enjoy Catboys while she's role playing while leveling up. Keep her company. I'm out, guys. GG. Good night.
Controller